Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start our September 8th, 2022 California Student Aid Commission meeting. It is 9:02 a.m. and we'll go ahead and begin with roll call, please.
Chair Cifuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Day.
Present.
Commissioner Dopplemore.
Present.
Commissioner Dow.
Here.
Commissioner Gary.
Present.
Commissioner Geog.
Present.
Commissioner Maxey.
Present.
Commissioner Mayor.
Here.
Commissioner No.
Here.
Commissioner Neese.
Present.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Commissioner Takagi. Commissioner Valladolid.
Present.
You have a forum.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and move to item number 2. Do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda? If so, you can please let me know. If not, I know the team will let us know if we see any raised hands in the Zoom meeting. All right, seeing and hearing none, we will go ahead and move to item number 3, approval of minutes from our June 23rd, 2022 meeting. So at this time, if I could get a motion to approve our minutes.
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Valladolid had a motion to approve our minutes.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Dow, a second, as well as Commissioner Maxey. And we'll go ahead and do a roll call again to approve our minutes.
Commissioner Day.
Aye.
Commissioner Dopplemore. Abstain. Commissioner Dow. Aye. Commissioner Gary.
Aye.
Commissioner Geog.
Aye.
Commissioner Maxey.
Aye.
Commissioner Mayor.
Aye.
Commissioner No.
Aye.
Commissioner Neese.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Takagi. Commissioner Valladolid.
Aye.
Chair Cifuentes.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to move to item number 4. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everybody. We're back in person in our beautiful, beautiful new building here in Rancho Cordova. Want to say first thank you to the team and for the move. I know we're going to hear from Lily Myers later, but I know her team just did a phenomenal job of moving everyone over to this new beautiful building. So I encourage anyone once things continue to get settled in, you're going to love it. It's gorgeous. Just wanted to say good morning, and also kick off and love to hear a few words from our newest commissioner. So I want to go ahead and turn the floor over to her to introduce herself and tell us a little bit about herself. And we just want to say we're excited to have you join us today, and excited for you. Yesterday you got to see all the committees in action, and just want to hear a little bit about you.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm so excited to be here and to serve as the representative of the commission and for bringing my experience with the first time in the student. I'm navigating financially, serving as a student advocate in prior roles has been so rewarding, and some knowledge to continue in financial aid reform and to be advocating for students and for access and availability. So I look forward to joining this commission as a control student, as a parent. And yeah, I'm feeling for students. So thank you. I look forward to working with everything.
Thank you so much. So she's a doctoral student at Santa Clara University. So we'll be learning so much about what she's doing. That's awesome. Thank you. So we definitely have a full agenda. Yesterday, I know we hopefully those of you who joined us and we're watching that a lot of conversation, not so much about so much new business, but we did so much new business the last 2 years, last year especially, that now it's like it's time to land the plane on all the programs we have, all the things we've asked for, all the things we've advocated for. There's no point of pushing FAFSA for all students if we don't ensure we actually, become #1 in the nation for FAFSA and California Dream application, right? And so this meeting today and even yesterday and moving forward is really we have historic momentum on financial aid and access for students. And now how do we work with the CSAC team to support them and ensure we get results for our students. So definitely looking forward to our meeting today. I know Marlene will go into a little bit more details of updates. But I want to leave with historic changes comes work, right? And if we make history, it's never easy. And so just continuing to work together and we are a strong commission, we're a strong team, and continue to work together to support our amazing CSAC team, and just always giving them shout outs from the big picture, pushing out, $5 million program or a $500 million program, to going down to helping just that one student that's trying to navigate the Golden State Teacher Award, right? And we are now stepping into more than just financial aid for graduate students. We've been, and now it's amplified, right? We're parent teachers are back in the class and getting funding. Now school counselors and PPS credentials. So many different programs. So it's like I shared with, we're no longer just like a K-16 conversation. It's really like, hey, when do you want to come back to school? So it's excited to see, and I'm hopeful, and just appreciate all of you here and your commitment to what we do in the mission, and we'll continue to push things that sometimes aren't state financial aid, but affect our students, like CalFresh, and the momentum we're getting around ensuring our students get that access, and how can we lead. It's been awesome to see how can we lead the nation on that. And I was recently asked to go talk to at the National College Access National College Attainment Network meeting up in Atlanta, to talk about what California is doing with CalFresh, and really with the program. And so many states have reached out and said, we just didn't think of that, right? We didn't think of why we maximizing these resources. So just a testament to the team and to Marlene and everyone here at CSAC. So just excited, and with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our executive director. And I want to say thank you to our Commissioner Nice is with us virtually as well. He wouldn't miss it no matter what. I text him, are you sure? He's like, yes, I'll be there. So I just want to say thank you, and we miss you. We're going to see you soon. Okay, with that, I'll turn it over to our executive director, Marlene Garcia.
Thank you so much, Chair Cifuentes, and welcome all commissioners remotely and in person, and to our newest commissioner, Commissioner Takaji. We're really pleased to host you at our new facility, and to really get grounded here as we continue the hard work that we've all been so busy and engaged in. And this is the beginning of the academic year. So welcome back, all students. And but it's also the beginning of our academic year, so to speak. Our financial aid season opens up within the next month, in a couple of weeks, actually. So it's a big year for us. It feels like back to school when we're getting ready to open up for the new financial aid season. And this season is going to be particularly important as we begin to communicate to all high school seniors that they're required to complete a FAFSA California Dream Act unless they opt out. I'm going to talk about that in a moment, because we have a lot of activities associated with that and some real planning that's gone behind that. But really, I do want to underscore what Chair Cifuentes said, and I think those who were sitting in the Student Impact and Outreach Committee yesterday, the top line story for us at the Student Aid Commission is that we have grown exponentially, and we are dispersing more money to students than ever before. We're serving more students than ever before. And the diversity of students outside of traditional financial aid, we're serving more of them as well than ever before. This has been such a fast growth spurt for us. We're really trying to keep up and ensure that our operational capacity is keeping pace with all of this. So we're working really hard. The team is working extraordinarily hard to stand up these programs. And we basically this year, we stood up about 6 different programs, between absolutely new programs starting from scratch to significant modifications to existing programs like the Middle Class Scholarship, or the Calibrant program, now providing foster youth care and students with dependents for students at the independent colleges. So there have been so many new changes that have gone into effect, and really it's a really unusual time, because as we were first bracing for the impact of the pandemic, the first thing we expected is that the economic condition of the state was going to significantly decline. Well, what happened is we had a major uptick in state revenue, so we were able to fund a lot of programs, even if they're one-time funds, but there are these new programs that are helping us understand who in California can benefit from financial aid. So that's a lot of what we've been working on this year, and it's been new, and it's been required us to step back and reflect on who we are and who we're trying to serve. That the cookie cutter approach to financial aid, which was established frankly in 1955, high school seniors going to college. That's who's gone to college. Well, as we've grown over the decades, that's obviously not the typical student we serve anymore. And so we have had this incredible opportunity to stand up new programs to test case. How do we serve that adult learner who lost their job due to COVID or lost their job, period? How do we get their attention and entice them and inspire them to know that there really is something here for you to come back into the workplace? And education and training is a critical step to take to do that. Doesn't mean a 4-year degree for everyone. It could be a certificate, it could be 2 years, it could be graduate, it could be transferred. But for people to understand, there is an option for everyone. And so we have really taken that into account this year as we step back and try to design programs to meet the various target populations that we're trying to serve. I also want to just point out, so our priorities for this year, and this is the beginning of how we look at how we manage our finite resources. The first one is really implementing these programs quickly and effectively so that there aren't, blips and breakdowns in the process. And I have to hand it to our team who has done an extraordinary job implementing so many new programs again. The other thing we're looking at is operational capacity in terms of what impact is this huge growth having on all of our systems, our call center. We're anticipating huge increases in call volume, not just from the new FAFSA requirement, but also MCS. We're going to grow from 60,000 students to 350,000 students potentially in 1 year. Also, our increase in Calibrant, our new programs, the teacher grant program, all of this, whenever a student has a question, they call our call center. So these are the kinds of internal infrastructure issues that we're trying to address, including our institutional call center, so to speak. And that's the group of individuals that take all the calls from all universities and colleges, as well as K-12. Anytime they have a question about FAFSA, anytime they have a question about, now what is that requirement associated with the Golden State Teacher Grant Program? We have a team that is focused on answering their questions, and volume is increasing. So we really are doing everything we can to manage each resource as if it's our personal bank account in terms of every dollar spent is serving students. So we take that very, very seriously, and that's a lot of our focus. The third major priority this year is also communication and outreach. There's such an abundance with the California Student Aid Commission. We need the public to know this. California is the largest and most generous state need-based financial aid program in the country. No other state comes close to the investment that the California governor and legislature have invested in our affordability programs. So it's really critical that we get the word out. And we know we can't do it ourselves. So we are relying heavily on leveraging as many partners as possible and being as creative in getting people with large platforms and large voices to help us get the message out. And we've got a number of interesting creative ideas in the works that I can't quite share right now because we want to make sure we can actually sign on the dotted line, but a lot of interesting things. But we're really trying to make sure that the California public understands the opportunities before them. Because if you believe the statistics out of the National Coalition, Skills Coalition, 80% of every job in the country requires some education beyond high school. So we really need to emphasize that, and that we're not trying to be elitist, that everyone needs to be college educated. We're trying to be practical and real about what this workforce and economy needs. So that's what we're working on in terms of big picture, and it's an all hands on deck approach for us at the Student Aid Commission. Let me just touch on a few other specific, just so you know, to give you some examples of the level of work and really strategic planning that's going into these efforts. We're really trying to, on the new FAFSA California DREAM Act requirement, we're not calling it AB 469 anymore. We've rebranded. We're calling it All In for FAFSA California DREAM Act. And that was a discussion we had here with all the staff talking about, we got to get away from these numbers. That means nothing to the people we're trying to reach. So that's our campaign. That's our initiative, All In for FAFSA California DREAM Act. We have a very targeted strategy, and it's built on mobilizing the state, frankly. And so a couple of things that we're looking at to truly set this initiative in motion is it requires all hands on deck. Historically, the Student Aid Commission, our key K-12 partners have been high school counselors. It can't rest on the shoulders of just high school counselors. It has to be everyone, teachers, counselors, parents, administrators, principals, and superintendents. Every single successful model in California and probably around the country where there are really high completion rates, it meant that the superintendent and the district and the school board members prioritized this, and they dedicated resources to coordinate and develop strategies around how do we reach all students. So we, for the first time, have started an extensive speaking tour amongst all the superintendents. We're getting in front of every group that's meeting and talking to them about their role. How can you be part of this? What is, how can we make this as easy as possible for you? We're here to support you. So we are providing things like a 5-point plan on what superintendents should be doing to activate their districts. These are the successful steps that we've learned from successful districts around the state. We've developed a background primer on all the details and information and materials that we provide. And we give them a template of a resolution that every single school board should adopt, saying this is a priority. This is a culture changing moment for California, because what we're saying to every single high school senior is that you are college material, even if you haven't taken A through G, because a lot of students, our fear is those who aren't on the A through G track are going to opt out. They're going to rule themselves out. They're going to take themselves out of the equation because they have the ability to opt out. And unfortunately, in some places in the state, there may be adults on the school site that may say, yeah, you're right. Oh, you're not going to go to college. We don't want that. We want to mitigate that. And I know all of you are on board on that. I've heard you, Commissioner Maxey talks about it all the time. We're not just targeting the A through G students. We're targeting all students, including students at continuation schools. There are no students that shouldn't be, that should be opting out of this program unless they're going into the military or some other reason. But that's the minority. That's not the majority. So we're really looking at how do we make it easier for those schools to work with the students that frankly, it is a little more challenging. If they didn't think they're going to college and now you're telling them you have to fill out this very large financial aid form, they're going to say, not really, I don't want to do that. And so we know that it's going to take extra work. It might involve even talking to their parents a lot more so, and explaining that your information is private. This is particularly complicated for immigrant status students or mixed status families. We know that that's where we're going to have to really focus our attention. So in addition to providing a whole array of resources, and we're really pulling out the stops to provide education kits, do videos, do PSAs, do social media kits, we're also targeting 2 areas of a specialized outreach effort. And that is, I asked to look at a query of how many schools in the state, there's about 1,300 high schools, how many in the state have less than 30% completion rates right now, because it's going to be challenging. That's going to be a tough job. And it's not because the schools don't care necessarily, it's that it's tough when you're trying to work with people who haven't necessarily believed colleges in the cards for them. And so what we're doing is targeting those schools, and there's 600 of them that have below a 30%. So we're really going to do special invitations to them, offer to do workshops, the Cash for College workshops, but on one condition, that the superintendents are bought in, and that they pledge that they're going to take these steps, and that they, do everything they can to adopt a resolution saying this is important, this is a priority, because we can't change a culture if the leadership's not on board. And it's not to say they don't care, but they do have a lot on their plate. There's no question about it. But this is so important. Those are the schools that will say, yes, we'll go out and do a Cash for College in some way, or we'll connect you with your local council or your local RCO to do a Cash for College, and we'll work with them. The second group is the non-A through G group. We're working on some ideas right now, not quite fully developed yet, but we're looking at how do we reach them, and we actually have a way to reach them. we can, through an API with a certain organization, we're able to figure out who are the students, high school seniors who haven't taken APG. We can send direct mail or postcards or whatever we need to do to reach them. So we're thinking about what is it we can do to persuade and encourage these students to know, you guys, there's real money on the table for you. If you thought you couldn't afford it, this is what we're talking about. If you can apply for a FAFSA, you got close to $7,000 in Pell Grant. If you're going to UC, tack on another close to 13,000. If you're going to community college and you have a child, tack on another 6,000. So we're talking real money, and a lot of that for basic needs. So that's the message we have to convince them, because the research shows over and over that the lowest income students are the ones who don't think financial aid, that they're eligible for financial aid, ironically. And they're the ones who think that they're gonna have to pay it back. And so that education piece is gonna be important. So we're gonna be very strategic. We cannot do it all, but we can focus on some key areas, and we're gonna support our partners they're the most effective on the ground, doing the work that it's going to take to make this successful. And as Chair Cifuentes says, she wants to be #1 in the country. It's not bad to add a little competition, I guess, but we're definitely pushing to see dramatic changes on how we encourage students and get them to realize why this is important. The last thing I'll say about this is it's a real boon to community college enrollment, because if we successfully reach these students who were pretty much opting out of college because they didn't think it was for them, and we convince them in 72 hours, once they complete their application, in 72 hours, they will know if they're financial aid eligible by the feds if they apply for a FAFSA. In a few weeks after that, the Student Aid Commission lets them know if they're eligible for a Calibrant. So CADA, California Dream Act students, and FAFSA students. So they find out relatively quickly, really quickly, and that could be a game changer. Them say, oh, wow, I didn't know this is real, and I don't have to pay it back. So we think that's a powerful message we can really jump on and get those students to enroll in college right after high school. And we think it's going to be a boon to community college. So we're working closely with our community college partners to try to coordinate and make sure that they're there helping with the outreach and the messaging and just sort of the advising for students. I'm going to wrap this up, but I just felt like it was important to emphasize that particular program. I wanted to also say, just to underscore again, we're not just the Cal Grant administrator anymore. We do much more. And really, I have to say to the governor, in these latest initiatives, and I'll just highlight, 3 of them, the Golden State Teacher Grant Program, the Golden State Education and Training Grant Program, and the Learning Aligned Employment Program. These 3 programs are really the ones that are driving looking at financial aid in new ways. And yes, it's one-time funding, but we're really learning a lot about serving these populations. And it's all about strengthening the economy, building that talent pool for the workforce, the right talent pool. And these programs are really part of that equation. And I'm really excited about it. As challenging it is as it is, it's teaching us a lot. And nationally, we're getting some real attention about how we are doing a better job reaching those students to reconsider upskilling, reskilling, to get back into the game in the workforce. And so we're really, excited about that. The last thing I will say that we're working on, and this is not necessary, this is administrative systems change. The new FAFSA Simplification Act that was adopted by the federal government, the first reduced FAFSA form that's going from about 100 or so questions down to close to 40 questions, that's going to be available next fall. So we have a year to prepare for that. And so that's a big deal, especially for these students that are really intimidated by 110 questions, which I'm included in that. That's a big deal. So our staff are working closely with the U.S. Department of Ed and what that means in terms of the changes we have to make. And there's a lot. And then also the implications on our California Dream Act application, which brings me to the last point I'm going to make. And that is, this year, we're only focusing on one policy area in terms of looking at how can we serve this population better? How can we design for that population's needs? and that's undocumented students. We have not recovered from the public access issue that happened several years ago from the federal government, the fear, the chilling impact it had on our undocumented communities. We still haven't recovered from those days. And so we're working really, really hard. And Jake from along with the Raven Group is convening our work group on undocumented student affordability. And this will be one of the areas, one of the only major areas that will be spending some dedicated time looking at the policy implications of what we can do better in serving this population. And there's potential statutory change, administrative changes within our organization, as well as communications issues. And so those are recommendations that I expect us to have later this year, or early next year. So as you can see, there's a lot going on, but it does tie together. We are focused on these critical issues that have been put before us, and we're stepping up to the plate, and others that we have seen and evaluated are gaps that we think we need to address so that we can deliver on this promise most effectively. So that's my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Do you have any questions for Executive Director? Please, yes, Mr. Dunn.
Well, thank you so much, Executive Director. The update is just amazing. Amazing work that your team is doing, and so equity minded. So I appreciate that. My question is around the outreach work that you're doing on FAFSA, all in for financial aid. Are you working at all with the Department of Juvenile Justice? I know we did a couple of research projects a couple of years ago, really looking at the fact that there is no real transition plan for those majority Black and Latinx men in the juvenile justice system for them to seamlessly transition out of that system and into higher education. Notably saying that there's a real lack of financial aid, education, and support to complete FAFSA while they are in that incarcerated status. So just wondering if you've reached out. DJJ operates the 3 facilities that host you. I think there are about 800 young people that are incarcerated last time we looked at numbers, but just wondering if there's been any outreach there.
I'm not aware of whether we've done that, but we are in the process of mobilizing partners up and down the state, especially for students who experience really challenging obstacles. So this is one of them. We do have some relationships from our past work this past year, having specialized cash for college workshops for formerly incarcerated youth, and we've developed some strong relationships there, which they're going to be in our mix of information, reaching out to them. But one of the things that, I will note is that we're trying to empower them to be the resources on the ground. That's why we're offering train the trainer programs. And so having them on the list of willing partners who want to really be able to answer the questions for the students that they serve, we're definitely, and I will encourage, if you can, provide those names to Jake and Michael Loomis so that they can make sure that they're in our list of our universe of contacts that we're working with.
Okay, thank you.
I just had, I know Commissioner Marks has a question. Is working with our own juvenile system, around that, it's that mindset that they're behind on credits, they're probably just not gonna graduate, let's just get them high school diploma services, that even their own outreach groups or people that run them think like that. So even when I have approached to do like college kickoff activities, and it's like, well, we don't do that here. So it's definitely something on both sides. Most of these students are behind on credit, they just not graduate. And it's like, well, okay, I hear you, but why can't we start giving information that when you're ready, when you're caught up on credits, this is the next step. So I love that. Thank you for sharing that. But definitely, how do we get them even there? It's a mindset shift even for the people running them. All right, Commissioner Maxey.
Just a simple question. You're going throughout the state to talk with superintendents. I'm just wondering when you will be in my part of the state, in San Diego.
So glad you asked that question. I want to get there, and we have we're planning on attending, and Salvia Senor has been the person really mapping out this strategy. We definitely want to meet in San Diego, meet with you and your superintendent. And we have a contact who just started there from Sacramento, who's a good colleague of ours, as chief of staff to the deputy superintendent. So there's is it AXA? It might be AXA or CSBA that has their conference in December. So we're hoping that we can have that meeting then or sooner. If you can help us facilitate that, absolutely. Okay, we'll do it sooner.
Any other questions? Please, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm really excited to hear about the focus on undocumented students and that being a priority area. And just wanted to ask to what extent that'll be a major part of federal advocacy as well, because we're really ramping that up as a chancellor's office, recognizing that California has and should continue to lead in supporting equity for undocumented students. But at a certain point, we need to see some of those federal barriers eliminated, whether it's the sort of the North Star, which would be pathway to citizenship, right? Application of DACA, or at the very least, eligibility for federal aid, so that we don't have to keep trying to backfill and come up with these workarounds here in California.
Absolutely. It has been an area that we have focused on in our federal legislative program. And we're happy to connect with you in any way we can. I think more voices are better, and we can provide technical support in terms of the data. We have all the data on our California Dream Act completion and the potential for growth if it's that, you know, what they could get from federal aid. So yes, consider us close partners.
From a communication standpoint, just want to give kudos to the team for not calling programs by the bill number. So I'm excited to hear about that communication later on, but thank you for doing it.
On the record.
Yes, again, thank you so very much. It sounds like, I know that there's a lot of work has been done, previous, and sounds like we're off to a bang, and I'm so excited, looking forward to, this upcoming year. So my question, and again, thank you for, focusing on the non-A through G students. I was just wondering if there's possibly a way through some of the data that we get, or maybe like from the high schools, when the students, because of course we know the students that are A through G, the ones that are applying for FAFSA, is there a way to capture that information and track those students that are not? So I know you said that we wanted to identify those students, but is there a way that if they do not get inputted in our system, is there some other information that we can capture to identify who those students are and bring them in? I'm just wondering if that's okay.
Yeah, that's a tricky question because we cannot release student level data because of PPI. So we wouldn't be able to do that. But I think that our messaging is, you know, come one, come all. And what we can do is give you messaging points, especially to target those students and spend time with them, because those are the ones that really need the reassurance. They haven't been told since, you know, third grade that you're going to college. And that's where we're trying to, you know, really open their eyes to new opportunities. And yes, I always get, well, you really need to start this process in kindergarten. Yes, we know that, but we're starting where we're at. And we're trying to do as comprehensive a job with high school. But yes, it is something to think about, that these messages need to start earlier. But this is the first year, and this is what we're trying to do is reach these students. We're going to be faced with this decision. Yes, I will fill out this form, or no, I'm going to take the opt-out. So unfortunately, we can't share that.
I would say there's definitely conversations already on that. So, you know, part of the P20 data system, the governor's office could get one of the pieces is getting every student on California colleges. So some of you know CCGI. And so in Riverside County, we have all of our school districts on this platform, and I'm able to do in my role what you just asked. So I know who's not on track for A through G for class of 23 today in Riverside County. 3 clicks and I could pull it up. And so then what we do is we take the CSAC data and match to see who hasn't been there fast. That's the goal of this P20, to be able to do things like that. Now, it took years to get comprehensive data sharing agreements with all 23 school districts. But, you know, I think because we've already built some type of, it's going to be way better when they build it, right? When the CSAC team builds it, this is just me and a data person, and we're doing our best, and somebody's like manually matching and whatever, but that's where it's headed. The possibility is there, and CSAC already has a data sharing agreement with California CCGI. Now, the thing is, not every California student is on the platform yet,
Right.
but we're able to do what you described. So I can correlate when they apply to I know when they applied what CSUs, what UCs, when they started the application and our community colleges. So then we start looking, okay, if they're not A through G, have even a community college app. And we can start cross-referencing, okay, they're not A through G, they did Moreno Valley College, but then they haven't done a FAFSA yet. All right, let's go. We can start doing that. It's all there. It's just taking time. Like I said, we're a huge state and we have local control with K-12 and they have to want to sign on and share data, but it's getting there. So I think we're building little prototypes on what that looks like.
The locals will have that access.
Yep.
What we will do, and I didn't mention this because I'm really creeping into what's going to be a wonderful presentation on our all-in campaign, but I will mention that one of the steps that we've taken is a huge milestone is we did enter into an MOU with the California Department of Education. So for the first time, we're going to be able to start accessing the enrollment data, which is the denominator. And then we match it with the students who have completed their FAFSA. So every school then is going to be able to go into our red grants for students and take a look at the roster, student level data, and be able to determine who's completed and who hasn't. So the students who haven't completed, they can target for outreach, but that's at a local level. And this will be really valuable. We're enhancing the report right now to make it easy to access. Not everyone has the sophistication that Chair Cifuentes' operation has, but we're trying to make it as easy as possible for K-12 to access that data. And then to go further, and I wasn't going to mention CCGI, but that's the entity that we'd like to do the further data share on who's taken A through G, who hasn't, so that we make sure those who haven't get the extra special nudge and support that, yes, you can do it.
Okay, thank you. Exciting.
Yeah, that is very exciting. Okay, so any other questions? And I haven't been watching this fan. I was getting public comment on questions from the public. Okay, all right, seeing and hearing that, I do want to just give you some numbers to give an idea. So we're ranked number 20 when it comes to FAFSA completion as a state. We have over 300,000 students that have submitted this FAFSA alone. That's the federal tracker that includes the Dream Act. Louisiana is number 1, and at their number 1 spot, they submitted 36,834. So I know to show you, we're already at over 300. Their number 1 is 36,000. Number 2 is Tennessee at 53,067. That's the magnitude of what we're doing. We're already doing obviously 3-4 times that right now. The whole nation will be watching when we hit that number 1 spot, and the goal is to hit above 70%. Number 1 this year was 69, and that was the movement this past year. So that's just the magnitude of what we're doing. That's like 2 or 3 counties of California. The entire state of I mean, that's just Inland Empire right there. It's higher than the entire state of Louisiana. Right? Okay. Believe me, the pressure's on. We're rushing hard. We're doing everything we can. Everything we can to get the Commissioner Maxine to share ideas all the time. What are we going to do? What are we going to wrap? What billboard? But I want to understand there, even just kicking off the magnitude of what we're already doing, right? So how big we are as a state. So just thank you, Marlene, and now it's time, like you said, we all these programs, getting those pay raises, getting the implementation. Okay, all right. With that, I know our former commissioners are waiting for us to move on to our next item, number 6. We have former commissioners Caroline Alvarez and Leonardo Rodriguez with us to present the resolutions, and we want to see you. We're going to miss you already, and we definitely want to say thank you for your work. And I'm going to start off with Leonardo Rodriguez reading your resolution, and then we'd love to hear a few words from you, Leonardo, and just share us what's going on and how are you. And one's a commissioner, always a commissioner. So you know, it's not goodbye, okay? So I'll go ahead and start off with a resolution from the California Student Aid Commission honoring Leonardo Rodriguez. Whereas Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom in November 2021 as the first undocumented student representative to the California Student Aid Commission. And whereas Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez has served admirably as a commissioner, as a member of the Student Impact Outreach and Communications Committee, as a member of the Legislative Audit and Budget Committee since 2021, and on the Commission's Undocumented Student Affordability Work Group. And whereas Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez is a first-generation college student and is a beneficiary of the Deferred Action of Childhood Arrivals, DACA, recipient and has graduated from Mendocino College with an associate for transfer degree in political science, history, and liberal arts and sciences, with an emphasis on social science, and will continue his educational journey at the University of California, Berkeley. And whereas Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez is an exemplary student who served on the California Community College Trustees Board, representing the voices of over 1.9 million California community college students, over 100 community colleges, advocating for implementation of anti-racist policies, student retention initiatives, and expanding dual enrollment. And whereas Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez understands the unique barriers, both undocumented and all students face, leading him to advocate for immigration reform, along with legislation that aids students, financial aid reform, and immigration reform with California's congressional delegation. And whereas Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez is a strong supporter of the Calibrant equity framework. And whereas Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez has consistently demonstrated strong leadership, exemplary public service, and hands-on involvement in multiple causes to help students. And therefore be it now resolved that the commission and its staff commend Mr. Leonardo Rodriguez for his leadership and vision as a member of the California Student Aid Commission. And be it further resolved that the commission and its staff wish him continued personal and professional success in his future endeavors. Let's give a round of applause for it. All right, former Commissioner Rodriguez, we want to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It really has been my honor to work alongside everyone at CSAC, and it really is an agency that I think has not only the vision, but the power to change the pathway of many students and open up doors that would traditionally be closed. So it really has been my honor to get to know all of you and to get to serve the students of California. And small update, I've been just here my third week at Berkeley and I'm not crying yet, so I guess that's a good thing. Everyone's like, just wait for it. So I'm just a little nervous, but yeah, I really am committed to seeing students receive a higher education, and whether that is, to enter the workforce or to continue in academia and to, persevere past their kind of the circumstances they were given. And I think at community college, I met a lot of students that had done exactly that. And that's really what kind of propelled me to kind of push for that vision. And a vision only does so much, right? The vision is kind of our guideline, but our actions are what propel us forward to that vision. And I plan to continue doing the work to create and solidify and actually make that vision tangible and to have students say, yes, this has affected my life in a positive way. So hopefully I can learn better ways to do that here at Berkeley and kind of continue doing outreach and being involved and kind of using the voice I was given. So thank you for allowing me to do that and for creating a space where our commissioners and especially our student commissioners are able to voice their concerns and voice their ideas. So thank you.
Thank you. We are so proud of you. And you stay strong. You got this. You kidding me? You're a record breaker, right? So don't, you belong there. You don't feel for 1 minute that that's not where you need to be and you're not prepared. So we're so proud of you. And you have all of us here. You know that we're cheerleaders. So if you need any of us, you know where to find us. Okay. So we're forever connected. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and welcome Caroline Alvarez. So we're so excited to have you here with us, and I'm gonna go ahead and read the resolution, and we'd love to hear from you and get a little bit of an update, okay? All right, so the resolution of the California Student Aid Commission honoring Caroline Alvarez, whereas Ms. Caroline Alvarez was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom in November 2021 as a student representative to the California Student Aid Commission, and whereas Ms. Alvarez has served admirably as a commissioner, as a member of the Student Impact Outreach and Communications Committee, as a member of the Data Research and Strategic Planning Committee since 2021. And whereas Ms. Alvarez is a third-year student attending California State University, Fresno, and serves as Vice President of External Affairs, Ms. Caroline Alvarez is an exemplary student who served as a statistics tutor at Fresno City Tutorial Center from 2019 to 2021. And whereas Ms. Alvarez has a passion for the students of California and has a deep desire to advocate for the universal free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, and the California Dream Act application for both high school and college students to drive college success, especially for low-income and first-generation college students. And whereas Ms. Alvarez will continue to make it a priority for helping students advance their educational endeavors. And whereas Ms. Alvarez is a passionate, thoughtful advocate who has always represented the needs and concerns of California college students during her term and member of the California Student Aid Commission. And therefore be it now resolved that the commission and its staff commend Ms. Caroline Alvarez for her leadership and vision as a member of the California Student Aid Commission. And be further resolved that the commission and its staff wish her continued personal and professional success in her future endeavors. Let's give it a round of applause. So we'd love to hear from you. Tell us all the amazing things you're gonna do.
Yes, hi everyone. It's so nice to see you all again. Once again, just like Leo said, I am completely honored to have been given the opportunity that we had to serve alongside you guys. It's kind of crazy how last year I didn't even know what CSAC was, and now it's an organization that I really hold near and dear to my heart. The work that you all do is absolutely amazing, and I thank you all for being so patient with me and helping me in those few months that I had to work with you all. You really showed me just how amazing this organization is, but also how to be a better advocate for students. So thank you. Just a few updates. I got into the nursing program here at State, so I'll be starting that. Yeah. So I'll be starting that in the spring. So January, I'll be wearing blue scrubs. And I'm actually the student body president as well here at Fresno State. So I'm going to continue advocating for students in higher education and try to streamline their higher education process and just make everything a lot easier, hopefully.
Awesome. How exciting. Congratulations. I know you're gonna be busy. If you get a job in Southern California, you know where to find some of us. So we're all over. Okay, we just want to say both thank you. You both came in, and from day one, I said, hey, your voice is just as strong, if not stronger, at times because of you're in the ground, your boots on the ground. You're next to other college students. You're hearing from other college students, and I just want to say both of you came in with such amazing ideas and participation and commitment while you were navigating school. And you'd send a text, I'm almost there, I'm finishing a final, or I'm finishing this, and you made it, you stuck to your commitment here. So we just want to say thank you. And always a commissioner, we're always here. You have a group right here that the contacts and the support is endless at this table. So whatever you need, we'll forever be here. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Great seeing you. Keep us updated on how you're doing. Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 7. This is an update on ratification of contracts over $250,000. This is an action item, and Lily Myers, our Deputy Director from Fiscal and Administrative Services Division, will be joining us.
All right. Good morning, commissioners and CSAC staff. My name is Lily Myers. I'm Deputy Director for the Fiscal and Administrative Services Division. This item is to talk about contracts over $415,000 as part of governance policies and procedures. Any contract over that threshold need to be presented to the board. So today we have 2 contracts to present to you today. Both were executed at the very end of the prior fiscal year using prior fiscal year funds from 2021. Both go through what we are simply operational needs. So the first one is with the SRI Infotech. It's an IT consulting services contract, which provides the full stack software developer UI UX services for the grant delivery system. So this consultant will evaluate, update, build, and rebuild key functions of the PBS system. The second one is with our outreach team with Uptown Studios, and this also helps provide our strategic planning process and help build awareness and coordinate the outreach and marketing services focused on targeted communities and programs. So with that, I turn it over for any questions. That relates to these topics.
Do you have any questions from any of our commissioners? Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, maybe to explain to the commission, the process of awarding contracts, is it competitive bid or is it a list that the state provides you, or how do you find your contracts?
So they are solicited. We have a certified master agreement with the state that leveraged contracts can compete and solicit. And then we go through a solicitation process where we put a proposal out, bidders apply, and then we review an award.
Now, do you have more than one bid on these contracts?
Yes.
And then you have a staff review it.
Yes, we have a contract analyst team, and then we partner with the programs who are seeking these services to then award and score before we ask.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, so Commissioner Noah's motion to move the item. Do we have a second? Okay, we have Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Gary with a second. Before we go to vote, do we have any public comment on item number 7? You can please unmute yourself, or you can put it in the chat and we can unmute you. Okay, seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Day,
Aye.
Commissioner Dopplemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Dow,
Aye.
Commissioner Gary,
Aye.
Commissioner Gio,
Aye.
Commissioner Maxey,
Aye.
Commissioner Mayor,
Aye.
Commissioner No,
Aye.
Commissioner Nee,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Aye.
Commissioner Tagavi, Commissioner Valladolid,
Aye.
Chair Fuentes.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you so much, Lynn. I know you're staying there for item number 8. Item number 8, we have our full crew coming. Consideration of budget change proposals BCPs for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. And as the team makes it up, I know Lily's going to stay with us. Dave Brenner, our Deputy Director from Policy and Public Affairs Division. Kate Kang, our Deputy Director of Program Administration and Services Division. And Patrick Perry, Deputy Director of Data Analysis and Research Team. Will be joining us for item number 8. And as they make the way up, I do want to give a quick little shout out. I know former Commissioner Jamila Moore's on. I just saw her. So I just want to say hi, Jamila. We missed you. Good to see your face. Let's talk for a quick minute.
Like her new picture.
Right? Commissioner Diaz says he likes your new picture. All right, we missed you. Hope to see you soon. All right, we'll turn it over to the team.
So here's where the problem is. So here to present utilization of the budget proposals. Before we jump into the proposals, I just wanted to say that these are the vehicle for requesting change for state departments codes. So in the fall, we present these proposals for consideration of the budget, legislative approval, and hopefully the budget for that fiscal year. So right now, we're working on our budget bill for the fiscal year 2023. We're working on fiscal year 2022. So first off at bat, it's our biggest, most prominent BCP that we're submitting this fiscal year is to request a workload resources to support the statutory candidates for the expansion of many of our financial aid programs. This includes the Calibrant program for community college entitlement program, changes needed for Calibrant Access Award, implementation for the financial aid completion requirements, middle class, scholarship redesign, and preparation for the FAFSA simplification, as well as the new program. We've got Golden State Teacher, and along with employment, Golden State Education. So, currently we have 12 limited term positions that we initiated in the prior fiscal year that we're seeking permanent position authority and funding to support these ongoing programs. This really is the increase that we offer these programs. Total combined positions that we're requesting is 17 positions with a conversion request to convert 12 limited for a total of 2.1 million in the first fiscal year and just over 2 million in funding ongoing starting in 2014. The second PCP is Contractual resources to implement a project management office, enterprise architecture and IT governance. The increased workload and technological services needed will help the expansion of the financial aid programs through the grant delivery system. And to have a PMO office will help support project standards, project management standards, processes, and even intake and prioritize compliance with statewide IT management practices. And having an enterprise architecture process will help identify and define current systems, technological structures, define architectures, and ensure that the new IT system requests are examined for an architecture fit before we implement. And then having a formal IT governance process to identify the priority of IT projects and improve them based on their priorities and resource capabilities. And then just having the support to allow for future growth changes to the existing system. So currently this request is comprised of 5 positions, starting in 23-24, $960,000 ongoing. The next DCP is a request to initiate a cybersecurity and data privacy program. So this is to enter compliance with SAM, SIM, and federal and NISP. Ensure compliance with CDT, which is California Department of Technology's House Secure 5-year roadmap. Ensure updates to the latest security and policies and standards, and then have cybersecurity activities and conduct ongoing risk mitigation that help coordinate and pair the commission's critical technology and data assets. So this proposal requests 2 full-time firm positions and some consulting services for the total amount of 1.4 million in the fiscal year with 460,000. The last DCP we have to present to you is to initiate the annual student expenses and resources survey for last years. And it'll provide funding to gather data on students' cost of attendance, gather the resources available to understand basic needs and other socioeconomic factors affecting financial aid programs. And it'll institutionalize this effort annually as opposed to every 3 years. That includes understanding student debt, other basic needs across the multiple rate instruments. And we'll provide more frequent data to support recent changes for NCS and Calibrant curriculum. So this is one of our smallest requests in that compares to $250,000. The net effect across all of our proposals, we have 24 positions that we're asking for in total, to the tune of about 4.7 million. Before I turn it over to any questions.
Questions from our committee? Commissioner Day.
So I excuse me, generally speaking, support this. This is a huge amount of work that has to be delivered. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the interplay between the contractual services and the infrastructure that you're trying to build with the budget change proposals.
Well, So the BCPs are to request authority. And once authority is established, then we can do the contracts. So we can't implement the contracts or any consulting services needed without the plan in place.
Okay, so maybe I'm talking operational. So you're contracting for a certain set of services, and then you want permanent positions for a certain set of services.
Yes.
I'm wondering operationally, what's the relationship between the two sets of services? And how are we building longer term for the capacity that the commission is going to need to have?
I'll go ahead and take that question. That's a really important question, and it's one that we're asking ourselves. Because of how quickly we've had to stand up programs, we've had to rely on a lot of contract support. GDSM was the case also. We had a lot of contractual support. The goal is to find that sweet spot where we can let the contractors go and transfer that knowledge to our permanent staff so that they'll be fully capable of dealing with the real complex, sophisticated IT issues that we're now in the cloud and that requires. So it really is it's not a science, it's really trying to figure out what is that absolute, we need some basic expertise that we are able to get within state recruitment pool, but we're hoping to wean off of that as we move forward. And it's something we've been talking a lot about in terms of knowledge transfer. So we have a lot fewer contracts now than we did in prior years during the GDSM process, but we still rely heavily, especially when we have short turnarounds to do the back end IT work to implement the changes to the MCS 2.0, for example, or applications for the Golden State Education and Training Grant Program. And so we're trying to find that balance, but our goal is to rely less on that outside expertise, but we're always probably going to need some of that.
Question, Commissioner Mayor, and then Commissioner Gary.
I have just a curiosity on BCP number one. I understand that this includes support for the Calibrant program for the community college empowerment program, staff needed to carry that out. And I'm just curious to know how this connects to the Calibrant equity framework. I know we have $500,000 in the budget to begin preparing for that. And I'm assuming that it will be the next BCP cycle if the legislature and the governor will appropriate the funds needed that we will be then going for that. Is that right? Am I getting the?
Yeah, for the community college empowerment program, the timing of that when the program came into place with the 21-22 budget process, we had to implement that right away. Yeah, and then the BCP process doesn't allow us to have positions until the next following year. Right. So we employed limited term positions to help really in our call center so that we can fill the calls because the community college empowerment program had close to 180,000 award offers. So that was additional 180,000 community college students calling our call center, and then also our trainers providing that training to the 115 community colleges. So this is really sustainability of the program and sustainability of being able to provide the service to our students and schools. Not for the enrichment positions. The ask is to turn them into permanent positions. So we will continue to provide that service for us.
And if I could just add on to that comment from Kay, there's also a need for, as you think about the Calibrant equity framework and the adoption, while we were very grateful, and I'll cover this in my budget update later, to receive that $500,000 one-time appropriation to support the transition, that candidly had not been everything we requested in terms of the resources needed, even for that transition period. And before we move into that budget and academic year, we're actually paying out the first round of Calibrant 2 and Calibrant 4 awards. And in addition to managing that increased volume of Calibrant caseload, or really our students that we're serving through the community college entitlement, we know that going into that 23-24 cycle, as students are applying for financial aid for the first time, for that 24-25 year when they've received the first Calibrant 2 and Calibrant 4, as we move forward with that, there'll be a need for a lot of conversation with our financial aid administrators, other practitioners, counselors around what the new system is and how to communicate that with students. So while the grant costs don't really hit until the 24-25 year, we know there's a significant workload ongoing that we need to address, but also one time for that transition period, as we're trying to make sure our materials are updated and the field is prepared to make this really significant pivot in how we do financial.
All right, Commissioner Gary and then Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yeah, so my question, I know in best case scenario, wonderful world, you'll get everything that you're asking for. I know likelihood of that happening is pretty unlikely. So I was wondering, when you're presenting these, do you present them in an order of prioritization? And if so, how are you prioritizing and what is being prioritized out of these things?
Do you want to take that, Jake, or do you want me to?
If you'd like to start.
We talk a lot about that, but it's kind of like, once you prioritize, then, you've kind of given up your hand. And so, we definitely get to that point, but we don't start there. And, it's not something that we, lay out publicly at this stage of the process. But once pushed, then, and having a conversation with the Department of Finance, those are the kinds of discussions and negotiations that take place.
I'll just add from a process standpoint, we do get multiple cracks at the apple. So we submit this fall package of the budget proposal. And then after we see what the governor releases in the January budget, we'll listen for where the administration is, where there's perhaps an opportunity to do more education around what our needs are, and then pursue that through reconsideration or through what's called the spring finance letter process, which is essentially another round of submissions to the Department of Finance that takes place after the January budget, but before that May revision comes out, where hopefully we see the administration, if they haven't already included all this in the January budget, which our folks at Finance are watching, I hope that we won't need to put in a reconsideration. But if that's the case and we don't quite get everything, hopefully you then see additional resources allocated in the May revision. And that's actually what happened this last year. We'll talk more about where that all landed, but we did see some further investment and further staff positions provided in May after we had some further dialogue with the administration around where we're going to key gaps to address.
All right, Commissioner Rodriguez?
Thank you. Yesterday at the CIO committee, we were talking about the need for more staff capacity and expanding that because we need more boots on the ground. So I completely understand the need for support. Just very practically, do we have the office space soon? The 17 extenders.
Yeah, I want to keep on track, but I'll jump in first. So we're in a hybrid environment, and if you walk through our new building, great, the open space. And so, like much of the state agencies, we've pivoted to a hybrid hoteling space. So in terms of physical space and work location, we have the capacity, and we also have the capacity with IT and other resources back then, whatever they need.
Please, Commissioner Bryan.
Yeah, I have a question on the first one and kind of a comment on the fourth one, but on basically number one, I'm very strongly supportive of this, and happy to make the motion and second it with that kind of comment, but I pretty much know the answer to this. I just kind of want to put you on record as saying it. So these are all for workload for programs that have already been enacted. Correct. And so there's this attitude when you take budget requests to the legislature and administration of, oh, is this optional? Are you asking for funding to start a brand new, middle class scholarship, or a brand new Calibrant student development program, right? And I just wanted to confirm with you and make sure that we all emphasize and understand that the workload here is not optional. The work is going to happen one way or another. But if the legislature, the administration want it done, we like to say with fidelity. If they want it done with fidelity, proper oversight, proper administration, not to mention reducing burnout, among the staff here at the commission have already had a lot of work on their plates, then adding these positions in capacity should not be seen as an option that we did. So just confirming that with you. And then on the number 4 on the SEER, I actually really like the idea of converting it to an annual survey because it seems to me that that will help institutionalize it further and build more support. And speaking, with my segment hat on here, at the community colleges where we really historically had trouble getting those response rates up, I think having it become sort of this annual tradition will help us get those response rates up and allow us from the system office to communicate that down to our campuses, the importance of doing this. So just want to urge you to partner with us at the system office on that if this does move forward and see if it becomes an annual process, because we can help get those response rates up. It's very important to us.
I'll just briefly comment that yes, you are correct, Commissioner O'Brien. These are existing workloads that for us to really achieve the results that we want to see for California students, to provide continued high quality service for institutional partners, local education agencies. These are the resources that we're identifying as necessary there. I know several of you have heard me point this piece out in terms of the one-time programs that we're administering at CSAC. As we've seen over the past several years, there's this increasing preference towards investing in one-time programs that have very long tails and very long runways. Two of the programs for which we've already hired limited term staff, particularly in that first PCP, are programs with 9-year implementation horizons. Now the Golden State Teacher Grant Program, and we'll talk about the changes in the budget update, that runway for that program actually has been extended by 3 years. So we're now talking about from start to finish a 12-year program runway in terms of the tracking of student compliance with their service requirement. So when you think about hiring limited term staff that you can retain for up to two years, if you do the extension after the first year, we're going to be seeing a lot of churn and turnover, retraining of staff at a time when we know the program guidelines will hopefully not continue to change. And really, it makes much more sense to retain staff who have that expertise and give them the opportunity to see those programs through. So that is another piece of that existing workload challenge and why limited term positions don't really seem to reflect what we're doing with these semi-permanent investments.
Other questions from commissioners? Please.
Just a comment. The only thing I would say, and it was mentioned by Executive Director yesterday with if we go to an annual of the SEERs, we've got to get coordinated with the segments. We've got to really make sure that we're not over surveying students, and that's both the responsibility of CSAC as well as partners in the segment. So that's a two-way thing, but I think it's a really important issue because lots of people are very interested in this and want to get the best data that we possibly can.
Please, Commissioner Brown.
I just want to make an observation, and I'm trying to understand how the legislature sends us programs to run, but we have to ask for staff positions to run them. Like this is maybe just kind of. I've worked in the legislature for a year, but it's been a long time. I understand like logically how this works. Like what is the? And I have to say this because it doesn't make sense to me that the legislature and governor would create a series of great programs. I think they're fantastic, but not conceive that they have to build in costs to administer the program. So does that conversation happen? Do they, in their protocols or procedures, think, all right, we're going to go ahead and initiate this $500 million series of $500 million programs? Maybe we should think about who's going to run it. And then they have a conversation with the agency they want to delegate this work to. And there's a dialogue and some sort of resolution on this at the front end, not a year, maybe a year later. So I'm just curious what are people thinking as this process unfolds, and why are we put in a position to have to ask for staffing to administer the program? And I don't even know if this. I mean, I trust your assessment of it, but I feel like this just feels smaller than I would think we would ask for. Just because I'm thinking of how much like funders give nonprofits, for example, and their direct costs that you charge off the top for programmatic operational needs, like 2%, 3%, and this is not even like close to that in terms of the amount we're asking for. So just an opportunity for me to be educated on how, the inner workings of Sacramento policy. Please.
I think this is a question for me, probably. So, Commissioner, no, I think it's a really good point that you raised, and I'm glad we have the opportunity to address this. And first, of course, we're very grateful to the governor and to the legislature for their focus on affordability and on creating these programs that do address some needs that we haven't addressed through our landmark programs, or help us further the impact of those programs. And in a few instances, they have, as they've created these programs, set aside administrative funding and resources to support those programs. When you think of those $4,500 million programs, for example. Unfortunately, that did not come with staff authority for the permanent staff, as I was just kind of noting with those two programs with the long runways. So we're allowed to hire these 2-year at a time employees for those programs, but we don't have the ability to retain them past that. More broadly, though, I think there has not, perhaps in that short period of time after funding was made available from the federal government in 2021 and until the enactment of that budget in the 2021-22 budget cycle, I don't know that there was as full a conversation around how that workload, when it is all impacting one agency at the same time, is taken together, particularly as you look toward the really large expansions to Calibrant and middle class scholarship that did not come with any administrative funding or with any staff positions. So this past year, we did see legislative bill analyses that were really asking the question, is CSAC the right entity to administer this? Is this solving a new problem? Or is this a secondary program that's trying to address an issue that we maybe already have a program that's responding to? So we actually saw quite a narrowing of what the legislative proposals look like this year, because I think there's a growing recognition amongst the staff who look at these issues really closely that we've just put a lot of new programs out there. We should see how these go and what refinements are needed to address issues that we know are really impacting students or impacting our schools. I think a good example of that, we'll talk about later, is the Golden State Teacher Grant Program, where the budget made several modifications to that program, rather than sending us 2 new programs to administer on top of it, which had been some of the conversation earlier in the year. The other part, of course, that I kind of noted in the meeting in June was, we're victims of our own success sometimes. And we did hear, oh, well, CSAC has just been so good at implementing these new programs. We want to send you more. And, the spoiler for the update later is we did not get that legal aid repayment program. That was not included in the budget. But I think there's an element of that too, that the commission has been able to turn around these very ambitious implementation runways and make changes to Calibrant within, a series of 3 to 4 months in time for the next academic year. And that, of course, all starts to snowball into what becomes a compounded workload and staffing issue as you think about all of those investments and changes impacting the same staff at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate kind of needing to recognize like how ambitious and visionary and fantastic these programs are. I imagine they want to do what we want to do, which is to implement them right with fidelity and carry them out for the same altruistic policy we want to, which would mean that as much as we appreciate the vision and the money, that staffing would come with it in service to that vision, right? And what I'm hearing from you is that there is not really a kind of a regular or a policy or protocol to incorporate just as a function of government, as a function of budgetary policy, to incorporate staffing and overhead costs into budgeting decisions, especially where they expand programs or add programs in our state government. So I'll move the item.
Okay. Well, I just want to just because that's really an important point. And those of you who have worked in the legislative process, especially the budget process, there are a lot of decisions that get made very quickly. We're grateful that we have a really close working relationship with the Department of Finance staff. So we have been able to come back and talk about, oh, this didn't quite work out the way we anticipate or that you may have anticipated. And they've actually worked with us to make a lot of refinements. So like expanding reporting dates to align with the length of the program. Those kinds of discussions well received within finance. The challenge is this administration, as most, are looking at, we're in a really good economic time right now, but it's probably not going to last. So making a commitment to ongoing resources are heavily scrutinized. So that's why there's that propensity to provide money that would allow us to hire limited term employees. They know how important it is to stand up and implement these programs, but they're trying to mitigate against, eventual cost exposure if in fact we are facing dire economic times again. So that's really what it is. It's really watching every penny and scrutinizing every conversion from limited term to permanent. So we're trying to make the case that, and David's description of, yes, we know we've been doing it, but we want to mitigate risk of not having something significant fall through the cracks and then end up hurting students.
And then also part of the staff's job is to remind them constantly that we need administrative support. If you're going to give us this program, I'm sure you've said that many times. and there's an ingrained bias, I think, among legislative staff that any agency is asking for far more than they need. We're not going to, give them everything they want. And it gets into, again, negotiation. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, but there's a culture out there. And this is part of the culture. They know there's administrative cost. They never ignore that in terms of if they're not going to give it, they do it usually probably because there's 5 other programs. They got to give some over here to health and some over here to something else. And they're going to say, we'll squeeze them this year, but maybe we'll give them more next year. And now we're back to next year and we're fighting it out again. But that's part, you do remind them, don't you?
Regularly, and in a few different venues, in the budget conversations, of course, and then the other place that we have an opportunity to do that on the legislative front is through fiscal analyses that take place when bills are going to the appropriations committee. We're asked to weigh in, of course, when there's any program that CSAC would be asked to administer, and that's another opportunity for us to document, publicize what we're saying the costs are, so that we could be on record as saying, well, we told you it was going to cost X. We received Y. That is why we were coming back to request Z in the next budget year, because we did not get everything that we've been asking for. And it is a ongoing process because they are very prone to what feels like lowball us sometimes on the numbers that we're.
And have we ever taken a position on a bill at least that says we're not ready to support the bill yet unless we get administrative support?
We haven't formally adopted like a supportive amended position. We have remained neutral on legislation that would charge us with programs and been very vocal about program redundancy, program duplication, costs. A few of the bills we walked through yesterday are some bills where we thought, we maybe just did a work group around college affordability. We don't know if it's time for us to do another one right now. Here's how much it would cost if you really want us to do that. So we are trying to weigh in early and often as it relates to the staffing resources necessary for me to.
So, I did see that hand raise earlier, so if you have a public comment, you want to go ahead and raise your hand now so we can over Zoom, and we can call on you, and while you get prepared to do that, I don't know if it's not supposed to question, but I just have a comment. And I know when I worked with and connected with the state of Louisiana and the state of Tennessee, when they pushed FAFSA for all, there was that umbrella of, we want to do what's best for our students in Louisiana or in Tennessee. That was the ultimate goal. But then, when you talk to the State Department or the people that are behind the scenes in the financial piece, it was not only the push for a stronger workforce, educated workforce, especially in Tennessee, that was just needed because people were not bringing their businesses to that state because if they weren't in the educated workforce. But the part 2 was a major fiscal impact, especially with federal dollars. And so I'm sure Patrick probably is working on something that's going to show just enough amount of Pell Grant money with like FAFSA for all will bring into the state. And I know between Commissioner Rodriguez and myself, our county alone will exceed that $4 million in Pell, right? If we can get those FAFSA numbers at that 70% mark. And so I don't know if that's just something to look at because that's federal dollars, not what's already here, bringing in, and whether they're paying institutional costs or housing, or they're buying a device at the store because being the laptop, that's money you could think about it. So there was just something for us to look at to feel the return on investment of, we have $4 million, but we just brought in Riverside County alone, no pressure, Commissioner Rodriguez, We've been in San Bernardino, Riverside County, we just brought in $15 million of help, right? Like that's how I'm thinking. So anyways, this is the comment there. I do want to go to, did we have any public comment? Anyone raise their hand? If so, and if you can please state your name and your affiliation or association. Okay, I don't hear any. We'll go ahead and go Commissioner Rodriguez.
Just one last comment, just anecdotally wanted to share, so recently, and I'm sure with other commissioners that went through my Senate confirmation. And one of the questions that at the time I got was around cybersecurity. And this happened to be a very important item for the people that were on the other side of the table. And so I'm glad to see that. Because basically addresses the cybersecurity. Anyway, just want to highlight that. Thank you for
We don't have any public comment, and so we're gonna go ahead. We do have a motion, Commissioner No, to move the consideration for BPPs. Do we have a second? Commissioner Valentine and Commissioner Day have seconds, so we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Day,
Aye.
Commissioner Dopplemore,
Aye.
Commissioner Dow,
Aye.
Commissioner Gary,
Aye.
Commissioner Gia.
Aye.
Commissioner Maxey,
Aye.
Commissioner Mayor,
Aye.
Commissioner No,
Aye.
Commissioner Nee,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Takagi, Commissioner Valladolid,
Aye.
Chair Fuentes. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, so I know our next item is number 9. Consideration to approve the proposed amendments for the California Community College Expanded Entitlement Program, section 30023 and 30026 of the Title 5 of the CCR. This is an action item. I know Kay, you're staying with us, and then Mark Paxton, our acting general counsel from the executive office, will be joining us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Paxton, your acting general counsel for about 3 more weeks. This item, in 2021, as you know, the Community College Expanded Entitlement Program was established to provide community college students with greater access to Calibrant awards. In addition to that program, in connection with Calibrant, CSAC has the authority to establish a grace period for students to submit their GPA after the FAFSA data deadline for their particular program. And the regulation that does so did not include this program. So this regulation amendment, proposed amendment, simply adds this program to the grace period regulation, provides a grace period for the program so that it's there and it's in law, and students in the program will be aware of it. It also adds a reference to this program in the regulation section that talks about reestablishing the GPA. So that's basically it in a nutshell. It's a permanent rulemaking, not an emergency rulemaking. So assuming commission approval, next week we will submit the proposed regulations with supporting documents to OAL. There will be a 45-day public comment period after that. If there are substantive changes to the regulations resulting from the public comment period, then we would have to bring that back to the commission for approval. Assuming there aren't, after the public comment period is over, we submit the package with some additional supporting documents to OAL for final approval. They have 30 working days to review. Sometimes there's some back and forth to address issues that they have. Again, if they want some changes that are substantive, we have to bring them back. But as long as changes are non-substantive or minimal, then we wouldn't bring it back to the commission. So that's basically the process. If everything goes according to plan, these could be in effect. So staff recommends that the commission adopt the proposed amended regulations and authorize staff to complete the regulatory process, including opening the 45-day public comment period, preparing and submitting all required documents to OAL, and making any non-substantive changes to regulations and supporting documentation requested by OAL. There's a resolution 2204 in the packet that memorializes this action if the commission takes it, and includes appropriate delegation to the executive directors to take all the steps needed to see this package briefly and accept and close the substance. So with that, there are no questions.
Commissioner No?
Well, thank you for all the hard work on this. Is the grace period a statutory provision, or is that something we are
The statute authorizes CSAC to establish a grace period, and the regulation, which has been in place, I'm not sure for how long, is the grace period that CSAC has established for different programs. And just the way it was worded, it didn't, we couldn't figure out a way to plug this new program into it, so we needed to.
For the high school entitlement, the grace period for APK is 75 days, and the competitive program is 20 days. And so when the community college and pilot program back in 21-22, it was not part of that regulation. So this is just to add that students who are part of the September community college GPA window, they would have additional 20 days to submit a late GPA as well. So I guess my question is geared around the practicality of these proxy GPAs, the SAT, ACT scores. Like, do those tests get offered in that 20-day window if they happen to not be able to provide it? Does a 20-day grace period make sense for these students? And I'm sure you all thought about this. I just want to kind of flush that out and get your thinking around this, whether or not those, well, I guess I'll call it proxy GPAs, but the substitutes or the GED, ACT, FAT scores, how realistic is it, practical is it for those folks who can't get their GPAs to CSAC in that period, and what your rationale is behind that those number of days for this period? Yeah, so for the high school entitlement, the reason why it's 75 days is the factor that we provide for students who may be not going to traditional K-12 pathway. And so we do accept FAT, GED, get test scores and move to GPA, and that's why they have the 75-day window. These are, I graduated high school seniors. But for the community college entitlement, they have to actually provide a community college GPA. And so there isn't a substitute test score that they can provide in the same way that high school kids, because for the high school entitlement, you have to provide a high school GPA. In the community college, you can provide a high school GPA, but the majority of students who are attending the community college have to provide a community college GPA, which is the GPA that is more than 24 units of community college. And so has a 20-day grace period kind of been working out? Okay, there's been, how many people are we, yes, do you find that the grace period is supported by your experience dealing with these applicants? It's hard to say for this one because we've not had a grace period. Yeah. We kind of, for the high school entitlement, we get about on average 1,500 APK appeals for the high school entitlement window. That's a 75-day grace period. For the community college empowerment, if a GPA is missing, we often will work directly with the community college and see if we can just make sure that the student is part of that GPA file. This is formally to allow a student to feel on their own behalf. So we haven't had a historical data showing what GPA skills. For the September 2nd community college empowerment. But the most of it has been we've been working directly with the community college with our GPA. Is there like a strong do you feel about how necessary is this 20-day grace period? I'm just thinking of barriers we put, that we have a barrier here, right? And we're creating this barrier. And it's a 20-day barrier. I'm trying to figure out whether that's a reasonable barrier based on your experience. I know it's a new kind of a new data set, but I'm just wondering whether that should be a longer grace period, and if we are authorized to ask for a longer period or offer one. And I want to kind of reconcile those thoughts with your experience, with the agency's experience. I think the closest one would be the prior September 2nd competitive program, which is impacting the same group of students with new college students. And we typically did not get community GPA deals for the September 2nd And partially, I think, actually primarily is because we get, the bulk of the GPA from the college themselves, through a data upload. And they do a pretty good job of getting capturing every single student. But it's just the appeal processes in place, just in case that student wasn't. We don't get a whole lot of GPA appeals in the entire.
So, yeah.
We have a motion from Commissioner Dow and a second. Okay, we will have Commissioner Dow and then Commissioner Garrett, please.
Just sort of follow up with those line of questioning. If we determine 20 days doesn't work, how easy is it for us to alter that date to do more time? We have to go through this again.
You know, there is precedent for a 20-day grace period that is already in the regulation for the competitive program. So again, 20 days is not unheard of for this aspect of the program.
Commissioner Dow and then.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand the program. So this is regarding the change that took place in the budget that would allow community college students who are more than 1 year out of high school to be eligible for the entitlement, the Calibrant entitlement. So for new community college students, I'm a community college student. I've been out 6 years. I want to enroll for the fall. What GPA do I have to produce? Or do I? What are?
At that point, you can produce 3 types of GPA. You can produce your high school GPA, which would be 6 years out of high school. You would have to go back to your high school and ask them, please, send my GPA to the city commission. If you have 24 or more units out of community college, your community college will send that GPA. Or if you have 16 to 23 units out of community college, you can submit a reestablished GPA.
And if I have, you know, I'm 20 years out, I have none of that. Or I was I was educated in another country.
I don't believe the regulations allow for yeah. So
And do those students have a 75-day grace?
where the grace period doesn't exist right now, and so the regulatory recommendations is to essentially see this portion of the regulation to include the community college and college program in the grace period, and we're recommending 20 days.
But I'm saying for the new one, for the new community college student, you're saying they don't have a grace?
They don't have a grace in the regulations.
But wouldn't they need that longer grace if they're able to go back to the high school GPA? Because again, if I'm 20, I'm just saying, if I'm 20 years out, I've never been to community college and I want to go back to upskill. I would only have 20 days to figure something out.
20 days past the application date.
Past the application date. Okay.
So if you miss the September 2nd deadline, for whatever reason, you have 20 days to appeal. Or we can consider your GPA.
Got it. Okay. So it's both for that first incoming community college student as well as existing community college students who weren't entering when the entitlement was in place.
Yeah, the first, the new community college students, the first time you have the incoming freshmen,
Right.
they would actually part of that high school entitlement.
Right.
Program, which gives them the 75.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Okay, got it. So they're part of the 75,
Correct.
but if I'm already in the system, then I get the 20, if I haven't.
And then just to also know, the high school entitlement, you have the March 2nd GPA, and the community college entitlement at September 2nd. So it's a much longer period to get the GPA.
Okay, I appreciate it. I was just making sure I
Yeah,
understood.
there's
Okay.
always differences between the programs.
Thank you for being
here.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners?
I was wondering, was it happening, so you were having to street was also different from your college business?
So if you're duly enrolled as a high school student, we would consider you a high school entitlement, so a high school graduate, so you would go down a high school entitlement pathway. And that seems to be a growing, trend. A lot of students are, yeah, you know, so that's a question, that we have been getting a lot from the K-12, especially in terms of how do we calculate the Calibrant GPA for high school students and also moving forward that knowledge. And so that is something we are addressing, as well, because the GPA is clearly defined in the statute, and so we're finding a lot of different unique situations where we're having to take a look at that. But for your particular situation where they are doing both, they will be going out of high school and part of
Great question. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we already have a motion and a second, so I will ask if, Gloria can please help us, with the roll call vote.
Commissioner Day,
Aye.
Commissioner Dopplemore.
Aye.
Commissioner Dow,
Aye.
Commissioner Gary,
Aye.
Commissioner Gion.
Aye.
Commissioner Maxey,
Aye.
Commissioner Mayor,
Aye.
Commissioner No, Commissioner Neese,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Takagi. Commissioner Valladolid,
Aye.
Chair Saputo.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and do item 10 and 11, and then we'll take a quick break as well. I know we were getting ready for a little 10-minute break. We'll go ahead and move to item number 10, announcement of the opening of nominations for our 2023 commission officers. And I'll hand it over to Mark.
Thank you. The commission's policies and procedures provide that at the last meeting of the calendar year, the commission elect new officers for the following year. So the next commission meeting is November 30th and December 1st, and now is the time when we open up the field for nominations for the officers, chair, vice chair, and secretary. And the nominations need to be submitted at least 15 days before that meeting, so by November 16th. And we ask that if you would like to, the commissioner would like to nominate someone for one of those offices, to do so by emailing the general counsel. And just to, make sure that nothing gets lost. As we transition back to Julia when she comes back, I suggest that you email both myself and Julia. And I've asked Gloria to send you an email later today that includes both of our email addresses. So that's basically it with the nomination of officers.
Any questions or comments?
Can you remind us of how many times a person can serve in that capacity?
It's a good question. We'll look it up and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
I don't think there's a term.
I don't think there is either. I think that the officers, as long as they want to serve and they're nominated, I think that should be fun. But thank you, Commissioner.
Do we have any public comment on item number 10? Jonathan, do you see no public comment? Okay, all right, I just encourage, I'm honored, I know Deborah can say the same thing, I know Charles is, but we have officers, but we are one commission, you all know that, it isn't titled what we all lead together, we don't make decisions in isolation, but I definitely encourage if you're interested, please nominate yourselves or someone else, and we're gonna work hard no matter what, it doesn't matter who sits here, or if we work together, so I just want to encourage that, I believe that I'm always big on it, a title, it's important, but and here we're all the same passion for students, so just encourage you to continue to, if you're interested as well. All right, perfect. Item number 11. Thank you.
Item 11, presentation of the proposed 2023 commission meeting calendar. So you have before you the proposed calendar for next week's commission meeting. We will bring this back to you in December for final approval. We've ensured that the dates that have been selected do not conflict with any of the 2023 meetings of the Regents of the University of California, the trustees of the California State University, and the Board of Governors of California Community Colleges. In addition, we made an adjustment to the calendar to convene the commission meeting for July after the budget is signed, because the June meeting was too early to give you all of the details. So therefore, we recommend that we move and adjust that to July, later in July. So we're proposing for that meeting July 27th.
Please, Commissioner Judge.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. The tradition has been we meet in June, late June, kind of know what's going on. We don't know the final budget, of course. But if you meet in July, you really stretch the commission meetings apart from the previous meeting would have been in March 8th and 9th. So you're going to like a 17-week spread between full commission meetings. And then a 2-month spread between the next one. So you got a long one and a little short one. We're trying to have symmetry to some degree. But is it really, I mean, tell me the advantages of waiting till middle of July when many of us are going to be on vacation, not me, but you know, so tell me again why this is a major change for our traditional calendar.
It really is to coincide with the budget actions. Normally, we do have a pretty good sense of what's going to be in the budget as it pertains to our work by our June meeting, but it's not definitive until after the budget. Some years it's even less definitive than others. So it was just really to accommodate the budget actions. And you're right, we were looking at the time between each of the meetings. We do have the May revised teleconference meeting, or now Zoom meeting.
But that's not all the committees. It's just a
Yeah, it's
phone
only
call
the-
on the budget.
Yeah,
and that's it.
exactly.
Not a meeting.
So I think that's it. I mean, you raise a good point. That was simply the rationale behind it.
Well, also, I remember budgets going till September some years. I mean, we don't always get the budget done by June 30th, July 1. And so we're now kind of restructuring our whole life to accommodate a hopeful. And do we get that much more value out of waiting for July? I don't know. If you judge that, that's the case. Otherwise, I'm reading that question.
There's a proposed calendar so that we can have the discussion.
Well, I guess at this point, what we might do is just leave it open and have you come back. And I don't want it to seem like we've approved this schedule as of this passing it by, and kind of reflect a little bit more. And for other folks, you folks who might be planning July, as we traditionally have, being out of here, give the input to Marlene or whoever, Catalina. And but otherwise the schedule is pretty much the same, and it doesn't say anything about meeting in San Diego or wherever we're gonna. Are you planning on having a meeting outside of Rancho Cordova? Oh, yeah.
That's usually something that's discussed. It's not part of the official calendar, but the retreat is the dates, but the location is then something that you negotiate and would discuss at your November meeting. The location of the retreat.
Yeah, and it would normally then be at the July meeting. Is that usually at the June meeting?
Right,
That
so
would
then
also
July would be the
Okay.
retreat meeting, right? So that would just simply be,
Okay.
so, yeah, I think that's a fair question, and it's for you to consider what you think, would make most sense. Yeah, Commissioner Day?
And Kelly, please double check me on this, but I think that May meeting is the Friday of Memorial Day weekend.
It's the Thursday.
Thursday?
That's
That's what I say, double check this, but I read Friday. So again, I could be wrong, but just FYI, as we think about this.
The May is, 26th of May is a Friday.
Yeah,
It is Memorial Day weekend, yeah. You're right.
takes a village, so I need everybody to take a look. All right.
On my calendar.
I love that you have the calendar.
Oh, hey,
That's
I come
fantastic.
prepared.
Sweet time.
Can I just-
That was impressive. Very impressive.
With all the holidays on it,
Yeah,
right?
right. A nice animal picture.
We are shared right now. This is part of, this is not real voting, this is it. This is the discussion. Let's bring what else. And then we'll go back and take a look at dates and see what we can do.
Sure, can I?
I'll go, please.
Can I just offer, I mean, I think one thing that's been helpful that I think we did a couple of times this year is if there was an item that really needed commission action, like a regulation or something, we could add that to one of the budget, one of the January or the May meetings, recognizing those are intentionally designed to be short meetings, we don't want to keep people all day, but as long as that option is still open, the commission needs to vote on something, so that can be tacked onto one of those calendars if needed. I would say that for me, that alleviates a little bit of the concern of the wall.
My,
Please, Commissioner, Dunn.
my only question was about, is there any overlap on these meetings with the other governing boards? Is that what you said? No, so not, okay.
Other, questions, please, Commissioner Now.
Yeah, I don't, I'm open on the July, June issue. I think the rationale is to move it to July to get a better distance and assessment of the budget. If I'm hearing correctly, I do think that's a little late, but, you know, I'm trying to defer to staff on that and also obviously my colleagues. I wonder whether, we can take advantage of these gatherings and the presentation of all of this very, I think, useful information to parents, students, superintendents, community leaders by seeing our meetings as pulpits, and thinking about whether or not, with us being all in on financial aid, whether we target or consider the county in the state where, you know, the numbers may be lower. We may need to raise more awareness to have a meeting in that county, invite superintendents from that county out. Even just discussing the work that we're doing could be useful to kind of get out of the sucking the bubble a little bit and tell people what's going on with all these programs that we have, but especially kind of geared towards that financial aid deadline in the spring. Although I recognize that the dates here don't necessarily kind of coincide with that, but I feel like there's so much like this useful information at these meetings that more people should hear it. And I recognize this is a state agency commission meeting, anywhere in Metro Cordova, I get it. But like it's like puppies and butterflies here. You know, like I think we need to get this information out as often as we can. And I wonder whether we can build a marketing campaign around just being present in a county or counties which may have maybe lagging behind on the all-in campaign, thinking ahead to the next financial deadline. And also just thinking about ways to engage, you know, community partners, including governments, school districts, county cities, whatnot, on other things. There's cost of living, housing, transportation issues, food security, insecurity, and building work around that as well, maybe gearing committee meetings to some of those conversations when we're in a particular place. I realize it's a lot of work to kind of let everybody to away from here, but something to think about, just put out there for you all to consider, take advantage of all of this very valuable information that we're just used to hearing, maybe taking for granted, about how helpful it is to a lot of people that we want to help. So otherwise, I'm flexible on this calendar.
And I know our executive director is gonna definitely respond, but I think what there's exactly what Commissioner Noah is for sure. You know, we do one meeting someplace else, right? And I know it is work on the team to bring all of this and sound and this and to go to different locations. But we were saying that when we do look at that, let's really be intentional on where we go and target and build in opportunities to do other partnerships, networking, visits, school visit maybe. So get ready, I might need you there all day. When the day might be 3 days, but even just an evening opportunity, I think it's important to hear from them and do that. And I know we've been doing it in different opportunities when we can, and we go support an event. I know Commissioner Maxey goes to a lot of events as well, but maybe as a full team, having them come and just be there. So definitely thank you for sharing that. I'll let our executive director share some ideas and then Commissioner Dow.
So yeah, just to underscore that, it is immensely valuable to at least once a year get out into the field. And that has been the practice prior to the pandemic. So what I would recommend to the commission is that you think about those locations. let the lobbying start. And then in November, this will be an item on the agenda for us to determine. I think what you should consider is if there's an anchor university in that area or a K-12 institution that would like to be, co-host with us in terms of facilities, because we do need a facility. And I think that it's a great opportunity to invite individuals from that locale to come present to the commission on, what their view of the affordability efforts look like in their communities, and especially the All-In campaign and initiative. So I think absolutely. So, but for today's item, I've noted down that we're still considering July or June for the retreat, the annual retreat. And we'll make sure that we come up with a proper date that doesn't conflict with other governing board meetings. Now for the May revise, the shortened meeting, we have it noted as May 26th, which is the Friday right before Memorial Weekend. So what I would ask you to consider is whether we make it for Thursday, the 25th, or make it the prior week, May 19th, which would be Friday. And that gives Jake and his team just minimal time to do an analysis of the May revise. So I'm guessing Jay would recommend. What would you recommend?
I think I could provide you a more thorough update on the May revision, not on the 19th.
So recommendation May 25th on Thursday, and then and then comments and ideas about whether or not we do the June retreat or the July retreat. But it is important for us to think about who would be our anchor co-host.
Yeah, I had a question about, or just a request of the commission as we come back at our next meeting to think about where we might want to host a meeting. I know you had mentioned in your presentation on All-In for financial aid that there are regions that you want to target that have low uptake. It would be great to be in one of those regions where we invite some of the superintendents and stakeholders maybe to join us for a dinner and have some, unstructured time together and then, bring them in the next day. So I don't know what those regions are, but it would be helpful maybe to get a listing of like, this is a really hot spot. So that maybe it's not in any of our backyards, but it would make
I would have to say.
it may not be in our backyards, but it may be worth us going out there and saying you're important to us and we're here. So I think that would be helpful. My second question was, I'm new to the commission, and so just wanting to understand the timing of having a retreat in July, and if that, just given, I feel like this meeting in September is really important as you're talking about BCP, ledge agenda for the next year. The fall always seems prime for those discussions. So just wondering what the thinking is for the summer retreat time.
The summer retreat normally has been used as a time to kind of reflect on the past year's activities, mostly the academic year. And to also look at what our priorities are going to be for the upcoming year and to really sharpen the focus. Things happen and to really uplift a lot of the specific activities that we think are going to be critical for the staff and the commission to focus on. So it's really that conversation. And it does help inform the BCP process because that should help guide us. And it certainly helps inform my goal setting for the year. And
and does it make sense to push it more into the fall, or do you feel July is the right time?
Earlier is better.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
July or June, whatever works for all of you. But no, once we're into the fall, we're into major, implementation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Doppelbaum and Commissioner Dion.
Yes, I just wanted to say as a community liaison, we do have an opportunity to get outside of the Sacramento area and just take advantage of some of the events that are taking place, whether that is a college expo, right? Sharing some of those events that our different segments are having, the community college, the UCs, as well as the Cal State. There are events that are taking place even like at the high school level. So some of those workshops that are in person where you have the opportunity to connect with students as well as the parents to kind of do that marketing to kind of help answer some of those questions that they have. So when there are events that are out there and if they're posted throughout the community or a member of the commission that is hosting or partnering with some of those agencies to kind of get the message out there, please, partner. And let's double up. I know the Commissioner Maxey as well as Chair Cifuentes, have come out, to the area to just kind of, to provide that in-person support to kind of help address this, the questions like, how do I afford college? And even in some of those underserved communities, it's not just like, how do I go, but it's like, how do I afford to go to college? So yes, absolutely, Commissioner No, you will be on my invites list to come and partner, with me down in SoCal. So I just would like to say there is great opportunity around, and all you got to do is just pull up the calendar, not not a hard copy calendar, but a digital calendar, and just to see what type of events that are already out there. I know we have a lot of, we have a list of, from BCPs to programs, from workshops. We have so many things that are out there. And I agree, let's not spin our wheels with trying to invent new programs. Let's look at existing programs and our partners that are already out there in the communities that are doing the work, because we're all in it together. And let's identify those additional partners that we also need to bring into those spaces. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what you're sharing is, we don't have to wait for the community to go on.
No, we don't have to. Upcoming dates, soon to come. I'll send you guys a save the date, and you can come on down to SoCal, see some of the efforts that we're doing out there.
Thank you. Commissioner Young.
Okay, also I wanted to give Commissioner No an anecdotal historical perspective on your point, which is well made, because we did have a meeting in 2015, I believe, at the University of Redlands. And at that point, we had a young counselor from the district area come make a presentation. Her name was Catalina Fuentes. And look at the resources. So yeah, so you have, you're right. We have examples we can give. Yeah.
It was awesome. I remember after that presentation, I'm like, I think it was too much. They were like, oh God, they're probably thinking, oh my God, what is she gonna do? But I think, no, thanks for bringing it up. It was an amazing opportunity, because I'd always make my little list of like, why can't we just do that? Why can't we just do that? And here we are. So now, thank you. I think those are all great points. And I think, you know what? You brought up a great point when you got more. I take for granted that I do get to work. I'm with students and families all the time in my jobs. I get to be here, and then tomorrow I'm at a school district all day. And I get those opportunities, interactions. And so I think ensuring all of us get those opportunities. And I think one of the biggest things is we never want to go in with full pressure. We have jobs and commitments. And so if you can't, you can't, you have another job and families. But if we can present those opportunities even more, and we've tried to do that, I think that would help as well to get to be out there. So I thank you for reminding me. Back.
Well,
Like, and then we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. All right, okay. Any other final questions or comments about the date? So we got a list of considerations. I didn't see any public comment, but do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, all right, so we will definitely revisit our calendar. And I do want to say Mark confirmed that there's no term limit for anyone to serve in the different type of roles for chair, vice chair, and secretary. So there's no limit there. And I did want to say thank you to Mark. Please make sure throughout sometime today you thank him for really coming in and supporting us through everything. And I'm giving our love to Julia as well, but definitely want to say thank you to him for everything you've been doing for us. Thank you. Okay, with that, I know we need a quick 10-minute break. It's 11:05, so we'll go ahead and come back at 11:15 so we can take a quick rest and break. All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and come back together to do item number 12 and 13 before we break for lunch. So we'll go ahead and start with 12. Update on our 2022-2023 state budget, and this is an informational item we will receive from Jake Britton, our Deputy Director of Policy and Public Affairs Division.
Well, good morning again, Commissioners. I'm pleased to share with you the final report on what happened with the 22-23 state budget. You remember for our past meeting at the end of June, we were still waiting with bated breath on what was going to happen. I was anxiously checking my phone every few minutes for an update about trailer bill and what was happening with Calibrant reform. So you've all seen a lot of this news already, but this is an opportunity for me to just briefly refresh your memory on what happened in that budget that was really agreed upon really right at the end of the June month, and give a few very short updates on some of the next steps as we look toward implementing these various new investments and policy changes that were enacted in the state budget. So with that, I'm going to just dive right into the update here with, and there will be some top line numbers I'll share at the end of the presentation, but we want to start with what's been one of the main attractions for us in the budget conversations we've had really now over several years at the commission, predating my joining the commission, around Contract reform and how we would remove the barriers that still exist and what is the nation's most generous financial aid program administered by a state, but still leaves out thousands of students every year due to factors outside of their financial needs. So I'm very pleased to share again that the 22-23 state budget did include the policy framework behind Calibrant reform and the legislation that the commission had co-sponsored with our student associations we will hear from this afternoon, as well as the Campaign for College Opportunity in Unite LA. That Calibrant equity framework is where we've been calling it. I'll give you a very short refresher on the next slide. The policy framework was included in the budget. It also came with, and Marlene alluded to this earlier in her comments, the continued anxiety might be the word at the Department of Finance about what the future state revenues look like given economic uncertainty, some potential headwinds as you look at changes to interest rates that are taking place, and the effort federally to make sure we have a stable, predictable level of economic growth. Fear that could actually prompt a recession. So there were several programs, including Calibrant reform, that in the 22-23 state budget were adopted with a provision that they will move forward in that implementation year, which would be the 24-25 fiscal year, which you will hear sometimes referred to as budget year +2, which is if 22-23 is the budget year we're talking about, 2 fiscal years out. It included what folks have been referring to as a revenue trigger, and essentially language that says this will move forward if the multi-year revenue predictions in May of 2024 indicate that there is sufficient revenue to support this additional appropriation toward this program. Calibrant reform was one of several programs that were on that list and have that revenue trigger language included. What I'm pleased to share now is, despite that anxiety or uncertainty about future economic growth and its impact on state revenue, the Department of Finance has told us current projections do reflect sufficient revenue to move forward with Calibrant reform. And as a reminder, the cost estimated with the additional numbers of students that we would serve, the elimination of those barriers, and the movement to Calibrant 2 and 4 likely are going to be more than $300 million in the first year of implementation. So it is a significant investment, and this reflects what I've been referring to as a safety valve. That the expectation is we move forward, we prepare for reform, and rather than surprising folks in the 24-25 budget year, the Department of Finance and Legislature and the governor are saying now that they want to make sure that we do so in a way that's prudent and doesn't create any surprises for students if ultimately there isn't the revenue to support that kind of increased investment. I think the proof point for how serious this adoption of the framework is and moving forward with it are the resources that have already been appropriated to the commission, and you heard us discussing earlier today, to support the commission's implementation of Calibrant reform. Knowing that for awards that are paid to students in the 24-25 fiscal or budget year, those are students who will be applying starting October of 2023, which means really the work to start Cal Grant reform begins now. As we make changes to our grant processing system in accordance with FAFSA simplification, we also need to be prepared to start to process those students under the new Cal Grant rules. So $500,000 one time to support CSAC's administration of the reform project that were provided in this year's budget and that we can utilize now. And again, as a very short reminder, we are joined by a new commissioner at this meeting. The Cal Grant Equity Framework itself takes what are currently 8 Cal Grant programs, consolidates those into 2 that reflect the needs of students at our community colleges through a Cal Grant 2 that addresses their non-tuition expenses. And what was adopted did maintain the existing award amount that we put towards access awards, but also included a provision such that that award amount will grow over time in tandem with the changes to the California Consumer Price Index. The other Cal Grant that we would establish through the framework is the Cal Grant 4, which continues to provide full tuition coverage for 4 years of enrollment to students at our public universities or the existing award amounts for students at our eligible private institutions. And by removing barriers, increases the number of students who are eligible for both of those programs. We would, of course, continue to provide the additional $6,000 of enhanced access awards to students who qualify, whether they're student parents or foster youth. And of course, this also, as I mentioned, aligns with the changes to the FAFSA and to the move from the expected family contribution to the student aid index. That is also what drove the timetable by which we want to adopt and implement Cal Grant reform, is to leverage that new system and align state and federal policies so we can send a really clear message to students that if you're eligible, if you're under this income, you qualify for a Cal Grant, you qualify for a Cal Grant if you're one of our FAFSA. But now that's not all the Cal Grant news that was included in the budget. We, of course, also saw in this budget year significant actions to help us better serve students at our private nonprofit institutions. This included an investment toward increasing the award amount that those students can receive at one of our eligible private nonprofit institutions, taking that number up to just above $9,300, and for really nearly 30,000 students at our institutions. It also, in this budget, expanded the eligibility for the Students with Dependent Children Grant Program and the enhanced awards for foster youth students, which had previously just been available to Cal Grant recipients at our public institutions. Commissioners, you may recall, we actually discussed this at our last, it might have been the lab committee, where we had a presentation about the role of financial aid with our private nonprofit institutions. We were joined by our guest today, Alex Graves, to share that update, who addressed this issue. And we actually saw in this year's budget, removal of that barrier that kept out students at our private nonprofit institutions. Finally, there was also a modification to a requirement for the segment that they admit a defined number of students who transfer into a private nonprofit university with an associate degree for transfer. And in recognition of a good faith effort by the segment to admit those ADP students, the budget maintains and actually increased the award amount for students at the segment. That requirement continues moving forward, but becomes a proportional increase to the number of ADT students admitted by the segment that goes in tandem with the growth in the transfer students being admitted by the segment. And there is still more here in terms of the additional increased investment. This you maybe recall as my but wait, there's more part of the presentation. There, as you would recall, was a change in the 21 Budget Act that said moving into the 22-23 year, we were going to significantly revise the middle class scholarship program. Student Impact and Outreach Committee heard an update from our Deputy Director on programs to take aim about our progress in implementing this. This year's budget reflects that change. And now taking the middle class scholarship program from being focused on tuition for UC and CSU students, now being focused on total cost of attendance, and also looking at expanding the reach of the middle class scholarships program to students who are also Cal Grant recipients. So that in addition of receiving their Cal Grant, they will also qualify for middle class scholarship 2.0 award. Previously, middle class scholarship was not available to students who were Cal Grant recipients. that dramatically increases the number of students who are going to qualify for a middle class scholarship award. That number will go from less than 60,000 to more than 350,000 students at our public universities who would qualify. And in addition to the $515 million that are appropriated in this year's budget, taking us to $632 million, the budget agreement for the 22-23 year also indicated that in budget year +1, the next budget year, the next academic year, there would be an additional one-time appropriation of another $227 million that would go out to students in that award cycle through the middle class scholarship program, which again is now looking at total cost of attendance, removing the other grants that a student qualifies for, a student self-help contribution of about $7,900. And in the case of students above $100,000, an additional parental contribution. The remaining unmet need is what students qualify for. And then we assess, based on the appropriation, how much can we stretch those dollars across students proportionally to provide them with that help towards their unmet financial needs. So it is a much more expansive program in terms of the student count and the cost that we're trying to address through this program, which of course goes back to the workload conversation we had with you around our budget change proposal. And now the next piece here, there is an investment here. There's also a policy change, and I'm going to start to shift towards some policy changes that were enacted in this year's budget and are really relevant to share as we think about how we deliver on these programs. The Learning Aligned Employment Program, you'd recall, was established in the 21 Budget Act. This is the program that provides CSAC with funding that we distribute to public colleges and universities for those institutions that participate to be able to provide paid work-based learning opportunities to their students, particularly underrepresented students, and particularly paid employment opportunities in STEM fields that can lead to their full-time employment or job offers upon graduation. There was a $200 million investment in the 2021 budget, and that, as I just mentioned with middle class scholarship, where they indicated what they were going to do next year as part of the negotiation between the legislature and governor. Last year's budget had also said we're putting $200 million in for this year, and then we will do another $300 million in the next year. This year's budget follows through on that agreement, bringing us to a total of $500 million for the Learning Aligned Employment Program that has already been distributed to the participating campuses, which are 98% of all of the campuses that were eligible to participate, that stepped up and said they want to make this opportunity available to their students. There was also a small technical change so that the funds that CSAC has available for our implementation of the program will be available to us on the same time frame that it's available to our campus partners. Previously, just due to, I think it was a glitch in the language, we would have had the customary 1 year to encumber and 3 years to expend funds. This is a 9-year program duration for our campuses. We want to make sure that the student aid commission can continue to be a partner and a resource as we're helping our campuses enter into these partnerships with employers and make this available to their students. And in that experiential learning and financial support vein, there were also some very much welcomed changes to the California Dream Act Service Incentive Grant Program. This is our program that provides students previously who were Cal Grant B recipients, but that's been changed, provides our Cal Grant students who are Dream Act filers with an opportunity to offer community service in exchange for financial stipend. And this helps address not only a gap in their access to financial aid resources, but also helps provide them with an opportunity to develop their resume, develop some professional skill sets, even if it's not in an employment capacity. This program has, again, you heard some updates at the Student Impact and Outreach Committee yesterday. We've tried to this year work with the administration and the legislature to address some issues that we felt were hindering our ability to make this opportunity available to students and to make this a more viable proposition for them. First and foremost was increasing the actual award amount itself from $3,000 to $4,500 for students that complete their 300 hours of annual service. Another change that particularly affected our UC students, as I noted, you had to be a Cal Grant B recipient in order to participate in this program. At the UC, students who are Cal Grant B and Cal Grant A eligible are encouraged when they're coming as freshmen to take the Cal Grant A because it covers tuition for 4 years. Cal Grant B, as you would recall, for 98% of our Cal Grant B students only covers tuition for 3 years. And at the UC, the value of that first year of tuition coverage is greater than the 4 years of the access award those students receive. So understandably, our university partners encourage students, hey, take that Cal Grant A if you're eligible. What that meant was there were these students who met the financial profile of Cal Grant B. They were our lower income DreamAct students at the UC, but they were getting the Cal Grant A, so we weren't able to serve them in this program. So we had very low participation amongst UC students as a result. This year's budget makes it so that if you were a Cal Grant A recipient, but you had been eligible for a Cal Grant B, you will now be eligible to participate in this program. Additionally, we also removed language that reduced the award amount received by students who complete their 300 hours, but may not be full-time enrolled. Previously, if you were half-time enrolled, you're completing the same number of hours, but you were only going to be paid half of the award because you're half-time enrolled. It just really undermined our ability to serve those students who are trying to find some income generating opportunities for themselves to move forward in their education, and really didn't reflect that they're offering the same amount of community service wherever that placement might be. That provision was eliminated in this year's budget act. That was another recommendation that we put forward. And then finally, and this was an administration proposal that is particularly relevant this year, as we didn't see the kind of participation we look forward to. Any unused funds for this program will be redirected or sent to the University of California and the CSU for Dream Loan purposes and to help finance the loans that we make available to students who can't access the federal student loans that are filing through the California Dream application. And now this is another area where we saw really significant policy changes, if not a new appropriation for the Golden State Teacher Grant Program. And if you've heard these presentations for a couple years now, every year we make some tweaks and modifications to the Golden State Teacher Grant Program, really that have all been in the same direction of trying to expand access to the program. So this started as a program that was focused on teaching students who wanted to pursue special education and commit to serving in a high priority school that serves 50% or more of our unduplicated pupils in K-12 funding formula speak, who are English language learners, foster youth, and low income students. The next year, this was brought into teaching credential candidates who were either in a graduate program or placed at a local education agency and committed to serving in a high needs field, which included STEM subject areas, bilingual education, TK, several other subject areas in addition to special education. And that was the year when we went from a $15 million appropriation to a $500 million appropriation to pay out these awards over a 5-year period. This year, they've gone even further in trying to expand the eligibility for this in recognition of the staffing shortages that our K-12 schools are experiencing, and I know Mr. Fuentes is intimately familiar with, but addressing not only the teaching shortages that we see, but also some critical staffing shortages, particularly around counseling to our students in K-12. This year, the eligibility has been broadened to any student who's in a teaching credential program, no longer is there a high needs subject requirement. And then it's also been broadened to students who are in full services credential programs. These are the students who go into our school settings to become counselors, to provide that other kind of support that's so important to our students, and that the state is taking an increasing attention for as you think about the investments in community schools and in student mental health. Another really significant change that was made here that goes again back to the conversation we had earlier this morning around the long implementation period of this program. Previously, in order to receive $20,000 in grant aid for these educational expenses for these programs, students had to commit to serving for 4 years at one of those priority schools. They could do that 4 years over a 5-year period. This year, and again, making this a more accessible opportunity for students, they broadened that time horizon while keeping the 4-year service commitment. So now students will have up to 8 years to complete that 4 years of service, which in effect means they have longer to meet their obligation. And the Student Aid Commission has longer to track their meeting of that obligation. This is another area where it certainly has affected how we think about the administration and the staffing requirements around this program. We did not see a corresponding change to our available administrative resources to deliver on that over a longer period. So that is another area where as this was being discussed by our policymakers, did raise to them that there would be an impact to how we see the cost of administering the program. And then finally, we did ask for a couple other changes to this program that are really pretty technical in nature, but allow us to tell someone that they are preliminarily eligible for a grant before they enroll in a teaching program. You could think of that as how we do financial aid through the FAFSA or the DREAM Act. You tell a student what they're eligible for to help inform their enrollment decision, instead of waiting until they enroll to tell them, oh, now you're eligible. And unfortunately, the way this language was initially constructed, we couldn't really tell them that they were eligible until after they enrolled in one of the teaching programs. And then we also received language that allowed us to extend the use of the emergency regulations that you had adopted, so that as we're making these changes to the program, we don't have to go through a normal, pretty lengthy rulemaking and regulatory process, but could just make some minor adjustments to the regulations that have already been considered and approved. And we will be changing slightly, but not in a really major significant way. So now finally, this next piece is our update on the all-in efforts across a few multiple fronts that we saw as connected to how the Student Aid Commission is going to continue to be a resource to students and to our local education agencies. And of course, you've heard about the staffing and administrative funding needs. There, as you would have heard in June, there was an increase in the number of staff positions that the Department of Finance supported providing to the Student Aid Commission. That was maintained in the final budget. So there were 8 new staff positions that were given to the Student Aid Commission, and the funding to support 7 of those. We'd actually gotten funding for the 8th in the prior year, but not the staffing authority. So we did see an increase in the number of resources and the staff positions to support the commission's increased workload. And most of those positions, but not all, were primarily associated with the increase in application volume and requests for training and assistance and outreach that we anticipate from our K-12 partners as they take on this new role in helping students apply for financial aid. There was also, and this was a pleasant late surprise to the budget, our California Student Opportunity and Access Program, or CalSOAPS. We have 2 programs that are in the Inland Empire, and we're on a different funding cycle than the other programs because they have been established using one-time funding. We had identified a strategy for extending the use of those funds so that the programs could continue going into the next academic year. But that then created what you might call a fiscal cliff for those projects, that they didn't have the guarantee of funding moving beyond June 30 of 2023. This year's budget was proactive in that it has increased the budget for the CalSOAP program by $2.4 million, which are the resources we identified as necessary in order to maintain our 2 projects in the Inland Empire and to give them the predictability and the certainty that they will continue to work. We will continue to work in those regions around the important work that our CalSOAPs are doing, particularly as we all come together to help our students apply for financial aid. You'll hear more about the all-in effort on our next item. The other piece of this investment on the state part, and this was another proposal that was retained throughout the budget process and had been proposed by the administration at our request, was $500,000 to support the creation of new regional coordinating organizations. Those are our local grantees that help do Cash for College workshops to help support the creation of those new organizations in regions that weren't already served by a CalSOAP project or by a regional coordinating organization. And again, particularly important as we think about this first year of implementing the all-in campaign and helping all of our students have that opportunity to apply for aid before they graduate. That was included along with a legislative item that we report back on the outcomes of those workshops, how many students are served, and where, which is actually an opportunity for us to highlight the work that our regional coordinating organizations are doing and use that to help make the case for continued investment in these kinds of resources. And now, this is really the wait, there's more slides. There's still a few other policies and investments that I should note. One that was another late addition and that we will not have a major role in administering long-term is an investment for the California Indian Nations College, which would be California's first tribal college or university. And essentially, the Student Aid Commission is passing through funds on the state's part. The state wanted to provide $5 million on a one-time basis to help the college as it's seeking accreditation and trying to get that formal recognition. The Student Aid Commission and our staff are already in touch with leadership at the college to work through what that funding transfer will look like. There are not any additional terms on the college or on the commission around that appropriation. There was also, and this is another repeat item that you would recall from last year, there was action to make sure that as the student loan payment pause continued, its effect of artificially lowering the cohort default rate for some of our private institutions didn't mean that these institutions that may not have quality outcomes for students didn't become eligible for the Calibrant program just because there's been this generous federal environment of saying we're not going to collect student loan payments right now, thus students aren't going into default right now. So for the past 2 years, there would have been 2 years of 0% defaults. And that's not a reflection on program quality. So what this language did was make sure that we would continue the use of the rates that were most recently approved by the commission and weren't impacted by the COVID-19 federal student loan payment laws. So we will continue to use those data that were submitted and approved in 2020. And then finally, this last one's not a commission program or policy, but it is something that we have supported and that we recommended in our CalFresh work group report. There was action in this year's state budget to require the California Department of Social Services, state agency that helps manage the CalFresh program, requires that they establish a dashboard such that there could be public reporting on student applications and access to the CalFresh program. You can't manage what you don't measure, and this is going to be a big step to helping us have more transparent, regular data about how students are able to access the program. And we look forward to perhaps through another legislative update, working with the Department of Social Services and other partners around how do we help streamline the application process to CalFresh for students. And finally, wrapping up here and looking forward to your questions, I'd be remiss if I didn't note some other major investments, and some of which we touched upon yesterday in the lab committee actually, that may not be toward the Student Aid Commission, but are important to how we think about college affordability and the resources that the state of California is stepping up to provide students, and really what's an unprecedented level of investment. There was an additional $250 million in Prop 98 dollars that go toward K through 14 education, additional $250 million that went toward the student success completion grants that go to our community college students for Cal Grant recipients and enrolled in 12 units or more at a community college. The amount that they get through that grant had been reduced because there were more community college students receiving Cal Grant after the Cal Grant entitlement changes. This funding not only ensured that there wouldn't be a reduction to awards moving forward, but actually that the amount of support available to those students who receive a completion grant could be deepened. There was also another round of investment in the higher education student housing grants. These aren't grants that go towards students. These are grants that go towards public institutions for their purposes of planning for low-income student housing or its construction, acquisition, renovation, development. There was $2 billion in one-time funds provided in the 21 budget, and another $200 million in one-time funds provided in this year's budget. And these dollars are going out over a 3-year period, so you will continue to see news about new rounds of funds coming out to our colleges and universities for that purpose, and to, as the administration says, try to address the long-term cost curve of higher education, which you know is in large part driven by the non-tuition costs that we have not always done a good job at helping our students address. There was also several other investments I'll just hit on briefly. Last year, you would have heard me update you all on the college savings accounts. that have been made available to students, and actually the governor just opened up those accounts recently with the folks administering this program. These are college savings accounts that go to any low-income English language learner or foster youth student in our public school who are entering first grade. $500 that goes into account, an additional $500 that goes to them if they're homeless or foster youth students. So this was an ongoing appropriation to both support the accounts themselves, which had been funded on one-time funding last year, but also to support the administration and outreach efforts done around the program. And then there was another $25 million of Prop 98 that went towards expansion of the California College Promise program. This is always a little tricky to explain because we have promise grants that go out to students based on income. Some of you may recall that's the former BOG fee waiver, as it was referred to. Those are promise grants. College Promise program dollars are a little more flexible. They go towards community college districts and can be used towards buying out the tuition for students who may not be getting a promise grant. And what this year's action did was that buyout of tuition coverage had been available for students who were first-time, full-time college students. This investment makes that opportunity available to returning students. So basically eliminates the restriction that they had to be a first-time student, particularly as we think about trying to help students re-access or re-enter higher education was an important consideration. There is some flexibility for how districts can choose to use these dollars. So that program looks a little bit different across our 73 districts now. Finally, last one I'll hit on this slide, $20 million in emergency financial aid for 8540 students at our California community colleges, which will help in part address the gaps in their financial aid coverage due to their limitation in getting any kind of federal financial aid support. And now just some brief top line numbers. What does this mean overall for us at the Student Aid Commission? It means now that our overall budget is actually above $3.5 billion. That's inclusive of both our local assistance funds, the dollars we're putting out to students and to our grantees, and it also includes our state operations bonds. That is almost $200 million above the funding that we received last year, which was another year of historic funding increases at the Student Aid Commission. So they have continued to build on the level of investment and the amount of funds we're managing. And of course, we are still managing one-time funds that were appropriated last year. That also, as I noted earlier, came with those 8 new staff positions. And then what does this mean for the number of students that we're serving? This gets a little complicated because increasingly, and Commissioner Geog and I have discussed this point, increasingly, we are having an opportunity to serve students through multiple programs. So you may be a Calibrant student and a middle class scholarship recipient this year. You may be a Calibrant student and a Dream Act Service Incentive Grant student. The way that the budget documents are produced, it is a duplicated count of our student recipients. So that number of 783,000 students is actually going to be lower when you think about how many students are accessing the 2 or maybe even 3 programs. So as we administer these programs and we're able to see what the actual participation counts look like, we will be able to, moving forward, hopefully develop a better number for you all around what is the unduplicated count of students and try to connect records across programs to understand which students may have been participating in multiple programs. But as we're very early in this new expansion of these multiple programs, that's not available quite yet, but it's something I hope to be able to share down the road. And now finally, the next steps, some of them we've already discussed. The work to implement Calibrant reform begins now. We have that $500,000. We know there's a significant change needed to our technology and our processing systems, and a lot of conversation with our segment partners around how we approach that 1-year transition period, knowing that students will be applying for financial aid before we have the revenue projection finalized in May. And that creates some complications, but it is a one-time transition year and one that we know coming together with our segment partners, looking at the various forms of funding available to help cover tuition, we can still give students a very clear message about the support available to them and how their tuition will be covered, even if we don't have the final outcome on Calibrant 2 and 4 or Calibrant A, B, and C until May. Middle class scholarship awards and Calibrant awards for students at our private institutions. those are changes being implemented already, and that we look forward to being made available to students this year. Learning aligned employment program, as I already noted, funds, the checks have gone out. They are, if not received, they're in the mail to our campuses. The next stage is working with them to try to help spark some of that collaboration or deepen the collaboration that already exists with their local and regional employers. So we are working with some of our partners across the state to try to see how, while the Student Aid Commission isn't party to those agreements between employers and campuses, how can we help foster that collaboration? And I won't say too much about all in here and what those next steps look like, because that is your entire next item in the presentation. And then finally, just trying to make sure we work with all of our partners to get the word out about these new opportunities, the expanded access, particularly for Golden State Teacher Grant, for Human Service Incentive Grant. We already have social media toolkit information available. Applications are already open for Golden State Teacher Grant. And as students are coming back this fall, we look forward to working with our institutions for the Service Incentive Grant awareness and outreach. So with that, I will look forward to questions and comments.
Have any questions? Okay. Oh, please go ahead, Josh.
No other question, I'll wait. The main question is about the reform. If the trigger goes off, do we have a worst case scenario plan, or have we thought, right now, finance thinks we'll have the revenue, but a year from now, things could change, and this year's been a pretty miserable market. So, it's gonna change. What happens if the trigger goes off, and what are we gonna do? Do we keep gliding along, and how do we, what's gonna be our response?
Yeah, so from a program delivery standpoint, we would continue to pay out Calibrant A, B, and C, entitlement and competitive. That, of course, would continue. From a policy advocacy and
Well, meanwhile, are we cranking the numbers with a 2 and a 4? We're gonna have parallel, like we kind of were when we're getting out, yeah.
We're going to need to proceed on a parallel path and prepare for FAFSA simplification, knowing that we're either doing Calibrant 2 and 4, or perhaps still doing Calibrant A, B, and C. But this is where there were some significant resources we identified to the administration and legislature to help us administer that. So that is a big consideration for us right now. So that is how we were proceeding at this time. I'm encouraged by the position of folks in the legislature, and of course, Governor Newsom signed the budget. He is also to thank for his adoption and embracing of the framework. We appreciate that and the openness.
Yeah, there's kind of a moral obligation there, but if the money's not there.
If the money's not there, the money's not there. And of course, every budget can change what's been enacted the past year. We've seen that with the Golden State Teacher Grant Program. So it would have been conceivable that they could have adopted Calibrant reform this year. And if the economy took a nosedive later this year, next year, they could have come back in the following budget anyway and said, we actually think we may need to delay or pause this. So I think that this was a very transparent way of saying there's some uncertainty. The legislature is very firm that they want to see this happen. They've been very supportive of it. And I think the way they put it is it will become a question of not if, but when. If we were to proceed in that next year, that I think there will be a lot of policymaker and other stakeholder interest in making sure that we continue to move on this path, even if revenue may not be sufficient.
We'll be running 2 trains, if you will. Okay, let's get that. Good luck.
All right, Commissioner Dow?
Regarding Jake, moving forward, if the allocation comes in the 24 budget, is this subject, the equity framework subject every year to being reviewed and potentially, or is it does it become just the baseline entitlement and doesn't get touched anymore?
The latter. They've not indicated that would be an annual process, but that moving to this new system and that transition is subject to this determination in May. And I would anticipate that once we make that transition, there will not be a lot of appetite, not only at the commission, but across the field and the students in going back and forth each year. So we would want to make sure in large part, as you know, part of the message is that we want to send a simple, clear, predictable message to students, and having that back and forth each year.
Blow up the old train. Yeah.
So we need to get to that base year, get it in the budget, and then we're sailing.
I mean, in full transparency, what we're asking for is a significant commitment on the part of California. We're not just asking for one-time fund. We're not just asking for ongoing funding. We're asking for an entitlement guarantee, which is a technical continuing appropriation. So that is really difficult to reverse. It's not impossible, but we are asking for that type of commitment because we think that that predictability and assurance is what students and of all ages need for through their education. So we are asking for that and believe that it's deserving of a level of commitment.
Commissioner Van
Jay, would it be possible to get a brief introduction to this presentation along with a copy of it so that we can share it with people in our communities and our networks of friends and colleagues? I think would be very good. And I would like to ask the commission if we could also consider putting together a brief scripted program for students and parents that we could then use to get out the word and improve. I mean, you guys are doing a tremendous job reaching out and expanding our services and building our services. But I think all of us here could probably use some system where we could be participating as well, if you feel that that's appropriate.
That is such a great question, Commissioner Vizalid. We are actually looking at that. We all need, there's so many programs now. We need a cheat sheet to help us recall, there's this program for this population that, you know, some general information. And I've been talking with the staff and we've been in between things saying that's something we need to be able to share with all of our constituents and you in particular who get questions. We want you to be familiar with and conversant. Even I need a cheat sheet. There's a lot to remember. So absolutely, and I'm hopeful we'll be able to do that sometime soon.
And just one other note I'd add, absolutely, we'll share the slides. You don't want to sit on those. The other piece of note, we did hold a webinar at the end of July where we wanted to publicly share out some of this news. You know, that this is all very complicated stuff. So we wanted to try to make that really accessible. We have that recorded and that might be another resource that we can share if it's helpful with partners. And of course, we're happy to come if there's an opportunity for us to explain this to anybody. Let us know.
What we'll do is send it digitally so you can forward it to your networks. Because I know you're all plugged into your own vast network and that'll make it easier for you. And if you want copies, you can do that too. But digital seems to be the way people get their information.
Thank you.
and then, Commissioner Mayor.
So a comment and two questions. One, just thank you. That was an amazing presentation. We covered so much material. That was just the budget. Yesterday, we also heard legislative and federal, you know, with one of your colleagues to cover a lot of ground and a lot of detail. We want the cheat sheet you use so that we can use when we spread the word as well. My question, actually, just one question is a little bit of a big picture question right now, and I'm really reassured, maybe not too reassured, but happy to hear that the projections right now look like we should be able to kick off this. And one question that's been on my mind is what happens if there is a recession? Not only does it affect Calibrant equity framework, but what other programs that we just stood up could potentially be impacted by that? Because we've seen the numbers, the exponential growth in our budget and the services that we're providing and the staffing that we added or want to add. And maybe I feel like we should have a sense of what are our vulnerable programs, because we may have to pivot at that point. Financial need is going to go up in a recession, and there's going to be fewer state dollars that we need for that need. And maybe I'm just curious to learn, like, what are our sensitivities for any fluctuation in the economy. I've been lucky ever since I joined the commission. These have been years of abundance, with the exception of when COVID hit and that scare of not knowing what was going to happen. I think we've been enjoying a lot of years of abundance, and just to be curious to figure out, you know, where we have to pay attention to conditions.
That's a great question. And I, in my first year at the commission, we saw that impact of the COVID-19 pandemic initially on revenue. Went into that year really worried about what kind of cuts would be made. And in fact, there were trigger cuts that were adopted that year, but financial aid, importantly, was not touched. And they knew that pulling back on that support at that time when financial pressures on families and students are increasing was not the right thing to help send a message that we still want you to enroll and we want to make sure you can continue to succeed as you're moving through higher education. So my hope would be that there will be a continued recognition about the role financial aid plays for those students and families. But of course, there are some programs that are likely going to be a little bit more exposed than others. Calibrant, as Executive Director Garcia noted, is a continuous appropriation. It is something that we fund as an entitlement. There are policy changes that could be made to Calibrant that reduce who you offer that entitlement to, but pulling back on it is a little more complicated than it might be with some other programs where,
Right.
for example, the middle class scholarship program has always been structured in the way that it is to confine the cost exposure to the state. And that each year the budget says how much funding will go to middle class scholarship, regardless of how many students are eligible. And then we figure out the award amount based on the availability of funds. That number isn't one that they commit to on a multi-year basis for the most part. The flip part of that is there is a lot of political support for that program and for continued investment there, not only at the current level, but to try to increase it to eventually reach its full target of covering the unmet need after we back out those other points that I noted earlier. That would be one area where changing the number is a lot less painful probably than changing the nature of an entitlement program. The one-time investments, I think for the most part, those are dollars that have already gone out. And they may change how we use those funds, but I'd be more surprised if those three programs were to see changes because they've already been appropriated for. And then the others start to become relatively smaller budget line items where the bang for your buck is not as good for the state in terms of trying to significantly change its cost exposure. You know, service incentive grants are, I think it's $7 million, which is a lot of money, but it's not that much in the context of the higher education budget or certainly the state budget. But I don't know if that has answered your question.
No, I think that we need to orient ourselves all the time and to understand what the.
Building off of Commissioner Mayer's point, you know, I think about how do we utilize the Sears survey, right, to really make the case, continue to make the case for what is most priority for us. If we're anticipating bad years in the coming, you know, decades, how do we again use that survey tool to shore up and continuously make the case for what would really harm students if it was touched? And, you know, if there are programs, even if they seem inconsequential in size, how again do we use still that to highlight how well this is working and how these are determining factors for enrollment?
Please continue.
I also want to just take a moment to appreciate where we are right now, because I had, as much as I think we should be very thoughtful about how to plan ahead for contingencies. I remember coming into the public office and amid the Great Recession, and it was just so hard to think about even an iota of any of these programs. We were just spending off cuts at our community college, and I know every community college in the state, every educational institution in the state. I could not have imagined like such a robust, ambitious, visionary investment in higher ed at that time. It was always like something we like hope we could imagine, but it's just something that we really could not foresee as much as we would advocate for. And today, you know, we're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars, and in your B slide, your second tier funding, we're, you know, barely made it into the slide presentation. Part of your summary was like a collection of $68 million of funding for our students, and that's quite extraordinary. And I just want to take a moment to appreciate, obviously, all the advocacy from a lot of folks in this room, to policymakers, to community organizations, to get us to this point and to insist that we can dream big still. So I just want to recognize that. I think on the flip side of it, beyond thinking about contingencies and the practicality of how to address maybe potential shortfalls, I really do think that there's so much here that we also have to prepare a political strategy and marketing strategy around how to keep and defend these investments that we've worked so hard to obtain. I think hopefully in the long run, we can develop some sort of strategy around keeping the expansion for the Calibrant, some of these programs that we have in place, thinking ahead about how we would roll out, how successful they've been, how effective they've been for these students that we serve. So I don't want to underestimate either the fight that we should be prepared for to keep these programs in place, and what kind of work we have to do to prepare for that fight, if and when those conversations take place. I just want to sit and appreciate where we are on all of these programs. We're getting late with students, and I feel like it's about time. We're making really bold investments. It's a golden age, I feel like, in our education funding, investment in students, and it's really a privilege to be on this commission while these programs are coming into existence. But I just want to thank all the advocates out there and policymakers for getting us to this.
And we echo the appreciation to the governor, our legislative champions, all of our advocates and partners, and especially the student leaders who are going to hear from after lunch, for getting us to this place and most generous state program. We just were on the road and talking to some other states. I don't think there are other states who are really doing what we're doing here in California, but we know that there's still work to do in addressing the remaining gaps, delivering on these programs. And just briefly, your point about the political landscape, we know that we're also going to see a lot of our legislative champions term out or retire, move away from Sacramento. And that has is something my team is really reflecting on in terms of how do we make sure they're familiar with the data about student costs and the Sears findings that we're going to produce later this year, and that they're familiar with all of the major new programs and initiatives that are underway right now, including Calibrant reform. So we are already looking to see what can we do this fall, early in 23, to educate new policymakers about these issues and about the work ahead to deliver on the program. So efforts are underway toward that. We're excited, but we're not taking anything for granted.
All right, do we have any public comment on item number 12? Okay, seeing and hearing none, thank you so much, Faith. I appreciate it. Tremendous work, you know that. All right, what we're gonna go ahead and do is that we want to give adequate time for all in for FAFSA and for our student leaders presentation. We'll move those to after lunch, and so we're gonna go from item 12 to item 15. We'll take care of this before we break for lunch, and we are gonna cut lunch to 45 minutes, commissioners, to make sure to try to make flights. Okay, so item number 15 is proposal for policies for executive director compensation. This is an informational item presented by our commissioners, Mayor and Commissioner Day, along with Libby from our personal officer from Fiscal and Administration Services Division. So we're going to turn over to Commissioner Mayor and Commissioner Day.
Okay, let me take out the next so everybody can hear me. So this is an information item regarding a new commission policy that we'd like to develop. No action will be taken today, but our goal is to be able to gather your input so that on the draft policy, so that we can come back in December and take action on that as a commission. I'll first give a little bit of background. In prior commission discussions, we identified the need to develop a policy that would govern how we would exercise our discretion to request an increase in the executive director's salary. And we want a policy that's clear, that's consistently applied, and that is transparent for new commissioners that come on board, for the public in terms of knowing what to expect whenever we make such decisions. And we just frankly understand that whenever you're dealing with executive compensation, especially with a public agency that is entrusted with handling billions of taxpayer dollars, there's understandably greater attention and scrutiny that can sometimes be placed on those decisions. And so I think it's important to develop some guardrails in a process that we can stand by, that we can anticipate, and that the public can have confidence in. So Commissioner Day and I volunteered to take this on. And we've taken several steps with a lot of support from staff, and we really want to thank staff for this. We met with Libby and Lily early on to really understand how our HR department here works with the compensation process with respect to our executive director. We also had support from Julia in terms of researching other executive compensation policies at other agencies and higher ed institutions. And then Mark and Sina helping us prepare the materials for your consideration today. The draft policy for you outlines the process that we would adhere to. It includes our values around executive compensation. It clarifies the authority we have and do not have as a commission with respect to compensation of our executive director. The criteria upon which we would rest our decision as to whether or not to make a request. And then what information we would disclose to the public about those decisions. And one other piece is how would we revisit this policy over time? So one thing I want to just make very clear is that we designed this draft policy to be very narrow and only apply to decisions when we're requesting an increase to the existing salary of the executive director. This policy does not touch other salary decisions like setting the executive director's initial salary whenever they come on board for the first time. And there may be other types of decisions that impact the executive director. This policy is not intended to address those. It's only when we're trying to increase it. And also when we find out information, external information that lets us know, hey, we may be falling behind here in some way or another. Maybe there's an equity issue that arises. Maybe it's a matter of like being competitive, trying to recruit talent, the talent that we need in an executive director, and maybe we're falling behind with the market, labor market. So yeah, so we're trying to keep it limited to that. So before I walk you through the policy, let me pause to see if Commissioner Day has anything to add at this point.
No, I think it was very thorough. I would reemphasize that it's important for the commission to recognize the actual authority that we have and do not have. So I will say the exact same words, but I think it's important because in your organizations, the way in which you engage this process may actually be different. So it's important to understand our role essentially in terms of making a recommendation to CalHR. But at the same time, I would also turn your attention to the criteria so that you really understand this is not a policy that sort of is open, where if you feel like it, if it sounds interesting, we're really trying to have this fairly focused on a specific set of circumstances where an increase might be warranted, and that we would consider that carefully before engaging in a process like that. But this is designed to give a framework for us to even make that kind of a consideration and ultimately recommendation.
Any questions on anything we've said so far?
Just to clarify, when you say it's very narrow, are you saying that we already have authority to revise or set at our discretion the executive director's salary upon hire? And we're only talking about adjustments in the course of their employment term with commission?
We're only talking about adjustments that involve an increase during their employment. This policy doesn't affect any discussions around bringing them on board and what salaries are, how the salary process works there. There is a process for that. This is not touching on that. It's only along the way. And it's actually something that has come up in response to our evaluation cycle of the executive director. If at any time during that process, in response to that process, we think that there's an argument to be made to increase? What should we consider? What process should we follow? And this is what that's trying to do. In some rare settings, there's situations where boards have to vote on decreasing salary. Sometimes for certain employees, we're not touching any of that, just talking about the kind of routine increases we might see.
Commissioner Mayor, is there an assumption then that when the commission brings on an executive director, that the salary that is set is that salary throughout their tenure, or are there other state processes by which increases come? Is there like a state COLA? And would this be on top of that?
So, and this is, I might start going into terrain that I'm not intimately familiar with, and I'll turn to Libby, who's joining us on Zoom, or our executive director, or anybody else who might have the answer. My understanding is CalHR sets the salary band for all similar positions, executive director positions, and determines what that band is for similar agencies, right? So our executive director salary is defined by something that also applies to other agencies. And then we have some discretion in the hiring stages. And I'm not familiar with that process is or how we're engaged in actually landing on the final salary. So that's why this policy is not intended to go there. Like, we're not gonna try to interfere or clarify any of that. We're just trying to think, once that's set, then how do we as a commission decide whether we think an increase is appropriate, and how do we go about the testing?
And is there gonna a COLA piece to that? So it's built in.
It's a part of the annual budget process.
And what percent is that set out?
It varies.
Okay.
Libby, you're the expert on this.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Mayor, you are correct that the salary is set between the department and the Department of Human Resources, so that anytime that an executive director parts, that salary is revisited. We want to ensure that it's adequate for the duties that are being performed. And then the duties are also re-examined to ensure that they're up to date and reflect what is expected of the incumbent. And ultimately, regarding the GSI or the COLAs that you mentioned, those are aligned with us bargaining and the bargaining unit contracts that apply to our specific department and are applied to Executive Director Garcia in this case. So as the department's Human Resources Office, we ensure that that's applied, and we work closely together with our control agency, which is the CalHR.
Any questions? Commissioner O'Brien, this one is yours.
Just an observation, I think it's very reasonable to have a policy of I think, being aware of the sensitivity of these conversations that take place in public, I wonder if it would be reasonable for the policy to just have some sort of acknowledgement of the fact that, having this as an official policy of the commission brings it in line with most of the other employees of the commission, right, who are represented by bargaining. So recognizing that it is reasonable and expected that most state employees, whether you're in a working unit or if you're executive assignment, do receive annual pay raises based on satisfactory performance. For the commission to have a similar policy to the executive director, right? Just sort of acknowledging them and saying, hey, this is it's kind of almost an equity measure, right? And sort of the same policy in place.
Commissioner Gia, thank you.
Yeah, I had to take the advice of Commissioner Day and read the criteria. there's some wording here that is slightly inconsistent, and I wanted to see if there's a reason for this. At the first paragraph, we talk about the executive director previously met or exceeded expectations. And then in the next paragraph, we talk about how the executive director has consistently met or exceeded their responsibilities. I see a big difference between responsibilities and expectations, and I don't know if we deliberately chose to change the words to do that. And then the other part of that is I would then ask, we seem that if they're just meeting their expectations, I'm not sure, it's kind of like they're doing their job. And I would think we would have more emphasis on the fact that they exceeded their expectations, or, however, whichever word we choose here. So I don't know how to emphasize that maybe they consistently met and exceeded. So in some elements they may meet, but in other elements they exceeded enough to say, hey, we got a case here, this person is better than just meeting their responsibilities. I always talk about other jobs where they're doing their job and they get a bonus, but they did their job. So yeah, so it's a wording issue, that's all. Or maybe there's a change here that you deliberately put in, I don't know.
I could answer the questions. Yeah. So on the use of expectations versus responsibilities, that was not an intentional distinction, so we can clear that up and stick with responsibilities. So that's one. The second on meeting versus exceeding, it's a trickier one, because in some cases, if your responsibilities grow significantly, like we're seeing today, we're in a growth spurt as an agency, meeting expectations of a much larger organization should warrant a revisit of your salary. There's a kind of an assumption there that that's fair game to say there's much more to be responsible for. The nature of the agency is changing, a broader scope of responsibilities. And if you're meeting expectations when such a thing happens, I think we have strong case to say that should be considered. If it's just, regular day-to-day kind of, you're not going through that experience, then I think there would probably be a sentiment that exceeding expectations is probably the standard, right? Or whether, but we get to decide as a commission based on whatever year we're looking at, or and we're trying to build in that flexibility to accommodate multiple scenarios where sometimes meeting expectations that can be written up, and others where no, we would look for exceeding expectations.
I thought we went to responsibility. Did we? Okay.
Let's use them interchangeably for now, but
okay.
Yeah.
Let me just say, your point is a good one. As we have this written, we may just, it may be a language issue, because essentially what we're saying is that B and A are related. And what I'm hearing you is reading B separate in some respects. It sort of raises this question of, well, if you just sort of, checking the box, is that really enough for us to be talking about an increase? I think there may be some language things that we could work on. And that's the point of this conversation. See how we might clarify that. Okay, points received.
Any other questions? Please, Commissioner Ron.
Yeah, I also just, I know how, first of all, important this work is, and that you all put in the work to put this together. So I just want to acknowledge that. So, I'm trying to figure out how we conceptualize it, because I'm looking at criteria in particular, but also the amount. Whether this is seen as kind of a merit bonus, kind of just like salary increase, or it's seen as a matching salary to the increase in work justification. I could support either or both, right? And I think that maybe the language could be a little bit clearer under 5B, I'm sorry, yeah, 5A1, where we lay out the criteria. I do think that the external or the market market salaries should be explicit in A1, if that is something that we are thinking about. I heard you say it, and I wonder whether we should make that clear under A1. I don't know if I'm gonna nitpick here. I don't know if I like the word heighten in A1. I don't know if that means that it's not just justified, but it's even more justified to ask for an increase. When I think the criteria that we've laid out is heightened already. It's a pretty decent bar to me. So I don't know if we can kind of look at that word again. On 5B, 5B, I'm not clear why a 5% cap to actually expressly state a 5% cap is necessary. Especially if it's tied to an existing salary that we may not think is accurate. So it's pegged to a number that may be either inequitable or non-competitive. I think that if the commission deems the increase to be justified under 5A1, I think 5B should not be constrained by a percentage of the executive director's current salary, because we would be forced to justify it anyway under 5A1. So I think those are just some big picture thoughts as you work through this very arduous but necessary work, which I do appreciate. So thank you for that. I do think that we should be clear that and justify and stand behind that our executive director has done extraordinary work, and that a pay increase is not just justified on the merits, but may be justified on the market. We should state that explicitly and not be bound by any particular number or percentage. If and when the commission decides to make that decision, that will be justified. I imagine will be amply justified and documented to support whatever that percentage increase would be. So those are just my thoughts on that, and I again appreciate all your work, your laboring effort to make sure we get this in place.
Commissioner Day?
Just a question for Commissioner No. So receiving your feedback with regard to the amount, does I think the idea, and Commissioner Mayor, please jump in, was to have a guardrail, but we also add in there that can be moved forward by 2/3 vote of the commission. Are you suggesting that that's not enough as you see it?
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that I think the 2/3 vote is fine. My opinion.
Yeah.
That's fine, except that we've already laid out a substantial, a pretty decent number of criteria under 5A,
right?
That it's in effect, like substantially, right? On the merits, you've already provided, I think, a pretty high standard to justify the increase, so that the 2/3 vote would be on top of what you've already laid out under 5A1 anyway. That's why I think maybe it's a little, severe, but then again, if you've already laid out the criteria in 5A1, then you should get 2/3 vote. But we're kind of thinking ahead to how this would play out. So I just think that maybe we're overly hyper-conscious about how this may look to the public. I think that if we're so confident that we can justify it, and I think we, in this case, we think we can, that the guardrails already are under 5A1, and that the commission and public would have to justify that to the public anyway. And I think that makes more sense than even 2/3 vote, right? if you get a 2/3 vote on a flimsy justification, it wouldn't really matter. It still would look like you got 2/3 vote on some justification. So that's why I think it's, I get it. I'm just saying that I think that maybe it's extraneous.
So Commissioner Mayor and then Commissioner Gary.
Well, let me clarify something, because I think there might be some confusion here. Under the criteria A1, that applies only in a very narrow sort of situation. And that is when the executive director has reached the top of their salary band. At that point, we can't, we can request as many 5% increases as we want. It's not going anywhere. Unless we make a justification that there's actually been a change in scope of duties, and the agency has grown, and therefore that you're essentially making the case that the original band that CalHR calculated is no longer really a fit here anymore, because the duties of the agency and the duties of the director have grown beyond that initial setting. So A1 only applies to when, if and when the executive director reaches that limit, then we would have to give a heightened justification for an increase. Meeting expectations or exceeding expectations is not going to be enough for an approval. So that's why this A1 is listed there. It's really only dealing with that scenario. If you're on your salary band but not quite near the top, then we have a lot more discretion and probably a lot more ease in getting an increase, so long as that you justify it through either a meeting or exceeding expectations.
Commissioner Gary.
So I have a question and a comment. I'll start with the comment. I actually feel comfortable having the guardrail of the 5% in the policy. Someone who regularly deals with salary disputes for a ton of people. There's often a misunderstanding or a misunderstanding of how much someone is making or how much someone is being, what their merit increase may be. So I think giving some type of guideline of this amount, but leaving in the ability, which you did here, to go exceed that if necessary, I think is valuable to have. I think otherwise folks' minds may begin to spin and numbers may be misconstrued or imagined that are really in existence from folks. Particularly when we have to do something so public. So I'm in favor of keeping in an amount with the ability to be able to exceed. But my other question is around when making certain that the salary is remaining competitive. And this may be a question for Lee. But I was just wondering, does CalHR do regular checks to ensure that the executive director salaries are competitive? And if we feel as a commission that our ED's salary is not competitive, can we request an actual review, a compensation review, to ensure that that is indeed the case?
So I think
That's a great question. And I do want to comment on that 5% as well, if that's okay. The 5% is generated from a typical ask from a department to our control agency. So that is the norm that departments ask. So that's where that's generated, and it is aligned with directors, executive directors throughout the state when they ask for that increase in these type of situations. Now, going to your question, as far as a review to ensure that there's equity and it's aligned appropriately as far as the salary and the duties that are being performed. Our Human Resources Office works very closely with our control agencies on a number of things, including evaluating our CEA packages and our executive director duties. So we have dialogue. We consistently communicate with our control agency, and they have reassured us through multiple conversations that it has been consistent as far as other departments and the executive director's duties and pays. So kind of generally, to answer your question, it is something that is being evaluated and being discussed with our control agency on at least an annual basis.
All right. Commissioner Doppelmer, and then I think we'll take the public comment and see if there's anything else. Yeah.
Okay, yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Mayor, I just, and Commissioner Day, if you could, just for consistency sake, what I noticed, if you could just take a look at this, it's about the schedule. I believe in one part, you use the word majority, where it is, it requires a majority vote to, for periodically review, make any changes in amendment. You say a majority vote. If we could add maybe to have like, maybe adopt a regular schedule for when we would review it, to like make changes is something we could, maybe go back, and if there's any amendments or changes that need to be made, then we would do that on a consistent and a schedule basis. And I believe up to the top, forget where it is, but it's, I think it's about the amount. So going back to the 5%, the wording is where, to do those considerations, you ask for a 2/3 vote. So if we could just, and I'm just asking if we could just kind of do some consistency there, because in B, like for the amount on the I believe it's on the 5%, you're requiring, or you're asking that, that the commission, we have a 2/3 vote when discussing that 5%. No, I'm getting it wrong.
I can clarify, but
Okay.
please finish your.
No, and I just wanted to say the other part of down, we're making changes, that when we're considering changes to the policy, you use the word is like for a majority of vote. So I was just asking if we could make that, kind of make those kind of match a little bit, just so the document, that's all. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, there's a reason for that distinction.
Okay.
Because it came up in our discussion.
Okay. Good, all right, I feel good now.
That's what I mean.
Listen, the attorney was arguing with me, so you know.
I'm in good company.
Questions, and this is very reasonable. It's like, what's the threshold for any approval of anything, right?
Mhm.
It's 50%, the majority vote for adopting a policy, for approving the minutes, for taking action items. So we're not trying to, so we kept that same threshold for any review of the policy and the amendments that because that's what we expect to do whenever we visit a policy, not regulations. But we did feel that if we're gonna stray from the 5%, which just requires a majority vote from the commission, and go beyond the 5%, then we would ask for a 2/3 vote, because we kind of want to make sure that there's real solid support for going beyond the norm, as Libby shared. And so we thought that it was appropriate to have a higher threshold there, but keep the regular threshold for just, rescinding, amending, or modifying the policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just one other thing too, I wanted to ask, this goes back up to C, which is the disclosure. And so now my question is, because before, when we discussed the performance review, we did that in closed session, correct? So now with these changes with the disclosure, does that bring our discussion and our information for the review? Does that make that now, does that bring that into becoming public knowledge?
Another excellent.
Oh my
question.
God.
So that's what we're grappling with, right?
Yeah.
These questions are intimately connected,
Mhm.
but under state law, we do not discuss the evaluation of personnel evaluations in open session. We discuss those in closed session. But the question of the salary change has to be done. We're taking that to the public, the open session. So what we would do, let me just walk you through what we should expect, is we wrap up the evaluation of the executive director. In closed session, we approve it with whatever conclusion we reach. And then based on that, then we can go in open session. And if there is an interest in pursuing a request, then what we do is we can state, as indicated here, that we find that the executive director has met the criteria under our policy for a request, right? And we're going to be pursuing one, let's say 5%. And that discussion happens in open session. We take public comment for it, right? But we're not going into the nature of what the performance was about. We just say it met our policy. Right now, the policy is transparent. Yeah, but you meet or exceed. So it keeps us from going into like, oh, this is an extraordinary year and you did X, Y, and Z. That's all in closed session. But at least we can say in public, we can report that we satisfied the policy and the criteria of this policy. We're moving forward with the request.
Commissioner Diaz, and then we'll do public comment.
Just a clarification, when we go to the public session, if the director is not at the cap, if the director is still in the range, are we going to have the majority vote taken in open session to move her from the second step to the third step of the range? Or are we only going to have this problem when we are at the cap and we're talking about exceeding the range?
Any vote on the action, you'll have an input. So whether it's a standard kind of moving up the band, or you're at the limit and we're asking,
because in a way that's a new policy. I don't think we've ever voted in public just within the band. So I'm just, okay, I just want to make sure we're clarifying that.
Right, which was a subject of discussion before, right? That issue and erring on the side of transparency, to give them an input. Stay on.
All right, we'll go to Commissioner Rodriguez and then we'll go to public comment.
Just very
You guys will lunch, everyone's
Thank
hungry.
you. Is this policy at all similar to any other agency's policy around this area?
Bits and pieces, we looked at different policies to see. I would say the important piece is the structure that you see, the values. Making sure we're very clear. What are we trying to accomplish here? What's our goal to ensure that we attract the talent we need and fairly compensate our executive director? A set of criteria that identifies what will it take for us to want to make a recommendation like this. Do an evaluation first. That's the best practice. Reach a conclusion as to whether they're meeting or exceeding expectations. We're not going to move forward with that unless we do that. So the criteria, the process, like these things are pretty common to see in other policies. The amount is sometimes discussed, and then the rest I think we're kind of specific to. I just wanted to address like what's in closed session versus open session, and that's what the deliberation and disclosure paragraph is about. The policy review and amendments, that's also standard. We want to make sure there's a process to revisit this policy. And here's what I'm hoping we can all experience as a commission is these are important decisions because we need a very effective leader leading this agency. And the compensation questions are typically difficult to have in open settings. Yes. They can be politicized in certain times. And I want us to rest assured that we can be entirely transparent on what our process is and whether we've satisfied it or when we have it. Because I think we'll be able to act, be more responsive that way and not have to worry about the subjective decisions that can happen.
All right, at this time, we'll open up. Is there any public comment on this item? I'm hearing none. Thank you so much to Libby, Commissioner Mayor, Commissioner Day for this conversation, for this work behind, and everything. It's been an ongoing conversation. Pat, can we? And I just thank you so much for putting bumpers and giving us our lefts and rights and taking the extra time. I know your board is so busy. And thank you, Libby, as well for all your work with this. It's been an ongoing conversation. Okay, it is 12:50. I know it's a little bit past the room. We normally take a break, but we're only going to do 45 minutes, commissioners, so we can try to get through and complete our day by 3. So we're gonna go and come back together at 1:15. Okay, I'm sorry, no, sorry, 1:45. Actually, 1:35. 1:35, thank you. That was the first time I was trying to do it. Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and come back together. Want to thank everyone. It is 1:35. Right on time. I love it. All right. Coming back together, just want to say for the record that all commissioners that were present this morning continue to be present both in person and virtual. So we are going to move folks, we have our student leaders here today, and we're just so excited to hear from them. We're gonna go ahead and go to item 14, and then we'll come back to item 13 before we go into our report out. So welcome. We're so excited to hear from all of you today. This is like one of the highlight parts of our meeting. You keep it real. That's exactly what's happening, exactly what we need to be paying attention to, and we'd love to hopefully hear a little bit of your feedback on things we're working on that haven't not always been traditional with, or, you know, say financial aid, we're talking about health, right? We're talking about other things that just further support our students in California. So I'll go ahead and turn over to Jake Brenner to introduce our amazing student leaders.
Thank you, Joseph Fuentes. Really, thank you to our student leaders joining us today. I'm going to be very brief for the introduction because I'm really not the person you want to hear from for this item. We have three student leaders who are so grateful for joining us today and for the partnership and collaboration we've had with our organization. So I'm going to just a moment let them introduce themselves. I'll just acknowledge one. He's missing an empty seat on this panel, if you will. We did hope that we were going to have a student from one of our private nonprofit institutions join us, and I've been working with our partners at AICCU to identify a student. Unfortunately, the student who we identified was not able to join us due to a scheduling conflict that came up on campus, and we know that's a priority. So unfortunately, that reflects that we were trying to work with AICCU to have a student from their segment represented here. We don't have that student joining us today. We do, though, have three incoming leaders with our associations that represent students in our public segments of higher education, where each year, as Chair Fuentes noted, as part of an annual conversation we have with student leaders around their priorities for the upcoming year and the issues that they are identifying themselves and how the commission can partner with them to address those and continue to advance the needs of students in California. So with that, we'll go down in the order that our students are listed in the agenda. I'll just note that we have two students who have made the trip up from different parts of the valley to join us today. And then we have our third student leader, Alex Niles with UC Student Association, joining us virtually. So it actually works out in the ordering that we'll start with our students in the room, and then we'll go to Alex on the Zoom. So we'll start with Zachariah Wood, who's the Vice President for Legislative Affairs at Student Senate for California Community Colleges, before we hear from Krishan Malhotra, who's the President for the Cal State Student Association, and then we'll go to Alex on Zoom. So with that, Zachariah, will pass it to you. Oh, please, no, go ahead, offer your presentation.
Hello, commissioners.
And as loud as you can, go for it.
Hello, commissioners. I'm very happy to join you all today. I am Vice President of Legislative Affairs of the Student Center for California Community Colleges, representing 116 community colleges across the state of California, and approximately 1.8 million students as of right now. I'm very happy to be here today to represent these students and also to further the mission of the SSP state in doing so. The main thing that I kind of want to present on is I want to put an image in all of your heads. If you imagine the solar system, right, it has the inner planets and the outer planets and provided by the asteroid belt, right? That's the kind of image I'm kind of going for. And the reason that I'm going for that is because the community college system is unique. I think I can say that. And I'm not saying right that it is unique and it has unique I guess needs and issues that the community college system faces. And so the reason that I say that is because public policy institute of California basically shows that, you know, according to data, right, community college students, compared to other systems, has less impacted by tuition and books, fees, stuff like that. Things I would consider more direct impact on community college students. But it's proportionally more affected by the peripheral sphere of impact to community college students. That's housing, that's food insecurity, that's transportation. These things are major concerns for community college students because if they cannot focus, if they have to choose between paying rent or paying for groceries, and instead of paying for class or paying for books, you know, 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10, they will likely choose paying for rent or paying for groceries. And the cost of living is you know, a direct representation of that, because if students are worried about the cost of living, then they are going to be more worried about cost of living than continuing education, or perhaps going to college for a career in technical education, and so on and so forth. So that's the reason that I presented I guess the metaphor earlier, is because while the direct issues are still important, don't get me wrong, tuition, open education resources, these are critical issues. But it should also be looked forward to the critical issues of peripheral, I guess, fear of issues that should not be forgotten. We've seen a lot of progress in 2021-2022 legislative year. We've seen a lot of progress, not just specifically related to community colleges, but also just regarding cost of living with housing. We've seen housing bills go through the legislature in past legislative session that was held last week. We've seen major victories with regards to direct issues to community college students. And I don't think I have to go over 8746 and the Calibrant equity framework. That's a huge victory, not just for community college students, but for students of all systems. But I just wanted to go over that and specifically say that yes, it's a priority going into this upcoming year, with historic investment in the 2022-2023 state budget into the California community college system. We'll be not only working to make sure that the investments in the community college system are optimized to most benefit students in the spheres that I've outlined, but also that when we look at the issues, we're not just looking at what investments can be made, but also what can lower the costs of living for students, so that they can have the freedom to make those choices to further their education and further their their career pathways, whichever they choose, because community colleges are, again, unique in their ability to provide that. But with that, I want to yield my time. So thank you all.
All right. And we'll do definitely questions and comments after we hear from our 3 student representatives.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Krishan Malhotra. I am an MBA student at Stanislaus State, and I currently serve as president of the Cal State Student Association. Both of those things are still weird to say, by the way. I just finished my bachelor's in May at Stanislaus State. I was a business major with a concentration in marketing, proud product of the CSU, and happy to have been made in the CSU. I also served as vice president of legislative affairs for the Cal State Student Association last year. So again, making a change, it's still different for me to say. As some of you may know, CSSA is the official voice of nearly 500,000 CSU students across the wonderful state of California and our 23 states. I'll read to you from our mission so you can get a good idea of what we do on a day-to-day basis. The Cal State Student Association, as a student-led organization, strives to improve the lives of California State University students by advocating for student need and engaging students in system-wide state and federal higher education. We're happy to have engaged with CSAC over the last countless years on financial aid reform and other shared priorities, as well as with our fellow student leaders in the SSCC and the CSA. A quick little recap on our policy agenda for the 2021-2022 year. Our priorities included accessibility to baseline services and resources to ensure our students have accessibility to education in an equitable way. Also, ensuring student health and safety are prioritized to enable belonging on our campuses, especially as we return from the pandemic. Gotta put that on top. Also, ensuring academic success and holistic educational experiences, right? A lot's changed with the way that we can advise our students, with the way that students learn, so we want to make sure that we're encompassing all the solutions that might work for any one of our students at any one of our. And finally, ensuring that we are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as we can. The last few months we've spent developing our 2022-2023 policy agenda, and we do have some parallels from last year. I can't tell you too much just yet because it's not yet been approved by the board. But we have been collecting ideas and information from our students across the 23 campuses, and we're looking for approval in October for that policy document, and when that is approved, we'll definitely be all the time. So you have a good idea of what we'll be working on for this upcoming year. This weekend, we'll be having one of our first return to in-person events called CS Unity in Long Beach, hosted at Cal State Long Beach. This is a collection of about 175 CSU students, 150 to 175. I don't have an exact thing. Where we'll be engaging them on how their voices have an impact in the California State University. From the top, you know, the chancellor's office level to their own campuses, with their vice president of student affairs, or whoever it might be, the way that they can make an impact. We're really excited. We're also going to be having some CSU trustees, making sure that students know that their impact on policymaking, not only at the system level, but on state level and federal level, has true impact that definitely can be heard and can be felt. We're happy to help celebrate the passage of AB 1746 and the tons and tons of students that will help. I have the statistics on which students that will help, but I don't know if we necessarily need to talk about that. Everyone here is pretty in the know about that. We're happy that financial aid reform will also fulfill basic needs requirements that our students have, enable a debt-free college path, simplify paying for college, and close the cheap. In general, in Sacramento, you know, we have supported several legislative measures that are now on the governor's desk awaiting signature. A few of these measures would help prevent scholarship displacement, grant priority enrollment to students with dependents, which we've seen continue to grow as a topic of conversation from CSSA. Improve sexual harassment training, ensure more students are signed up for Calibrant and using the money that the state so graciously gives us. Expanding vote by mail drop-off locations across our campuses and making it easier for undocumented students to attend. Again, some statistics that we all may know, but still is always on top of mind for us when we're representing our students. That about 41.6% of CSU students report some level of food insecurity. The 500,000 students, about 180,000, 41, almost 42% represent some level of food insecurity. We know that food insecurity and homelessness can help, well, they hurt academics. They have students working long work hours and negative impact on physical and mental health. We also know that students who identify as Black and African American and first generation to attend college experience the highest rate of food insecurity at almost 66% and homelessness at about 18%. There's definitely something that's top of mind for us when we're looking at our student populations and the way that we best serve them. We also know that about 10.9% of our students reported experiencing some level of homelessness, whether that's couch surfing, living in a car, living with a friend at one point. So housing is definitely a priority for us going into next year as we continue to build our home. Generally, though, we're very happy to engage with CSAC and this commission as much as possible, given the limited time that we have in our terms. Currently, my vice president of system-wide affairs, Ms. San Diego, does sit on the undocumented student affordability working group. So happy to have CSSA engagement. And again, if there's any other opportunities for us to engage with this commission, with the California Student Aid Commission in any way, we're happy to do so. In the legislature, on commission, on working groups, anything that we can do to help the work of this commission, we're happy to do it. Happy to take any questions, and other than that, that's all I have for you.
Thank you both, and I think now I know Alex is on the Zoom, and it looks like he just came on video, so Alex will pass it to you on the Zoom.
Okay, hi folks. I wish I could have been there in person to meet everyone. But I'm Alex. I'm a fourth year at UC Santa Barbara studying history, and also the president of the UC Student Association. Today I wanted to briefly go over kind of four main areas of financial and basic needs concerns that we have at the UC, especially, as we, have had the substantial progress on Cal Grant reform that we got last year. I wanted to highlight additional areas where hopefully now there's a new window, even as we, continue to work on getting 1746 all the way to the finish line. But so these four areas I really want to center in on are kind of the needs of student parents, as well as disqualification from financial aid eligibility around sufficient academic progress standards, the needs of disabled students, and also student housing. Um, for student parents, I'll be really brief, and mostly just want to echo that the need for childcare is incredibly pressing among student parents. It's kind of a concern that we've heard echoed for years and years and years now. And the bottom line is that there's frankly countless parents in the state that aren't able to complete a UC education, or their ability to do so is severely hampered by the fact that they don't have access to affordable childcare. Moving on to sufficient academic progress standards. So disqualification from financial aid eligibility relating to SAPs has been arbitrarily disqualifying many marginalized students from their financial aid awards. And from our perspective, these are an ineffective way to promote degree completion, and they cause numerous dropouts and perpetuate inequities in the UC. I also just want to take a second to highlight that I'm drawing on a lot of research done by John Byrne Advocates for Youth as I talk about this. So I'm grateful to them for that. So of course, in this room, we all recognize the fundamental importance of financial aid, but it feels like missing from that conversation is that students' ability to actually retain financial aid throughout their education is one of the most important areas that we don't address in financial aid conversations as much. Like retention is as much an access issue as initial eligibility is. Again, SAP standards are causing huge numbers of marginalized students to lose access to financial aid, many within the first year of attending college. And once they do, they're not likely to return. That JBay research found that almost 90% of students who lose their financial aid because of failure to make sufficient academic progress drop out after the fact. Those that return later on often do not have the support they need or an easy time reinstating their financial aid. And then part of the thing that's driving this problem is that many of our California universities have standards that are more stringent than are actually legally required. Yet we have the system in place, yet the research shows that SAPs are not an effective approach to incentivizing greater degree completion. Instead, they just are arbitrarily penalizing many of the most marginalized students for whom more traditional and more full-time route to degree completion is just not feasible. These are students with more life responsibilities, students that have a child, have a full-time job already, family responsibilities, or maybe they don't have the same kind of support networks. They're first generation. They don't have as much support coming from their family, or they have a less flexible work schedule, or more marginal access to food and housing. Also, particularly of note is that students with disabilities also, may need additional flexibility in their academics, may make it even harder to meet these SAP standards. It's also a racial equity issue, very fundamentally. To give just one sense, more than double the rate of Black and Indigenous students have to drop out because they fail to make sufficient academic progress under these standards, as do white or Asian students. And I said drop out, I meant to say lose their financial aid. So again, just to kind of underpin this, rather than ensuring that financial aid is being used effectively, SAPs simply deny degrees to some of the most marginalized students. There's countless students that would and could complete a degree, but have been unable to do so because they've had their financial aid withdrawn without necessarily a benefit that we see from having this system. But I'll move on to disability now. So disability related basic needs are probably the biggest single area of basic needs that are not met at the UC right now. Currently everyone recognizes the need to accommodate disabled students and academic students, but that logic is not applied to basic needs conversations. And frankly, it's very expensive to be disabled in this country. And so, disabled students have to miss work more often. They have the cost of additional medical appointments, the cost of adaptive equipment and medication. And fulfilling these needs is as basic to their ability to, thrive in the university environment, to complete their degree, as is food or shelter. So why aren't we treating these, as basic needs in the same way that they are? Kind of underscoring there isn't the same financial aid or basic needs grants available to address the additional costs that come with being disabled in the way we do for folks who are low income. While some medical grants exist on a campus-to-campus basis, they often have restrictions and caps that can limit a student's ability to use these reliably to meet their needs. Just one statistic to kind of underscore all of this. Disabled students are more than twice as likely to report that they do not have the space and resources needed to succeed academically. So that's 1 in 3 disabled students versus only 15% of non-disabled students reporting that. Lastly, moving on to housing. So I know that the housing crunch has been kind of top of mind for a lot of folks recently, but I do just want to, affirm that and underscore how much this is. Like, simply put, housing is too expensive and it's not affordable. And there's not enough of it at most, if not all, of our UC campuses. Um, it's a burden to middle class and low income students alike. And we have what, 5% of UC students who've experienced homelessness in the last year. I can speak from personal experience on the ground. At UCSB, college communities, Isla Vista. It's like an everyday just expectation to see houses that have 3 to 4 students off campus per bedroom. We have houses that have 10, 13 students in the entire building, like a single house. And they're all paying, sometimes over $1,000 per month in rent. Our rental, there's so little housing that people start applying for leases in January just to get that in. And if you don't have a lease by March or April, then you're looking at a very constrained supply of off-campus housing available to you. By summertime, you're probably not able to find something except for subleasing. And that's especially a problem. Recently, we've had a lot of shakeups with students applying to on-campus housing. In the last couple of years, there's been a lot of instability there. And so these students just kind of they get really hurt by this because they don't find out until late summer sometimes that they're not getting on-campus housing, and then they're left to scramble for subleases, or as happened last year, end up getting housed in hotels. And I don't need to say, like, of course, all this means that when you face housing instability, you have to couch surf, you're sleeping in your car, as happens too much in Isla Vista. Whatever the situation is, it's of course you're impacting your ability to focus on academics, to have a good place to do your work, to have the stability you need to thrive academically and to complete your degree. I'll also underscore many campuses, like the numbers back this up, just have a near 0% vacancy rate. So I'll say that. But that's about all I have for everyone. So it's kind of those 4 areas of student parents and their need for childcare, sufficient academic progress standards, housing, and the basic needs of disabled students. And also, as a quick note, I just want to underscore that I think in a lot of these conversations for us, the access to information and student awareness about financial aid eligibility and grants and other support and resources available, as much as we continue to make progress on this, I would say that this continues to be an issue in many areas. So I just wanted to offer that. But thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna open it up to our commissioners for any questions or comments. Please, Commissioner Bell.
Well, thank you to all 3 of you for being here today and for outlining so well the challenges that that the students you represent are having. We had a presentation yesterday during one of our committee meetings talking about how students feel about the cost of tuition and fees separate from maybe the total cost of college. And it is concerning to me that students not only that students don't feel like they can afford college tuition and fees, but they're still recognizing the value of the degree and taking that financial hit to be there and doing whatever they have to do so that they get the degree that then allows them to be more socially, upwardly mobile. My question for really the 3 of you is, what solutions would you like us to champion? I think you all laid out really clearly the challenges, and I assume even, each of you, the challenges can be, taken from UCSA to CSSA and SSCCC. But what are, maybe if each one of you could share one solution that you'd like us to be thinking about, whether it's for the commission or in our roles as, advocates across the state, I'd love to hear that. And I'm Audrey on the commission. I'm also, my day job is at the Campaign for College Opportunity.
Go for it, Alex. If you wanna go first.
Okay. So I guess I have a couple if that's okay, but with regards to housing, I'm not the financial aid expert. I'm not an economics expert when it comes to housing, but it seems really clear that there's just not enough money in the system for the UC to be able to offer low enough rents, or there's not enough subsidy available for students to be able to have their housing burden kind of brought down to a sustainable level. So my board is fairly agnostic about as to where that money could best come from, but it seems like there needs to be money coming from somewhere, just to directly kind of address that cost in the overall package. Too many students are falling through the cracks to where, their housing costs are just forcing them to take out loans and presenting a real burden to them. And then for disabled students, I also don't have a specific policy solution there, but I think kind of there's a lot of recently in the state, the definition of basic needs has been expanding in recent years to include things that we now recognize as basic needs, such as like menstrual products. And I think if we were to be able to kind of expand that understanding to meet disabled students and to understand the needs that come with a disability as part of a student's basic needs, and then apply that to different grants, different supports, and how we kind of approach solving these issues, I think that could be a very important step.
I have a few thoughts as well. The total cost of attendance continues to be something that our university administrators and the people who we're paying to go to school have a hard time understanding. So we go and we log on to our student portals. It costs $4,000 for tuition and fees, but I need to pay $200 a semester per class to do my homework, or to take my exams, or to do my quizzes, or to actually be able to get a grade in the class. So helping everyone understand that college is more than just what is going to be on that portal when you log in to see that you owe the university $4,000. You got to pay for housing, you got to pay for books. So continuing the conversation, and since this is my third year, you guys say, since I've been around, we've pushed the total cost of attendance as much as possible, but I still don't think that enough of it is getting discussed. Another thought I have, and this could be from the campaign, it could be from PKIDS, it could be from this group and this commission, is information and data gathering. It's really difficult to talk to 500,000 students, as you can imagine. I'm sure it's very difficult to talk to 250,000 students and students across 115 campuses as well. So as much collaboration as you all are able to do with helping us gather the data on issues that our students have, on things that we need to help support them on, and things that we need to collaborate on, would be very helpful as well, because it's not easy. And we can't hear from every student at board meetings, we can hear from every student at committee meetings, but you all have a little bit more grasp or potentially more ideas or more resources to be able to hear from students who need support. And finally, services, mental health services, and continuing what I'm going to now start calling is baseline student success services. Mental health is definitely a big one that we come up with right away. Within the CSU, our student to counselor ratio is not the best on all of our campuses. So continuing to do some advocacy effort on that and say, hey, these factors are going to pay for this many counselors per campus. I don't know if that's in the realm of possibility, but something along those lines would be very, very helpful from this.
Other questions? Oh, please go ahead.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
I'll be brief, but yeah, the first part in regards to housing, housing, in communities, because of the 116 campuses, and we did see some progress this year with regards to housing. Again, not just specifically with regards to higher education, but just in general. But I do want to, call out SBA 86, for example. SBA 86, with regards to kind of encouraging or allowing campuses to build more housing, so that they can provide that housing to students. Because what institution is best the students' needs for housing than the institution that they're going to educate or they're going to education for. And so, SBA 86, but I mean, just increasing, right, there's a high demand and there's a low supply, right? That's just the basic gist of the housing crisis, as it is right now. So I would say, making it obviously, I think easier to build housing, to build units for housing, to increase that supply, but also, make it affordable for students to be able to, rent out these units in order to stay where they need to stay and to be housed and to have that stability in their life, to be able to take courses and to continue their pathways, whether that's higher education, whether that's career, whether that's certificates, so on and so forth. And another one, I think if it's okay, another suggestion I might have, it's a little bit unique, but earlier this year, the SCCC had their General Assembly, we passed a resolution. It's how we kind of decide our legislative priorities for the coming year. One of the resolutions I think would be interesting to look at is increasing internet connectivity. After we're living in, we have the pandemic and a lot of, if not all, the higher education system had to shift to internet connectivity, to online courses, because campus, being on campus is not. And so now that there's that ability to do so, and students have gotten used to it, right? Being the option to be online, to have that convenience, is not just good for, I guess the quote unquote traditional students, but also non-traditional students as well, right? Because they have that option, they have the flexibility to be able to take courses and to be able to do their assignments in a way that, they don't have to go to specific dates for specific courses. Yes, they have lectures, but the lectures can be recorded. Those lectures can be provided and they can review them and take notes and participate in the course just like any other student would be if they're in a personal class. And it's not just, the end view, there's a term for it, I forget what it is, but it's like the end, there's already current, large investments in internet connectivity and increasing broadband access. But, just looking at that as an option, obviously not ignoring the in-person aspect of higher education because that's still a big part of higher education, but for community colleges, I think it is.
Even in addition to internet, just the transition between K-12 having a device and the college and some K-12, they allow students to purchase a device for $10. Some aren't prepared to do that. They hadn't saved up that system in. And so I found students, especially when students going to community college, just having, they're like, hold on, I'm like 10 minutes later, what do you do on my phone? You don't have a lot. Okay, so then you can have donated devices that we give out from some of our partners in the area. But that alone, you can just work getting the device and then get the connectivity. So, okay. Other questions or comments from our commissioners? Please.
I'll be brief, but I just want to thank you for all the work that you're doing and recognizing the diverse needs and makeup that local colleges have, especially community colleges and community students. When I was in community college and community students were living out of their clothes. And so acknowledging that unique comprehensive needs and disabilities for housing food is critical to their success and to graduate and to their countries. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. Really appreciate it.
Do we have any public? Oh, please, Mr. Mayor.
So just an observation, first appreciation for you being here, getting to know you and sharing with us your priorities, what's on your mind. And just, at our committee meeting yesterday for legislative and budget affairs, we talked about bringing back a future discussion, a more detailed discussion around housing, student housing, like what's happening with the investment by the governor and the legislature in student housing, acquiring commercial property or building new housing. Potentially, the community colleges could provide housing for the first time and kind of a state program to encourage that. But also there might be legislation or other initiatives around student housing that we're not aware of that we can help bring to our attention, especially if we come up with them and are part of creating those ideas. One observation that I would share with the commission is that the question of housing is quite tricky to define what the role could be for the commission, right? It is an issue that the entire state is grappling with. It's impacting almost any public institution. K-12 schools can't recruit teachers because it's unaffordable to live in the service area of a school district, for example. So they're tackling that same issue for the workforce. There is a recent move to push what's called social housing. which is to encourage jurisdictions to acquire land, either naturally affordable housing or undeveloped land through community land trusts, and then be able to build and develop affordable housing for the workforce. And I think we should think about like the student workforce is also important because there's community colleges in these jurisdictions, there's CSUs, VCs, privates. And there's a growing coalitions that are kind of outside of the higher education world where we kind of swim in that are really trying to tackle this on. These are community residents and tenants' rights advocates and lawyers and you name it. That I think it'd be great to see some connections between our higher ed segment and the housing world. So just want to invite a conversation with your organizations, with groups from that world, and several of us can have connections and can tell you about the activism, the involvement that's happening there. Because you need to build housing, you need land, you need money, and you need political will to develop that land so that it's affordable. That's usually the hardest part. Even in terms of country, we can get the money, but not the political people. And we need students to be a part of that conversation, right? And we need institutions like higher ed institutions to not be agnostic about the debates over rent control, over tenant protections from evictions. Those kinds of things are impacting students directly, but they tend to happen in places outside of the higher education realm. We're not getting land use outside of the particular campus. So just understanding, I think that the intersection between student housing is going to require us to engage in an entirely different sector of life. And new alliances need to be built, more awareness needs to be created. And it'll be interesting to see how we end up defining our role. I'm not suggesting a particular role, but I think we have to think smartly because we have the kinds of resources, but we care about the housing insecurity.
Commissioner Massey.
Yes, thank you all for your presentation, and know that I assume that you are all familiar with the SEER survey that CSAC does. Okay, because that does gather information on what the needs are, and then that information is shared with the institutions so that they can hopefully better support the students. I know it's a slow process. We don't want to over survey. We've talked about that in our committee meetings and all, but when students receive the survey, have them complete it and be very honest, because that's how we get our information and we can push for things. But if they get it, don't do it, don't add in the open-ended where you can give your testimony, then that's less information for us to use in for pushing another meeting.
Commissioner, do you have any public comment for a student association speakers? No questions. Okay. Oh, please.
Just very quickly, I would like to recommend that we invite our student leaders to, as we think about new questions potentially for this year's survey, that they're involved in that conversation along with our system partners. I think it would be really important for you to help us think through how we might adjust some questions brought in, align with what the systems are already doing in their own surveying, to ensure we get what we need.
Before we close up this item, I do want to say thank you so much for being here. And you help guide where we're at. And maybe it's not entirely always our space, right? When they're going like CalFresh, like what do you guys do state financially? But we can give as many Calibrants as you want. But if, like you said, if they don't have food, when we've been feeding them in K-12 since they were 5 years old, 2 to 3 meals a day, they're not going to finish. What kind of investment, right? And so we're adamantly looking at that. And we ask that continued partnership and sharing. Some of the things we found out is just not every institution even accepts CalFresh students. And so any support you can help us and how we can help you, institution by institution. If I'll go help whatever I need to do, because I know there's rules to bring that to the campus, right? There's federal rules, there's things, the way you could cook, prepare food. It's not easy to do, but I mean, if that alone can be our first, partnership on continued partnership on that we're there, because I think some of you described the student with disabilities. What I'm finding is because students have to disclose they had an IEP or they had 504 plan. But through data sharing, we're piloting ideas where we can say, why are we waiting? I know they're going to use Merced with commissioner needs. Why am I waiting for them to get there? They start in 2 weeks. Let me tell him who's there. And hopefully with the P20 data system in our governance push, and that will help. Because I think there's already existing resources that we're not even maximizing because students aren't self-disclosed and too much. So we continue ideas, but like I said, though, that's something we can do together immediately. We know the rules, we know what we need to do. How do we help campus by campus get that available and destigmatize it? Because I think if more students saw it was available, more students would probably apply and go for it. So, okay, all right. With that, we do want to turn over to our executive director.
Okay, I'm gonna get out.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. So you've heard a lot about what the students have been doing for the span of actually 2 or 3 years. And what's been so incredible, even though every year the student leadership changes, but their commitment to equity and affordability and all the things that make students successful has continued and has continued across segment. I say this all the time because whether they're representing the CSU students, the community college students, and UC students, they've been together as one voice, and they weren't checking market share or wait a minute, your students are benefiting more than us. They were looking at students in California, and to me, that's leadership. And you guys are part of a very strong coalition of student leaders. Some of you have been involved in this leadership round for multiple years. And so we really want to thank you for your work. And we have some certificates of recognition, and I want to give this one to you, Zach. And then this one is, yes, this one is to you, Christian, on behalf of all your students. And then Alex, we've got one for you as well, on behalf of all the UC, CSU, and community college students. And we don't have the independent students with us today, but we especially wanted to acknowledge your work and leadership and advocacy on Calibrant reform and then a number of issues that benefit students. So we'd like to take a picture. We're going to try to do this. Actually, the scene, come on.
Alex, you're doing great.
We're going back to item number. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna definitely try to move quickly to get an update on our current efforts for All In for FAFSA and California Dream Act application. We've been hearing bits and pieces of these efforts, so I know Michael Lemus, our program outreach and marketing manager for Policy and Public Affairs Division, along with Jake, will kind of just give us the highlights that we haven't covered already.
All right, let me get screen sharing ready to go.
And I'm gonna say, as we're prepping for this meeting, it came up earlier, like, how's everybody doing in financial aid? We're at, where's this county, where's that county? If you go on our CSAC website and you look for the race system at dashboard, you can click and you can search by high school, by school district, by region, by county, how everybody's doing when it comes to their FAFSA completion. What I'm finding is, the rural counties are definitely the lowest in the state. So even though they have, for example, maybe only 251 seniors, they only have 33% of those seniors doing their application. So it's low, but when you look at the number of students as well, it's sometimes, it's not as many students as you see in a large county. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael and Jake.
Thanks, everyone. Well, good afternoon. We're here to talk to you. I know that you've been anxiously waiting about the All-In campaign. As we talked about earlier this morning, we're very much trying to steer away from using that legislative bill number and really rebranding it. So as you can see on the screen, and you can actually see our new logo, we have a logo dedicated to the entire campaign. There's going to be a series of resources that Jake and I are going to be talking about as well. But branding, messaging, as you all know, the commission has been working really hard on making sure that folks know what CSAC is, what we do, who we serve, and this All-In campaign is going to be a really big part of how we move forward and make sure that we get the word out about financial aid to our students and their families. So first, I wanted to just start off by showing you the new logo. You're going to see it a lot, especially in the next couple of months on our marketing materials. We have a landing page that we'll talk about, but I wanted to just start off there by showing you our brand new logo. Flip side here. So again, it is Assembly Bill 469, but we are calling it All-In for FAFSA/California Dream Act application. We went back and forth internally in terms of what we were going to go ahead and name this. We also saw a really big opportunity for us to go ahead and actually use the name of the applications here in California within the name. So something that we really want our students and their families to know about is the fact that there are these two applications. Oftentimes, we have talked about this before, the California Dream Act application, unfortunately, is left out of the conversation. This is a way for us to go ahead and emphasize the fact that there are two, that there is that support for undocumented students, and that we are all in as a community coming together to support our students and their families. So at a high level overview, before I turn it to Jake for the next section of this presentation. So what is this All-In for FAFSA/California Dream Act application? So starting this academic year, which has already started and has begun, high schools, continuation schools, and school districts, or LEAs, local educational agencies, will ensure and verify that all high school seniors in the state of California have completed either a FAFSA or a California Dream Act application. I believe, and Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, we're one of 7, I think, states in the entire country. This is a really, really big deal. The fact that we're doing this, being such a large state that we are in California and a diverse state, it's a really, really big deal for us to go ahead and be moving forward with this piece of legislation. And folks out on the field are calling this a requirement. We're calling it an opportunity. So when we're talking about this, again, going back to branding and messaging, when students, families, schools are like, hey, you're asking us to do yet another thing. This is an opportunity to go ahead and reach even more students and families. And letting them know that as a commission, as an organization, we're equipping them with the training, the workshops, the resources, the marketing materials that they're going to need. Because we do understand this is a large undertaking for these schools that have already been suffering through the pandemic and even beyond it, to yet take on another request. And so for us, it is an opportunity, and we have proactively taken the approach that we're going to go ahead and ensure they have the materials they need to go ahead and share out, so that they do feel like they actually have that support. And lastly here, so the goal of All-In is to expand access to financial aid to thousands of students who may have otherwise not actually been aware of these opportunities. So again, about expansion, it's about reach, making sure that we're identifying equity gaps. There's been a lot of conversation about data, how we're going to reach those schools that maybe haven't done as well when it comes to their FAFSA data completion rates. And oftentimes these schools, they are trying their best, but may not have the resources, may not have the local partners. And that comes back to us as a commission to try to ensure that they do have that support moving forward. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Jake for our next section here.
Thanks, Michael. And I'm going to read through this next section about why is this completion requirement so important, because I'm preaching to the choir here. You all know why it's so important. This isn't about completing the form. This isn't about checking the box on another state mandate, as some of our local partners might think of it. This is about the role that knowing about financial aid and about the resources available to pursue options after high school can change the trajectory of our students' lives and can change the dynamic for an entire family when that student becomes the first to go to college. It creates opportunities, not just in college and universities, as you all know, but also our training and vocational pathways that are available, and that we have financial aid and other resources to help support. That's going to help us address some of the continued equity gaps that we still see for students who don't come with the same level of familial resources and support to do this. And of course, and this actually gets to a point that you raised earlier, Chair Cifuentes, This isn't just important for an individual student or for their family. This is a huge priority and opportunity for our state. The return on investment for each dollar we put into higher education, and especially for every dollar we put into financial aid, as some research published earlier this year indicated, is huge for our state. This is, as the governor had called it, the conveyor belt of talent that helped keep California as one of the most dynamic places to start a business or to grow a business. And it's important that we actually not only expand that talent pipeline, but diversify it. Financial aid, access to post-secondary opportunities, whether it's college, university, or career pathways, are going to be essential to making sure that every Californian can benefit from those opportunities. Particularly, as we know, as Marlene spoke to earlier, 80% of the jobs are going to require some kind of post-secondary training. Okay, and I think that this is kind of just restating that these financial aid pathways are really the gateway to not only federal and state resources, it's also a primary driver for how institutions consider eligibility for students that are incoming, and allows these students to make those decisions about what they want to do after they graduate from high school. And now here's really the slide I wanted to dwell on before I start to pass it back to Michael, just to remind everyone about the role of the Student Aid Commission and our partners at the Department of Education. As you heard from Michael and the refresher on what is the all-in effort and what did the legislation outline. A lot of the, in terms of the requirement in law, has fallen to the local education agencies, and where we are stepping up to be that go-to resource. We know that there are some regional and community supporters that are going to be imperative to making sure that this is successful. There's some other statewide initiatives that maybe aren't in every school district yet, and they're still expanding their reach as we think about some of the data tools that are available for our local partners. We at the Student Aid Commission are serving students from every district in California already. We're the place that we know our local partners are going to look to for support. So as this legislation was moving through, after the enactment of the budget language that included this requirement, there were some additional components we thought were really important to call out as we looked at how is the Student Aid Commission going to help best resource our local partners to do this. One of this that we alluded to previously, I think yesterday it came up, is the kind of data that we're going to get to our K-12 partners. As some of you may know, right now we're sharing a regular update with our local partners through web grants about the application status of their students. That data, that is student level data that we share with our local partners through web grants, is based on the GPA data that we are receiving for students in their 11th grade year. So as students are then coming back into their 12th grade year, there is some movement, and it may not be a huge percentage of students, but it's significant enough where there are going to be students where our local partners with currently available data may not have that most recent roster of who are the seniors at my school this year, and that I'm required to make sure they know about financial aid opportunities or say, you know what, this isn't for me. So we did make sure that the legislation included a requirement that the Department of Education and the Student Aid Commission come together, that they share this most recent senior year data, so that we're not working off last year's data, but that we'll be able to use the senior year incoming student population that the Department of Education has. We will still share that through the same platform that we share application status data with K-12 partners through now. And actually, I'm pleased to share that after quite a bit of discussion, and major shout out to the Lead One data teams for work on this with the Department of Education over the past year, we do have an MOU with the Department of Education that will facilitate this kind of data exchange. We are now working to implement that and hope that that'll be available sometime in this cycle. If it's not going to be available for that October 1 start, the MOU just was finalized by the Department of Education in the last couple of weeks. So it took a while to work through that. Additionally, we were, as you already have seen in a prior commission meeting, we were required to adopt regulations and to publish a model opt-out form. So we're going to talk in a moment about all the resources we're trying to provide to support our local partners as they do this. But just for a moment to touch on the opt-out form, this isn't something that every district is required to utilize. Districts can develop their own opt-out form and determine what practices they want to utilize to provide that opportunity for a student to say, this isn't for me. We were required to produce an opt-out form, which we've done. That was in the regulations we've already approved. We don't have any intention of collecting data about the opt-outs that our K-12 partners are receiving, because we want to be focused on who are the students who are actually applying for financial aid and what does that look like. And frankly, that's going to be what national tracking of financial aid application continues to look at anyway. So we don't want to take away from this focus about having that broader conversation with students and families about the resources available and not putting the focus on ensuring compliance by just turning in a big stack of opt-out forms. That's not the spirit of what we're trying to do with this effort.
All right, so with that all being said, so the all-in campaign is on. Technically, it's already gone into effect. The school year has started, and so as we plan for that, there's a couple of strategic things that we've done as an organization. On top of the creation of resources, we have actually hired on and brought on a K-12 coordinator. So Sal is actually in the room here, but for those of you that are virtually joining us, Salvia Senor is helping us to really reach out to our district superintendents, our school board participants, organizations across the state to really make sure that our educators are in the know when it comes to this campaign and what we're trying to accomplish with it. So expanding the pool of statewide organizations that are going to be helping us with this is really critical to our message and how we go about making sure that the schools themselves actually know that this is happening, because it is required of them. We have heard of some schools that are like, what is this? So we're wanting to make sure that they're very much aware, because they do have to, of course, make sure that they're meeting this piece of legislation. So we're making sure that we're also present at conferences, at events. Our executive director, Marlene Garcia, Sal, they've been going out to events, many of them already in the past couple of months. I'm sure that will increase as the time moves forward. But we're also making ourselves available through our training team, through Cashler College, through our outreach organizations and our local partners to make sure that folks are informed that this is now in effect and how we can go ahead and again support these students and their families. The other piece is, of course, expanding on media and that form of outreach. So making sure that eventually we also get on news networks. This is a really big deal and families are going to want to know. So making sure that we do that in multiple languages is also going to be really important in how we move forward. But there are a lot of, again, critical pieces that we have really put into play to make sure that this is a successful campaign moving into the future. So I've been saying resources over and over again, so let's actually talk about what currently exists and some of the things that we're also putting into play in the future. So we do have a landing page, so we have an actual web page dedicated to this campaign. So it is csac.ca.gov/all-in. At the end, there's going to be a full little QR code that you can use to go ahead and access that. But we have a landing page, and our idea is to centralize all the resources on that page so that no matter what type of audience or population you fall under, you can easily find a section dedicated to you. So right now, there are a couple of resources, I believe 4 or 5, that have already been developed for students and their families. So there's a student and family section. There's going to be one for educators, administrators, community-based organizations. So there's going to be drop-down menus with resources, PDFs, posters. We're developing educator toolkits that are going to be mailed out, but also digitized so that they can go ahead and download those as well. So a whole dedicated landing page is going to centralize all those resources, but it makes it super easy to be more of a one-stop approach so that they can go ahead and access those resources. Instead of jumping from one web page to another, our idea is to make it easy by having it in one place. On top of that, our training team has actually already begun to do their annual statewide financial aid workshops. Those are half-day trainings dedicated to helping not just high school counselors, but our community advocates, our community-based organizations. And it's basically a high-level overview rundown of the financial aid process that goes over FAFSA, the California FEMA application, and that has begun. And there are about 70 workshops that actually are going to be happening through the cycle. And they're very excited because those are, most of them, I believe, are in person now, but there are virtual offerings as well. After college workshops, many of them have actually already been registered prior to the applications even being opening. Webinars, and as Jake mentioned, data through web grants, race to submit. We have a Tableau data system on our website that is also really informative, and various marketing materials that are being developed. So flyers, there can be postcards, social media graphics, you name it. We're going to go ahead and create it. But there are a variety of different resources that are available to help our public in making sure that this is happening. A really big piece that we want to touch on is collaboration. So we're all in, that word, the all in campaign. It really is meant to be a collaboration. It's a community approach. It's making sure that people know that they're not alone in the process and that we're not just a state agency telling them this is what you're required to do. It is meant to be a collaborative conversation on how to actually make sure that this all happens. So the conversation between school administrators, the teachers, student organizations, community-based organizations, of course, us at CSAC, the commission, our local champions, our Cash for College, regional coordinating organizations, our CalSOs, and everyone in between is going to be part of this conversation to make sure that we're all in this campaign together. We want to make sure that the conversation is getting started if it already hasn't started. So this is super important for us to make sure that also everyone is equipped with everything that they can use. So we're going to make sure that as commissioners, you all are also brought into the fold as we continue to refine our messaging and make sure that if folks ask you all about it, you all know exactly what we're doing and what resources we have available as well. So Cash for College, and that does fall under the unit that is within our division that Jake and I oversee. So with Cash for College, we are expanding our workshops. We have statewide webinars that are still going to be occurring. So those got developed during the pandemic and we are keeping them because that is a way for us to go ahead and identify and also address equity gaps. So for folks that maybe we haven't been able to reach in person, there still is that opportunity for them to engage with us online. So that goes over the FAFSA, the California Dream Act application, and I really want to make sure that this is emphasized, the Chafee Grant for Foster Youth. We want to make sure that our foster youth also feel supported, and those that fall within specialized populations. So I know earlier, those that have been impacted by the justice system, that's another population that we're working with, making sure that we create specialized Cash for College workshops for not just ethnic and cultural groups, but for those that fall under other specialized populations, such as our foster youth and those that have been impacted by the juvenile justice system. Getting trained and certified through a train the trainer workshop. So another really cool thing that we have is an actual opportunity to get certified through CSAC to be able to host your own Cash for College workshop. So that's super important because we want to make sure that, we know that we're a small agency. And so unfortunately, as much as we would love to, we're not able to be at all of these places in person or even virtually. So instead, we're going to take the train the trainer model and we're going to make sure that folks get the actual expertise that they need. They get certified, they can do it themselves, and that's going to help us to expand reach and make sure that folks are in the know when it comes to what they should be presenting on when it comes to financial aid knowledge. Trainings and workshops. So I did touch on this a little bit. There's also a new logo for the annual statewide financial aid workshop that just got developed. But 182 Cash for College workshops are actually already registered prior to October 1, which is really incredible news. That's also really telling that people are already going in flocks to go ahead and register their workshops, even prior to the applications actually opening. There's also 11 Cash for College statewide webinars that are scheduled and over 70 annual statewide financial aid workshops scheduled that is being put on by our training team. We also have 8 trainer workshops scheduled. At the very end of this slide, which you can see, are ways that you can go ahead and access those registration sites to make sure that if you are interested or if you know of anyone who's interested in any of these opportunities, that they can easily access that information. And race to submit. So many of you are familiar, but if you are not, this is a really cool platform for some healthy competition, is what we like to go ahead and call it. So Race to Submit is a platform that we have here at CSAC that does track the FAFSA completion rates and submission rates for our schools across California. So this is going to be really interesting this year, especially with the All-In campaign going into effect. This is also something that we're wanting to closely monitor and work with our community partners across the state to also be looking at, as this actual piece of legislation goes into effect, where are we in the next couple of months as we close out the cycle and making sure that we also reach out to specific schools, for example, that may have be experiencing challenges. There are trends that we can pick up from previous years, but with this, of course, going into effect, we want to make sure that we're looking at that on a regular basis and getting in contact with those schools and making sure that they have the support that they need. The data is updated weekly. It can be filtered by high school, school district, and county. Our Tableau system on our CSAC website also has that ability, being a search by segment and district. And you can download that data. And so that's something that we're always wanting to go ahead and amplify. As Jake mentioned, we're working with our data team to continuously make sure that those things are updated, that they also reflect in platforms like WebGrants. And last here, and then I'll pass it to Jake for a close. So our data dashboard. A lot of folks actually don't know that this exists, so this is why I really want to make sure to mention it here. Over at csac.ca.gov/data, there is a Tableau system, and it is updated frequently, and you can actually toggle and look through a variety of different ways. You can go by segment, district, by school, and you can look at the trends year over year to go ahead and actually see where our schools across the entire state of California are when it comes to FAFSA and data submission and completion rates. We use it often, but we want everyone to go ahead and use it and make sure that they're informed that this exists. This is managed by our data team, so we're also very, very much open to conversations about collaboration with CSAC and our data team to make sure that people are aware of the data that they need to go ahead and keep track of all these graphic data submissions. And I will pass this to Jake for this key data for you.
And this is a quick slide, but key dates are coming up in October that everyone should circle on their calendars. Of course, October 1 is the launch of the new financial aid cycle. When students can start to apply for aid they would receive in the 23-24 academic year. And this is really the starting gun, if you will, for the race to submit is October 1. That falls on a Saturday this year, just by chance of the calendar. So the first 2 school days where we'll have an opportunity to do some public awareness events to try to get some attention to this more widely and beyond some of the counselors and the partners that Michael spoke to who we're working with. We're looking at doing events in Southern California on October 3 and October 4, Los Angeles, followed by Riverside, and trying to bring some attention to what we're doing with the all-in effort and all the resources that our school partners can access to help their students apply. We may be adding a 3rd date. We're talking to folks at the Department of Education. I'm looking at trying to see if we can also finesse an extra event that we would keep everyone apprised of. It would be in Northern California.
And one thing I will also just share in this piece when it comes to the launch dates and any really sort of dates. We know that commissioners, I heard earlier, want to be involved and know about these events. So we'll make sure to go ahead and communicate with you all as commissioners, let you know these are the dates and then ways that you can get involved with us as well. And then here, we're all in for Pasadena California Dream Act, as we continuously mentioned. So check out our landing page. There is a QR code here. You are able to go ahead and access it live on the spot. But we do have a variety of different materials. You can also access our Catholic College website, our social media toolkits. Eventually, in the next probably month or 2, there's going to be another toolkit that's going to be solely based on this campaign. So if folks want to download any graphics, share them on their social media platforms, they can, in addition to all the other things that we're creating, such as the graphics, flyers, postcards, and the educator toolkits that are currently being developed that are going to actually be mailed out to schools to help out, especially those high school counselors that are going to be needing to be knee deep in the weeds when it comes to making sure that these students are able to go ahead and access financial aid. With that being said, we're going to open it up for any sort of questions that you have. But thank you so much.
Jake, I was happy to hear you get around to Northern California. I appreciate you not just, moved down. So thank you. We're happy to do something in the Bay. That said, this is incredible. I want to tell you, though, that something really stood out to me, and Executive Director Garcia said this morning, you all both said it. You talked about specific resources that you're giving to people. And I want to, you probably already thought about this, but I want to point this out. Right now, people are assessing and reassessing work in ways they never have before. All right. Never, in ways they haven't in a long time. I think one of the things I would ask you to consider is that there may be a gap between people's interest in this and people's real or perceived time to be able to execute. What might be helpful is, in addition to here's the list of tools, all of which require me to go do something. What might be helpful to add to this is, here are some best practices of how people have actually done it. Here's how people took the work that they're already having to do and added this successfully, whether that's from other states, whether that's from certain districts. It's just a suggestion. And for those of us who work with large workforces, this is it's a material question in terms of being able to get things done. Really, showing people how can you actually do that and be able to continue to be successful in the job that you're currently doing, which you may feel already, a bit taxed in doing by itself. But sometimes if we can show people, here's the how of that, here's how to execute, it gives people a way to see how they can move forward, and not just, hey, here's a website, have at it, but actually here's how some people who enroll very similar to yours have actually done this effectively with great results. So just something for you all to consider as you think through implementation, because the resources are phenomenal.
I'll just respond to that really quickly, because I think it is probably the most significant challenge as the rubber hits the road with this approach to financial aid completion, and it actually invokes, I think, what Commissioner Miller, what you were saying about housing, where you have the resources, but maybe not the political will. This is an area where we have tremendous will of people who want to do this, and sometimes I think it's that question of, do we have the staffing and the local resourcing to actually do this? And where we've been trying to, in the outreach to superintendents, have identified 5 key pillars that we're recommending that superintendents and district leadership think about as they're trying to approach this, ranging from start with adopting a board resolution. You're gonna have a board meeting anyway. We have template resolutions you can work with. Look at how your district's using the data that's already being published, how you're informing outreach along those lines. Embed this into your planning process that you already do on other required strategic planning efforts for our local education partners. So we're trying to help them see that there are some, for those districts where maybe this is a very new priority for them to consider, that there are some entree points into this work that any district can pick up and do. We also have been working with some of our external partners, including You Aspire, is really the anchor of the project, California Community College Guidance Initiative, EdTrust West and NextGen are also involved around identifying some districts that were willing to step up and be early adopters and to start doing this ahead of schedule. And then what can we learn from that experience? And actually, we've been in touch with them around a resource guide that they're publishing, that they're going to be releasing, that has an adaptive tool where district staff person could go through, do an assessment, and then be provided with some suggestions on resources where perhaps they're a little further along than what some of the baseline resources are that we're sharing. They want to see what that next step is. This tool will be one opportunity for them to get to that. And then finally, we're in continued conversation around how do we go back and do, further outreach, things like our affordability summit, where we try to bring in folks who can share best practices and continue to, even if we can't be there in every district helping them do the work, how do we give a platform to the folks who have done it and can tell other districts, I've been in your spot trying to figure this out. Here's what we did. So we're looking for those opportunities, and I think that's
And just make sure it's not just talking to the principals, but the frontline people will be people who execute this work. I mean, it'll be everybody, as we talked about, but thinking about those workload questions relative to those people who are, as Commissioner Maxey said yesterday, who are down the hallway, who the principal goes and talks to execute the work. So I think if someone can talk about, hey, here's how we dealt with that in our district, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Doppelmore, I wanted to share this to add to your thought. This is the first time in K-12 and I know I'm using requirement, but we've promoted things that affect post-secondary, right? Like, if you want to call the application, we'll help you. You're gonna apply here, I'll help you. This is the first time for them to adopt. They have to systemically do something that in their prior years felt that was your job. That was your job. That was not our job. Does that make sense? And I think that's new for them to accept that, oh, they'll do that. That's the higher ed's responsibility. So it really talks about like that seamless transition. This is the first time we're actually doing something that's really articulated support between us and higher ed. When usually if they come, they come. If they don't, you'll figure it out when they get to you. And that's not okay. Now we're owning it. So I think that's part of what you're talking about is it's going to take time for them to understand that. So, okay, Commissioner Rockland and Commissioner Maxey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Michael, what I was saying, we spoke about this earlier, and this is a continuation on what Commissioner Day said earlier, one of his comments that he just said. I think and this is really to like the trainer program, right? So bringing in like those key stakeholders, I think it's very powerful if you can provide, not just like, this is like what you do, but like, this is how you do it.
Yep.
Because sitting and watching, and of course, I was like a little, I was just like kind of doing a little recon, but to watch you go through to see how to do a virtual Castro College, right? And that's just virtual, like how, how's it done? Everyone is, still Zooming, but you have different elements or key stakeholders, but it's really, what was really required for the host to actually put that together, right? You kind of did a bunch of the work, right? In terms of like what was delivered. And then maybe in addition to that is taking step by step, like what does an in-person Castro College look like? So I think something like that, we talked about that earlier, and I think that would be very key to, so now you have those folks and they think, you know, like what they're thinking that it's something that's like requiring a lot of time, I gotta do this, and no, all you gotta do is just put together like a really nice, you know, flyer or something to put on social media. You know, here's my toolkit, you can brand it however you want to, you know, put the logo for your additional partners on there, because everybody wants to show that they, you know, that they played a part, right? You know, but then all we're doing is actually, you know, just kind of, you know, hey, welcome everyone, thank you guys for coming, blah, blah, blah. And now I'm gonna turn it over to Michael, right? And then like you basically ran the show. So I think something like that is very powerful, not just what to do, but providing them with like how it's actually done.
And if I can just quickly touch on that, I think, and I mentioned this before, but the words that really come to mind are equity and empathy. And to Commissioner Gay's comment, we know these educators are already struggling and there's a lot that is on their plates. And so for us, I think it's a combination of, yes, to your point, letting them know that they have the resources, but if we can build a structure that also lets them know how to use these resources, because we can literally record a webinar and say, this is how you do it. And then once we get to an in-person component, also record that and let them know this is how you do it. To your point, if we can create actual customizable material, that's something that we've been getting requests for, where they can literally plop in a logo, plop in their date. That's something we've been trying out with the annual statewide financial aid workshops. That's been working out pretty well. But it is a large piece, and we're very much aware that I think we need to approach it carefully as well, without making it seem like here's this whole other thing that you need to do. And then really reframing it in the sense that we've been preparing so that we can go ahead and assist you through that process so that you feel supported. But yeah, completely agree with that. So thank you.
Commissioner Maxey, and then I know Sal wants to share a few words.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, this is my arena. But I kind of got stuck on the opt-out form. I know that that's our line of last defense. We don't want them to opt out. But if you put out a model form, what I noticed on the model form is that there's no line that says why they opted out. They opted out because they are going into the military, or council tried 17 times doing this. There's no space for that to be noted, so that if you go back and say, why didn't Deborah Maxey fill it out? Well, let's see, she opted out because there's nothing on there. And the other point was on the signature, I saw student, I saw parent, I saw counselor. Why is counselor on there and not say administration? Because the buck stops with the administrator for their school. So is there a space or a way we can alter that, even though you mentioned that some schools would kind of develop their own form? If this is a model and I see it and I don't feel like developing anything, I'm gonna use that form.
Commissioner Maxey, that was a form that I think our staff that we were developing really agonized over, thinking about those very kinds of questions and looking at what did AB 469, the bill that really governs that opt-out form, what does it require that's included on the opt-out form? How does it express which parties can sign the opt-out form? And I believe that on that point about administrator versus counselor, I think that, and I'm kind of looking to Mark and put him on the spot.
Yeah.
I believe it might have explicitly said counselor. And that might have been part of the decision.
I'd have to check, but in terms of why it's out there, the statute specifically required us to develop the form in regulations and make it available on our website. Statute specifically said that.
So I can add a little bit of the conversation that came to me, because one of the reasons why not, because then we were putting more like outing students, outing potentially undocumented students, outing. They felt like
the principal.
well, no, like for students to say why you're opting out.
Oh,
So
why?
the forms, I can give an example of the forms we use. It's like, I understand that I'm rejecting my free money for college, like our forms are really good. These are local forms, right?
So you could put that, so
but
no, so
I
you
understand.
talking about if they don't.
Free money.
disclose that information.
It was the pushback, multiple partners that get this through was that, you know, less is more. They didn't want to put more burden on families to have to disclose why, confidentiality. It was like the compromise to get this done, and especially for undocumented families. I don't know how many meetings I had with that.
And if I could just add, just to kind of round it out, it was both looking between the rock and the hard place of the legislation and what the legislation required that we had to put in the opt-out form. And then what can we get by the Office of Administrative Law, which is basically the state entity that approves of any regulatory package that you all approve, it goes there. And they parse that with a really fine tooth comb to say, well, did the legislation really say you needed to ask about the basis for the opt-out?
Yes.
Or did it not? And if it doesn't, then we can get that kind of tossed back to us and they say, sorry, CSAC, that can't fly under statute, but I think that's where we want to make clear.
Say I'm opting out.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why we want to make clear that districts don't have to use that opt-out form. We wanted to make sure we publish something for those districts that don't have the capacity to build something, but we're also very happy to hear when there are really strong opt-out forms and make it really clear to students what they're passing out.
And one of the things too, there are students in California that don't qualify for other applications. So now you're really opting out a student, or you're exposing a student, like, I don't qualify for either, because I just arrived, I've only been here for 2 years. And that was another push that a lot of our advocates had good reason. So they're afraid of the unintended consequence by making some form like that. So it's local control, you want to add more to it. But I can definitely give examples of what some of our districts have used. Okay, Commissioner Rodriguez and then Commissioner Mayor.
Thank you. Really love the presentation. I was waiting for it. This is why I came to this meeting. So thank you for all the work that you're about to do. I want to make sure that we make this even more tangible to the students, because I know we're promoting these applications, but it's not about the application. It's about the money that they're going to get at the end. So I would ask if you would consider at these launch events, having a big dollar this big that you can take that students can actually hold, or or schools can print out, so that when the student pulls it out, here's something that you can touch that you can do. It's part of kind of the whole making it more tangible for first-gen families, and I know everyone in this room understands that. But the other thing too is that this is like a rite of passage. You're about to turn 18, you're probably really excited about getting your driver's license. This is the other thing that you need to do together. So communicating it that way, but I really would want to see $50.
Love that. We're also creating stickers, so that's gonna be a part of it. But I think the marketing material and how to make it more tangible is definitely a great idea. And we're looking at right now, what are those items that are gonna make it more, also an incentive. I mean, yes, it is a requirement, but these students, and we've been talking about this internally, especially with the Catholic College program, we need to do a better job at explaining the why, because now there is this requirement, you need to apply, but they may not understand fully what the why behind it is and the level of access that it can provide them. So yeah, but love the dollar idea. So yeah.
And a lot of our schools do college signing days, May 1st, so add a little, I'm going to Kelsey Fullerton and I got this month in Calibrant, right? Something, that'd be awesome. Okay, Commissioner Mayor, and then I know I'd like to say a few words before we close up here.
I just want to clarify that we are, just for our own expectations, we're not likely to really have any insight on the opt-out process, outcomes, documentation, any of that, right? Because local education agencies are not required to share that data with anybody within CSAC. So what we can track is who ends up applying, but we just have to understand that whole realm of opt-out it's going to be a blind spot for us. And maybe we can learn from our conversations with the districts, what they're hearing and how it's working. But it's just something I think we have to just understand that's part of we're entering this effort. And we may not feel satisfied because that is kind of a structural blind spot. And so I totally understand the proactive opportunity language. I'm a lawyer. I like compliance and but that may not be the best thing for culture change right now. I don't know. I reserve the right to mitigate. It's really
Right.
I feel that so many people need to learn about the opportunity and how tangible that is for folks. But it is kind of unsettling to know that the opt-out is like, how big is the opt-out going to end up being?
Yeah. Great question.
It creates some anxiety for everybody.
Great, those are a great question, and I feel one of the things is it might happen, but we're allowing families to exercise the custody and control of their children. We're allowing the students we're giving them the information. It's no longer only if you come to the financial ignite, or only if you're in that AVIC program, or it's now all. And at least if they do, we continue to educate them and they understand what they're opting out. But I feel like that's the first step. And for me, this is like real equity and legislation, because it's like, okay, we have to give you that opportunity. We have to. So I think we're going to see that it went by zip code. We're going to be able to kind of see based on who's going to increase what happens. Okay, I know.
Can I just comment on that?
Please go
comment
ahead,
there?
and then I
Just-
know
and
you're down in south.
So on the opt-out, we talked a lot about that. We also don't have any enforcement. We're not the FAFSA or California Dream Act enforcers. But when you look at the denominator and they claim that they've had X number of completions and we'll, see the percentage. If they remove the opt-outs from the denominator, so their final denominator is much smaller, we'll be able to see that because we're going to know what the original denominator is. And while we're not going to be, heavily involved in the oversight and outing different schools, there are a lot of organizations out there that will. And so we're positioning ourselves as being a resource, a partner. We want every high school to succeed at this. There's plenty of other people who are going to be looking at and analyzing the data. So there will be a way to assess whether there's a huge number of opt-outs. And their percentage looks like it's 86%, but half of their students are opted out. So we'll be watching that. So I just wanted to, let you know that there are going to be a lot of ways to look at this, and the press are going to be looking at it too.
All right, Commissioner Down, and then we'll go to Sylvia Spinner.
Two things really quickly. One is maybe this is a reevaluation. So after year one, if we do get a ton of opt-outs, right? Do we rethink how we're messaging that sample form with, adding an optional question about why you may have opted out? So I just think there can be opportunities to beyond year one to adjust the messaging and a guidance that needs to come out. The second thing I was wondering was around the race to submit. Are there awards for the top folks, and what are they? What do those look like?
Yeah, there is a race to submit award ceremonies, but that happens every year. I believe the last 2 or 3 years has been tied with the summit, if I'm not mistaken.
Virtually.
Yes.
And what do they get?
I know that they get, there's a banner. I know-
They get a banner, they get bragging rights and a banner.
And an award ceremony.
So is that a place where we could work with philanthropy
Yeah, bring it
to make it? Like, I'm just thinking, like, we talked about, everything from, I think, addressing digital divide, right? Do all high school grads through philanthropy get a surface to get an in and out day for the whole campus, right? Like, I think there's just this range of things that campuses, and I saw that you break the campuses down by size so that they're kind of competing with their own cohort, which I think is the right move. But I just think that could again be a place where philanthropy can come in and support resources to really make it something that the campus wants to. I don't know how driven the student would be to want to really fill out a form to get a banner. A campus might, but if they can really win something in addition to really getting free cash for college, I think would be great.
However, we can give the ideas, we're open for it, definitely. And they do, and it's like winning a CIF banner, like sports, they take pride in it, but definitely anything else that is more be awesome. Okay, so we'll close out. Stephanie Sal wanted to share a few words, and
I think I wanted to share with you some of the comments that I think a lot of you are concerned about, which is, one was the opt-out. One of the things that Marlene and I have done is we've already met with the leadership of the statewide organizations that represent school administrators and those that represent school boards. They both have equity within their missions. So they're already on board as statewide organizations. And I think they're going to be extremely helpful to us to deliver their own message down to the grassroots. For example, the School Boards Association produces sample resolutions. So we've talked to them, you need to produce a sample resolution that your board members can look at, because they are going to be asking their statewide organizations for support. I know AXA, the School Administrators Association, superintendents will be asking them for opinion and support. We've already had Marlene, Catalina and Superintendent
Mike McCormick.
Speak and present to the Superintendents Association's Wednesday phone call. Over 200 plus superintendents were on there. So I think they're beginning to understand that this is very, very important to them. It's very important to us, and it's very important to the kids. The other thing I was going to say to you is that we're not only going to be out there individually in the field. I want Marlene to be in front of their union leadership. So I've already talked to CTA, the teachers union wants Marlene to potentially do an article that we can put in their paper. Maybe there's an opportunity for Marlene to be, or even Catalina to be in front of one of their big assemblies. I think the many teachers probably would like to learn more about this. And if we have their representatives in Sacramento that represent them, saying we support you, same with classified employees, CSEA, same thing. So I think we're going to do all of those. We're going to tap all those various buttons that I think will build the momentum. What you guys are doing in public service as an agency, commission is pretty mind-boggling. That you're going that far down. And I think you all understand the sensitivity of not coming down as a hammer, but coming down as this is good for all of us, and we want to help you succeed. So I'm glad that I'm part of this team, but I think it's important for you to also know that there's other information out there that I think is going to surface because of our involvement. So I think we're going to have a lot of success.
Thank you, Sal. Thank you for your work. I mean, it's like, can you be on tomorrow? Can you be on Thursday? I'm like, yes. Okay, whatever, I'll do it. I'll drop whatever I need to do. So I just want to say thank you to you both. Thanks to the team that we don't get to see here. They're on for the work. I know I've said, we want to be the best in the nation, but it's not just the banner, it's not just the title. It's really, truly the impact we're going to have. It's the impact we're going to have on millions of lives. And I think there's what I learned in the last 10 years of pushing it around that. There's so many unintended consequences that come from this, not just financially, fiscally, more Pell Grant money, but our county has the lowest juvenile felony arrest rate as of 2020 than any other county in the state of California. Riverside County, if you ever think that. Yes, we beat San Diego. Yes, we beat Orange. Yes, we have the lowest juvenile felony arrest rate. And I'm telling you, and we didn't go after that, right? We didn't say, we're going to go after juvenile. We went after rigor, expectations, raising the needle. I think you can go to college. Why not apply? Why not do your best? And I truly think we're going to see multiple byproducts from this besides just financial application, right? And so I think as long as we keep our eyes on all these different prizes and opportunities is amazing. So with that, I'll do public comment, and I don't think we've had any. No, we're good. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And I know we're a little bit over than we wanted to, Commissioner, so we'll push through quickly through our updates. So we'll start with item number 16. Commissioner Neese will give us a quick report out on our Legislative Audit and Budget Committee meeting yesterday.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. And so really quickly, the lab committee started with a presentation by Deputy Director Bremner, as well as Government Relations Manager Alex Zucco on the legislation that has been going on, particularly those legislations that we sponsored, as well as other legislation that we supported. Obviously, the big one is Assembly Bill 1746, which was the Cal Grant Modernization Bill. We all know that kind of got adopted in the budget, and we heard that wonderful presentation this morning from Jake about how that unfolded. The other bill was Assembly Bill 2286 that would authorize CSAC to be able to receive and direct philanthropic funds. This speaks to the comment just made earlier by Commissioner Dow regarding our ability to actually accept some of these funds so we can do scholarship awards and give out these opportunities. This also impacts our ability to be able to get outside grants and other support to do some of the research that we've done, such as the CalFresh work group research. That bill was signed by the governor on August 26th, so we are now able to do that. There were 4 other pieces of legislation that kind of directly impacted the commission that we are still waiting on the governor to sign. SB 641 that establishes a work group, including CSAC, to look at how the system can actually respond to the surge of students applying for CalFresh at the beginning of each academic year in different ways. So we might respond to some of that so we don't get this bottleneck in the system as students are trying to access those resources. Assembly Bill 2004, which increases the amount of Dream Loan funds available to our undocumented scholars so that they can have access to the resources that they might need to be successful. There was SB 1141, which is also waiting on a signature, which revises the criteria for the AB 540 status, otherwise known as the in-state tuition policy for undocumented scholars. Right now, there's a cap on the 2 years that they have to be full-time students. And so we remove that and help expand undocumented students' access to resources that might be available to them. And then lastly, Assembly Bill 2810, which requires the California Student University campus systems as well as community college districts to use FAFSA data to identify students who meet income qualifications for CalFresh and send them notification regarding that. So we're waiting to see on the outcome of those legislation that are all in the governor's desk. Alex also reviewed other bills that were introduced and are directly relevant to the commission in some fashion. Several of these measures were amended to no longer refer to the commission as the administrating agency and were adapted in the budget. And some of those included incentive programs and financial incentive programs for postgraduate work, particularly in the mental health space. Several other bills had elements that were incorporated into the 22-23 budget package and were either held up in committees or amended because the budget process actually addressed all of those. So all of these are in your updates, and I'm trying to be really brief because I know that we've gone over. The last thing that was on our agenda that we talked about, oh wait, I forgot federal legislation. Jake also gave us some updates. The student loan pause, financial extension for federal student loan payment process has been extended till December 31st. Obviously, we all know about the Biden administration extending loan relief to individuals and particularly looking at increased loan relief for students who receive Pell Grant eligibility. There's also improvement in the student loan repayment system that would limit the percentage of discretionary income that would be calculated to understand how much low income and middle income borrowers would have to repay, and reducing that down to 5%. There's also the what was the American Completes Act, which is now the CHIPS Act, that was looking at some revisions in Pell Grant eligibility and some of those other pieces. A lot of that has been taken out of that, including the Pell Grant eligibility for DACA students to be able to receive Pell Grants. So that is no longer in the bill and is unlikely to be added back into it at this point in time. So that was a quick update on some of the federal legislation. We also received an update from Deputy Director Myers, as well as our budget officer, Sandy Melching, who provided us an update of our 21-22 budget allocation, as well as some initial projections for our 22-23 fiscal situation. The presentation provided detail on the funding streams that support CSAC's operating budget, including some administrative funding that were set aside that allow us to help implement some of the one-time programming that we're doing and moving forward on. Sandy also presented on where the various costs incur in CSAC, with the largest driver of expenses continuing to do personnel services, such as our salaries, benefits, and everything we do to maintain the awesome and wonderful staff that we have at CSAC. It should be noted that our current operating budget is projected for this upcoming year is at $3.5 billion. And that is a $200 million increase over last year's budget. And so as we talk about, it's not just the programs, but it's also the increase in financial stewardship that CSAC has taken on. So that was a big part of our budget. There was some conversation about the budget augmentation, and we heard about that this morning as we looked at the opportunity for some BCPs as we move forward, and the ability to request some more funding to support the programming that we're doing. Some of that also is connected to another conversation we had about IT security and our ability to invest resources in that area. That was also reflected in the BCP information that was shared with us this morning. So that was really quickly on the budget. There was some conversation about future meetings. One of the things that we're looking at now that the Biden administration has done some loan forgiveness for federal loan programs, whether or not we can explore a similar possibility for our undocumented scholars in the state of California who have taken out dream loans, and could we create a dream loan forgiveness program, as well as following up on the comments made by the student leadership that was with us today. Commissioner Cifuentes talked about the fact that we need to be looking at housing and what are some new ways that we can look at eligibility around financial support for student housing and other elements in that space. So that is my report. If there are any questions or comments.
Any questions for Commissioner Neese? Any public comment? Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Neese. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 17, a report on our Student Impact Outreach and Communications Committee. So I'll turn over to Commissioner Rodriguez.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief. Just want to thank the staff for preparing yesterday's report, Kate King and Alessandra Morrison. A lot of the information that they shared yesterday, we heard it this morning or this afternoon. I just want to thank them, thank the committee for it. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Any questions, yes, for our Commissioner Rodriguez?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to just make a suggestion and see what the commission feels. I was going to recommend that the commissioners be assigned a business card because we do so much outreach, and we could have a business card with our information on one side and then Marlene and the CSAC information on the back side, and we could use that to hand out, contact people.
Yeah, I think, and what we might want to do just to make it easier is have it be a commissioner card and you can write your name in or type your name in. And then so that we can use those and run a bunch of them and you can take as many as you want. And that might allow us to do it faster and more reasonably.
Any questions for our Student Impact and Outreach Communications Committee? Any public comment? No, okay. All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Rodriguez, and we'll go ahead and item number 18 for our report on data research and strategic planning committee. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Maxey.
Thank you, Chair. Get through this. 110 outside and I'm freezing inside. There are 3 informational items on our agenda. First, presented by Patrick Perry and Ryan Fuller. They offered an update on the FAFSA cadence submissions that nearing the current cycle that opened October of 2021. Overall, the total of applications are down for FAFSA from the prior cycle by about 4.6%. CADA is down about 8.6%. The first time undergrad was up about a little bit more than 3%. Smaller renewals and other groups, we're beginning to see an uptick in their applications, especially in high school and UC and community colleges. We're hoping, and the light at the end of the tunnel is the all-in FAFSA and DREAM Act, hoping that the class of 2023 gets us out of this hole and turns the tides. Other comments from the committee? That I'm doing a very brief. No, okay, yeah. Our second item was the Sears report. It's done every 3 years. This report is the cycle for 21-22. Population selected randomly across all segments to show how colleges pay for. This information has already been shared with the campuses, so adjustments to better assist their students can be made. Budget calculated shows overall costs are up depending on like housing choices off campus up by about 16%, off campus about 14%. Inflation is a big part of that. The positive is that books are down because instead of having the hard copies, they're doing more of the online resources. We talked about very high room density, and I can attest to that. They mentioned the UC campuses, and I'll throw it in there. One of our state students has high density in these houses. 60% showed on the survey that there were 3 or more living in one dwelling. The survey revealed that the differences in living costs is by location, of course, where in the Bay Area, a student may pay $1,300 a month versus, say, the inland area around Fresno and Merced might pay around $800. The survey also includes open-ended responses offering more insight to the real college affordability journey, which is why I encourage the student reps to encourage their fellow students to, if they get their survey, please complete it and do a good job with that. I think that was it. That was it for the Sears survey. Our final informational item was presented by Carla Paulos and Jennifer Ho from the California Policy Lab at UC Berkeley. The IES Grant Research Partnership Student Supports. It's the role of the social safety net programs in community college student success. IES is the Institute of Educational Services, and I started spelling these out because in the field of education, we use a lot of acronyms, and they're not real words, and a lot of people that are listening to these things don't really understand. So in the partnership, it includes, of course, CSAC, which is the California Student Aid Commission, the CDSS, which is the California Department of Social Services, the UCOP, the University of California Office of the President, and the CCCCO, the California Community College Chancellor's Office. And after all those acronyms, I said, let me spell these out so that we all understand. The California Policy Lab has a database of these participants that will be used in several ways, including calculating CalFresh participation rates. They will stimulate CalFresh eligibility, using the data from FAFSA and CADA and other state data sources. They will also use measures of it will measure the impact of CalFresh on the educational outcomes and inform outreach and provide program evaluations. Also, reviewed work to date on the zero EFC, expected family contribution intervention, how students are communicated with to hopefully drive up CalFresh uptake. And there was some discussion about how they're communicated to, like in one email, no email, multiple emails, email and a postcard, and how that affects students to apply for CalFresh. Calculations of CalFresh participation to date, outline future IES grant work and timelines through the fall of 2023. And closing out, our committee was a future agenda item that suggested that we extend an invitation to 2 or 3 community groups that already address financial literacy and or life skills to present to the commission and share their knowledge in this area, which is a different conversation than having one about just financial aid. So it's financial literacy and what that looks like and all what that would entail. And if there are no additional comments from committee members, that concludes my report. So,
Commissioner Maxey, any questions from our commissioners? Any public comment? No. Okay, all right, thank you so much. At this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 19, our commission closed session. So I will go ahead and just read a few things.
I just need to read a notice. Pursuant to California Government Code Section 11126A, the California Student Aid Commission hereby provides public notice that it may meet in closed session regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee, and the report of the Personnel Evaluation and Nominations Committee regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee. For purposes of this notice, a public employee includes an individual exempt from civil service within the meaning of subdivision E of Section 4 of Article 7 of the California Constitution. So with that, we're moving into closed session, which means that everybody on the Zoom call whose name is not Charles' niece should log off and not be on Zoom during the closed session discussion, and everybody else in the room who's not a commissioner should also leave the room. And let me know when you guys are done and you can